Hi, everybody. Just right up front, I wanted to take a minute to highlight, in the spirit of our donation drive, a little auction that friend of the show and fellow RF Jenner Single Banana is put together and is going to be kind of launching in coordination with this episode. But what he's got is a nice little Atari 2600 lot that he's going to be auctioning off on Game Gavel, and he is going to donate 30% of the final auction price to the site. So very good of him to do that. It's got some pretty interesting Atari 2600 titles here. So what's going to be in the lot that you can check out? It's got Cosmic Commuter, King Kong, Mr. Do, Pigs in Space. I mean, I remember that when I was a kid. Raft Rider, Bermuda Triangle, Big Bird's Egg Catch, California Games, Challenge of Nexar. I have no idea if that sounds really cool. Crackpots, Entombed, Fantastic Voyage, Fast Eddie, Fathom, Kool-Aid Man. Oh yeah! Kung Fu Master, Kroll, Name This Game. That's kind of funny. They couldn't even come with their own name. No Escape, Radar Lock, Racquetball, Seahawk, Sea Hunt, Blueprint, Fast Food, Midnight Magic, Planet Patrol, Robot Tank, Solar Fox, Blackjack, Centipede, Championship Soccer, Human Cannonball, only on the Atari 2600, right? Ice Hockey, Kaboom, of course, fantastic game. Kangaroo, Megaforce, Megamania, Mousetrap, Sneak and Pink, and Super Baseball. So, really nice lot there. It's great to get your Atari 2600 collection going, and great to help out the site. So, thanks Banana, and on with the show. All right, well, welcome everybody to episode 12 of the Collectorcast. Hey guys, how are you doing?
Good. I'm doing great.
Yeah, I'm glad that you guys are ready to respond. So,
if we're going to be keeping this, we should probably explain that there's been a mystery sound that has recently been identified, and we're still just a little bit giggly about it.
This is the second episode that I've had my new mic, and I guess I don't realize exactly how sensitive it is, so I guess my stomach is rumbling a little bit.
It sounds like a baby duck. And I really hope a few ducklings make it to the final show.
I can edit the crap out of this thing, don't worry.
Oh, it's so good.
Welcome everybody. As you can hear, my two co-hosts usually are here and causing trouble. So, joining me from the mighty East Coast is Bill. How you doing, Bill?
Ooh, good. How are you doing?
Pretty good. Not nearly as good as you with all the Craigslist stuff, but I'm sure we'll get to that.
Big month this month. I've been a complainer for a long time with how dry Craigslist and stores and all that stuff is, and
all that whining finally paid off.
Yep. So that just goes to show. Squeaky wheel.
I'm going to start whining this episode. And joining me from the other end of the continent is Mr. Crabmaster.
Hey.
Hi, Krabby.
Hey.
Are you trying to sound like hey, what's up?
It was like Tonto.
We promise we're gonna teach Krabby to get better at Twitter, because we're on Twitter, right, guys?
Yeah, we've had some pretty good activity over there. Some decent conversations with a lot of different ends of the collecting spectrum. A couple of Famicom folks have been chatting it up with Duke, which is great. Got a couple of NES people, a couple of 32X, just random, retro game chat happening. We're also on Facebook, but our Twitter stuff goes straight to Facebook, so it's kind of like a shared feed. But yeah, it's just
I'll definitely have to get on there so I can try and scare off those 32X guys.
Good job.
They're not going anywhere. we're like Mad Max beyond Thunderdome.
Yeah, they're a passing phase anyway. They'll go away on their own after long enough.
Everybody will run out of games to collect pretty quickly, so it's not a problem.
Hey, well, there's fewer games for the Virtual Boy, huh?
But at least it's fun and it looks really good.
Whoa!
If red is your color,
yeah, different episode.
All right, guys. Well, as we mentioned, we're on Twitter, we are on Facebook. Where else can people find us, Crabmaster?
YouTube,
Bill. Elsewhere, where are we at?
We're on Podomatic.
Podomatic. And do we have like a website somewhere?
Collectorcast.com.
We have our own website?
Collectorcast.com. Yeah, leads you to all the great places where you can find us.
So people could Google us and find us. Is that the deal?
I use Google.
Web crawler up here still.
You could Bing us, right?
Yeah, Duke likes the free Microsoft points you get using Bing. So
how about Web Wombat? Do you guys ever use Web Wombat?
Never
even heard of it.
Never heard of that one.
Yeah. So give that one a shot.
All right.
And we also call rfgeneration.com kind of our home base. And if you guys listened to the last episode, you heard that we're deep into our fundraising drive for the year, and this episode is going to wrap that up. So we've got a lot of talk today about our generous donors. So we're going to get into that in a minute and kind of highlight some of the stuff they picked up. We are also going to have an interview coming up with winner of our little auction that went on. So what do you guys think? You guys excited to talk to Nupoile a little bit later?
Absolutely. The auction was fun. That went well.
Very much so. Yeah, he was actually in it from the beginning. Like early on, like a handful of people were trying to make it interesting, but he would not be denied.
He was ready to rock and roll.
Mm-hmm.
Well, good. Well, you guys know where to find us. Check out the show. Check out the pages. Join in the conversation over on rfgeneration.com if you want to discuss the show with other folks that are over there, or if you want us to talk about your stuff. You got to go over there and post, right? We've got to know what's out there so we can blib about it, right?
Yep. Small Scores thread is where we get most of this stuff from. This episode, we're going to be working with our donor reward levels, so not a whole ton is going to get mentioned, but that's normally where we pull from. But also, you can, if you write a blog about a game, make sure we know about it, and we'll pull from there. There is also an eBay thread that I believe Isret might be the only person.
You what?
Buy. It's where you can electronically buy stuff. Exactly.
Yeah, I've been on buy.com.
Yeah, it's pretty much where Isret talks about the Mortal Kombat purchases that he's made.
All right. He didn't donate any money. That's what we've got to cut his talk off right now.
He donates his life.
Just kidding. He's a staff member over there. So if you guys don't know, he dedicates enough of his time. Trust me.
Yep. I got a surprise package actually just going on out the door for him tomorrow.
Oh, well, I'm sure he'll be interested. Maybe he will get that before he gets the show, so he'll be a little retroactive fun.
He's like 60 or 70 miles from me, so he should get it within a day or two.
Oh, okay. Well, then he can listen to this and hear about how it started. All right, guys. Well, we'll get on with the show. All right, well, we wanted to start off, again, as we mentioned, talking a lot about our donors this episode, people that really contributed. I think we had a successful donation drive, right?
We did.
Yeah, according to NES rules, we met our goal for the year.
So if you guys are listening to this and you're not a part of the site, rfgeneration.com is completely driven by our users. There's no ads, there's no fees, there's no nothing. So we just do this fundraiser, and so, yeah, we're funded for the year. That's great news. Now, we want to take a minute to talk a little bit about our donors that are here. So we had a couple different donor levels. If you guys haven't heard the show before, our minimum donor level to kind of get talked about a little bit was $5. So for $5, we would mention their usernames on the show. And Bill, who's our $5 donors this time around?
Oh, we got a couple of them. Longtime cool member, Barracuda, who is just such a big fan of the song, decided to make that his name as well.
Oh, and I love that freaking song, man.
Oh, it's great. Especially in, I forget, was it Guitar Hero or Rock Band, but that is a great one to play. And then then also donating $5, Silva 80. And I actually did I had a sale with Silver this month, and newer member, or at least newer to the RFGen forums, very good, easy dude to work with, appreciate it, and thanks a lot for the 5 spot.
Recommended. You heard it here, folks. So go out there. If he's got a sales thread, maybe you should take a look at it.
I would.
And then coming up, our next level was the $20 level, and for the $20 level, we made these folks maybe a little bit of a promise, right, Krabby?
Yet we promised to mention every darn thing they picked up in the small scores thread.
Whose idea was this?
I'm going to blame it all on Duke.
Yeah, that was
Probably
my
right.
idea.
Yeah.
I will claim ownership.
So Duke
I do want to let you all know.
So Duke wrote a check.
No. I do want to mention that we will probably have different rewards next year. But we're glad that you all helped, and we're glad to talk about. Don't get me wrong, we're glad to talk about your stuff. It's a lot of fun. So who kicked in at the $20 level?
We had a
Krabby.
few members. We had Mr. Retro Rage,
32x for life.
What up?
Wempster.
Oh, good stuff this month. Can't wait to get to that.
Yeah, someone that doesn't post a whole lot, but he's always around is Bum Man.
Good old
Great,
Bum Man.
great name too, by the way. Our pinball aficionado, Single Banana.
Yeah, and fellow close to being done with the NES set, Single Banana.
That's true. Yeah, NES, and he's a fellow Famicom guy with you, isn't he too?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's just a Renaissance man, really.
Yeah,
He is.
Does
and
it
how
all.
well-rounded. And 2600, big 2600 guy.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's true. Loves the 2600. And our final $20 level donor was Coin Collector.
Which is interesting. I don't recognize really a lot of posts from Coin Collector, so thank
No.
you.
Yeah, it's nice to see some names we don't see every day pop up on these donation drives.
Yeah, sometimes I forget how many people are lurkers on the site or just use it for the collection tools or just, kind of look at small scores and don't say anything. But there's actually a decent part of the population of the site that don't post that often, but appreciate you guys chipping in.
Absolutely. And then...
That's my line.
Absolutely.
And then for the folks that donated at least $30, we came up with a very unique punishment for them, right, Bill? What's our unique punishment for the $30 people?
Well, there was a show. There was a show once.
Way back when.
It was a show before a show. A dream within a dream, if you will. Brown Duke. Brown Krabby. Apparently there was a episode 0 that's only been heard by, a half dozen people right now?
Yeah, probably like that. If they've wasted their time with it, sure.
Yeah,
They've got the link.
I think what was it? Was it NES Rules or was it Bickman who heard it first?
NES Rules.
NES, that's right. Yeah, NES Rules heard it first. One of the top dogs of the site, and it was good enough for him to authorize it to be a $30 a donation prize. So they get to hear that episode 0.
Yes, I'm sorry. It's winners.
Yeah, I haven't heard it.
Gotta give $30, Bill. Come on, man.
This
Just
was
'cause you get on the
like
show.
This was like I'm like the Ernie Hudson of this show.
The Ernie Hudson.
Yeah. Well, remember because when the Ghostbusters started, it was just 3.
Well, we don't have a 4th.
And then yeah, but I'm not saying them the 4th. I'm just saying that like there was an established clan of people.
You know,
then,
I like to.
And then halfway
I like to
through
think
the
of
movie,
you. I would like to think of you as the Rick Moranis.
No.
show.
If that means that I'm gonna get together with the redheaded babysitter later, I'm cool with it.
Just remember one word: Zool.
Just means we get to refer to you as Keymaster.
As
That's
long as
right.
yeah.
I'm
Well,
the gatekeeper.
No,
Are you
then
the
okay,
keymaster?
then no, I'm not the keymaster. If you're the gatekeeper.
Okay, so $30 donors. Bill, who we have?
Moonraker Fats.
Awesome name.
Yeah, really digging it. And then we got Engel, big Full House fan. Engel 762.
Right.
Build Star.
Which is potatoes, right? Didn't he post that it's like potatoes?
Oh, I didn't see that. Is that what that means?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a local potato.
It's like a brand, yeah.
So
brand.
why isn't his avatar
Potatoes?
Samwise from Two Towers? Potatoes.
I don't watch those movies, Bill. I'm totally lost.
Oh, they're really good. You should watch them.
The walking marathons? No thanks. No thanks.
What about Oat Bob? Can Oat Bob watch them?
Oat Bob can watch whatever he likes.
Sure
Because he
can.
gave money.
You can also listen to episode 0 with Sack.
With sack. Which, I mean,
So wait, we have
That's a great
potatoes,
name.
we have Sack,
we have oats.
we have oats.
Quite
What
the
else do
theme.
we need?
We need a Moonraker, you need an Angle.
Oh. And I would think a Daryl Hall.
Yeah.
With
So, and then we
oats.
got Nupoile, who I think we might have mentioned before, was as the interview winner. Obviously, uh, very nice to for him to chip in with the auction. But in addition to his auction win, another $30 straight to the site.
Ching! Thank you.
Above the COD Blops, above the Call of Duty.
That's yes. Mm-hmm.
And then speaking of super generous above the Call of Duty members, we got Angle with a second $30 donation.
What? Man, this guy's rolling in it.
I know.
Good job, Angle.
Seriously.
All right, guys. So for those folks, that hit our at least $20 mark, we are going to talk about their goodies that they picked up since the last show. And we're going to start with the ever-popular Retro Rage, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Retro Rage is doing a good thing for the world. And I want to start off by mentioning he's going after some unlicensed NES carts. So unlike the snobby people I have on the show with me...
When are you going to get to the good stuff he's doing?
I thought you meant by doing a good thing, he was getting them out of the way so we don't have to look at them.
You hear the stuff I have to put up with, people. And I also will mention that the other good part is he only has one 32X cart in his entire set of pickups.
It's because the rest are complete. Oh.
So for NES, he's on a Tengen kick, right? So he picked up...
These are good, too. Fantasy Zone?
Yeah, Fantasy Zone, Gauntlet. He got those for Christmas,
Mm-hmm.
so those were some loose cards. He picked up RBI Baseball. Now, there is a licensed and an unlicensed version, so he got the unlicensed Tengen cart.
Yep. It sounds weird, but that's literally one of my top 5 NES games.
That does sound weird. You're right.
I love RBI Baseball. It's just one of those things. I know if someone said to me, what are the best NES games, I wouldn't say RBI Baseball. But if someone said, what are your favorite games, it's definitely in there.
How about Skull and Crossbones?
Haven't played it yet.
No?
No.
All right, don't be a snob. Those Tengen carts.
I own it, and I also own Rolling Thunder, the next one he picked up, but those are both kind of on the to-play list.
Oh, yeah. Rolling Thunder is really good. I used to play the arcade game all the time as a kid, and Rolling Thunder is really good. So, Krabby, come on, spend the $3 or whatever and pick it up, because it is a really good game. It's a lot of fun.
What would you value the arcade machine at, Duke?
I would value the arcade machine at least $300.
Really?
Yes.
My local store just got one in. I think they're selling it for $400.
So you could spend $400, or you could get the Tengen cart for like $3-4.
Yeah, Krabby, you're talking about $400 for this machine, then probably like $1,000 to freight it up to you. Wouldn't you rather save like $1,700?
No, I'll go for the machine.
That's like a 4,000% savings or something, right? How can you say no to that?
So this next
You
game...
say no to dropping quarters into something, man.
Oh, man.
It just feels great.
And then you get to go get them later on because you own it.
Yeah.
So this next game is kind of
Goblin
the crux of a lot of smack talk on the forums, I think, in the last couple of weeks. What? Is that wrong?
No, you're right.
Okay. So, Metal Storm.
For
Great
the
game.
NES. Yes.
Yeah.
Really
and
cool.
I can't read this next thing that it says right here.
The unfortunate part was when he found this cart, someone had written on the back. You know, it happens, right, guys? We run across this. People put things on the back. Of carts,
Absolutely,
like
it's like a kid's name. I love it when I find passwords for a game written on the game.
Sure. But somehow, I mean, where he was at, he found a cart that had Zack Norwich Wears Dresses written on the back. I don't know how he did that.
It might be one of those instances where you don't want to clean it. You want to just keep it.
So I really, I don't know how you'd find that in the wild, but that's a keeper.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There. And Zack Norwich does wear dresses.
So
there you go.
I think that's a variant.
It's common knowledge.
I think they released it.
So yeah, I don't know why they took the time to scrawl that on a card. It's pretty. I thought everybody knew that.
It's like saying, the grass is green.
You got it. Now moving back to some Tengen stuff, we've got Pac-Man, right? And there was 2 versions of Pac-Man for the NES, licensed and unlicensed, but it's really all the same, pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, and then Pac-Mania and some other ones, but yeah, just pretty much same stuff.
And then Alien Storm, which is another Sega port.
I like
over
that
the
game.
NES. Yeah, I don't like the Master System versions. I think it's a little better, but it's not bad. And Air Fortress. Bill, you might be talking more about an Air Fortress a little bit later.
Yep,
right?
picked one of those. It's foreshadowing.
Ah.
This is an educational show. You want to write a script? This is where you come to learn how to do it.
That's right. I'm going to bring it all back together in the end. And then lastly, another great Tengen title is Vindicators, which was an arcade port. So that's a nice little fun tank game that's there. So that kind of wraps up his NES stuff. So good picks. So I would encourage you folks that unlicensed carts still need love, and there's some good fun ones out there. So don't ignore them.
Yeah.
They definitely need love. Yeah, they don't get as much because they're not as deserving.
I will say, as not really an unlicensed guy, if you're going to go after unlicensed, those are some of the good games to go after.
There are more. All right, we can get into that in another show, but go back and listen to our NES Spectacular.
That'll be the shortest show ever. People like it long.
See, this guy never stops. That's all right. We're going to talk all about Super. I'm going to have the Super Metroid special coming up soon. So don't worry. We'll take care of it. So after that, he picked up some N64 stuff, right?
This slot's pretty cool. Lots of good stuff in there.
What did he get, Krabby?
One of my favorite N64 games ever, which is Rogue Squadron.
Absolutely. Agree.
It's awesome, yeah.
Put in that expansion pack.
Oh, yeah.
Just watch it go. Watch the megabytes of RAM at work.
Watch the fog subside slightly.
Yeah. We got Perfect Dark. Most people enjoy that one.
And again, with the memory pack, right? So you need to use the memory pack with that one?
You need it for that one. Yeah, other games like Rogue Squadron, you can play without it.
Right.
You need it for Perfect Dark. It cuts off like 3/4 of the game if you don't have it.
I don't want to go by this too quickly. The title screen of Rogue Squadron is way better with the expansion pack too. I'm not even joking. That's totally the truth.
Man, that's real dollars at work.
I used to turn it off, pull the expansion pack out, put the jumper pack back in, turn it on, turn it off, pull the jumper pack out, put the expansion pack in, turn it on, and just go, wow.
Bill, you had a lot of time on your hands as a kid.
It didn't take that long.
Okay. What else? What else did he grab for N64?
Some Quarterback Club. They always end up in the lots. You can't avoid them.
It's like Silent Service. You can't
Keith Courage.
Yep.
Yeah. Then you grab Mario 64. Everyone needs that.
So yeah, I'm surprised how well Mario 64 and Star Fox have held their value. You
aged pretty well too.
Yeah.
Graphics aside, yeah.
Yeah, you
Tons of
play
fun.
very good.
You would think games that are super common, or at least everybody seemed to have when the system was out, might not be command the dollars, but it still does.
Yep. Yeah, so Mario and Star Fox. You got the WWF Warzone.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Miss Pac-Man.
Ms. Pac-Man. I didn't even know they made Ms. Pac-Man for N64.
I haven't seen that one either, honestly.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of a pretty simple game for a pretty advanced system, but I'm going to imagine it's probably something more than just Ms. Pac-Man.
Yeah, probably. And then an interesting one, Body Harvest. You guys played that one?
Never played it. No,
I
never
haven't.
played it.
I haven't. I've seen it, and
Do you harvest bodies?
All day long.
is it like just some
You're just like a
gruesome
factory
task?
worker, conveyor belt. It's really...
So is it like the Soylent Green simulator?
Exactly. You got some Powerpuff Girls. I haven't played the game, but I actually used to love that show, so I would definitely try it out.
You're not the first person I've heard that from.
It's awesome.
Yeah, I've heard that people really enjoy that show.
Well, after that, he did something to reestablish his man cred, right? So he got Turok Rage Wars.
Does that one have the cerebral bore?
I don't think that one's the cerebral bore one.
I don't know if it's in there either. And then you got some Blast Core.
Yeah.
Blast Core's great.
Yeah, you guys play that?
Yeah, well, please play that to death.
That's a rare game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And not as in rare as in the company.
Right, correct. Like as in rare, the people who make games that are called rare.
Yeah, usually when we're talking N64, there's really not many games you'd actually call rare.
Yeah. You have that one that Krabby complains that he doesn't have the box for.
Yeah. And then his last one he picked up is actually a really cool one, Pokemon Stadium. I like it. Put a lot of time into that when I was younger.
Yeah.
I'm not a pokey dude, so that's had the transfer pack, right?
I am a pokey dude. Oh yeah, you need the transfer pack to get the full experience.
So you can move your Pokemans over to it?
Yeah, man. Then you can battle with your other friend who's also got the expansion pack. So cost a lot of money to get the setup going, but it was fun.
Yeah,
Nintendo knows how to make the bucks.
I don't judge people who enjoy their Pokemon. I've tried it. It's just not for me. But I'm glad that you like it.
I am an old gen Poke dude. I can't keep up with all the new ones in the new series, but I like the old ones.
Okay, I have a legitimate Pokemon question.
Let's hear
Can
it.
you bring your Pokemon from one game into the next game?
No, not that I
No,
know of.
it's in a dude. Equate it to this: if you get your dude to level 99 in Final Fantasy VII, and then you start Final Fantasy VIII, is Squall going to be level 99?
No, but I mean, every one of those games has Pikachu in it, right? So you have to start Pikachu over again every single time.
Correct.
They expand the cast in each game. So you've got some old guys and a bunch of new guys.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, that wraps up. Well, he did get an N64 console also.
Yes,
Yeah, a couple controllers in
yeah.
there too.
So that's good. There's some
Now,
good stuff.
is that just the black one, or was it one of the odd colors?
It was the black one, just the regular old N64.
I like that one. It looks sleek. I like it.
Do you guys have a favorite color?
Black.
Really?
The original black.
I don't want to see the guts of the thing. I like the hard case.
You know what always stood out to me was I might have mentioned this earlier, but the jungle green. I always thought the
We
jungle
talked
green
about the really
Donkey...
weird green controller, right?
No, the Donkey Kong pack. It was the jungle.
Yeah, it's bright green. Yeah, see through.
Green system, and then the yellow Donkey Kong 64 controller. It just had I don't know. I like that theme.
I don't like the Pikachu one.
Oh, I love that one. Okay, I changed my answer. That's my favorite one.
I passed one of those up a little while ago.
I really want one.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where his foot is the power button. It's awesome.
Has his cheeks light up or whatever, right?
How can you not like that thing?
Yeah, it's ugly. And then he picked up a couple Sega games.
Couple strikes.
Yeah,
Yep, several strikes. If you're not safe in the city, and you're not safe in the desert.
If you're Saddam Hussein,
right?
Basically, at the time.
Well, he should have grabbed the third strike on the N64 there. He didn't get the nuclear strike.
What about Street Fighter 3 Third Strike?
Ooh, yeah.
Ooh, there's a mystery one in there.
There's got to be some bowling game with strike in the name. We could keep going.
It's okay. I think we can let that one die.
This is one of these weird. This how when you find a system a lot on Craigslist or whatever, there's always one game in there. I feel like the Desert Strike and Urban Strike are always in a lot of Genesis games.
Those games were so popular back in the day because the war with Iraq had just happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, you joked about it before, but you're right. It was that time frame.
Yeah. So I mean, it was huge at the time. And then he went on to the what a lot of people like to write, the Xbox, right? The
we
original.
don't write it like that.
The original. I don't like that either. When people put Xbox.
Oh, I haven't.
We do good podcast writing like BOCKS.
I thought that was a typo. That's what people mean by that.
Yeah, they mean original Xbox.
No, end it. End it now.
Yes. Xbox. Yeah, that's.
I'll make everyone a deal. I'll stop saying SNES if we stop typing Xbox.
Oh, that's a deal. I'll take that deal.
So we got for the Xbox. First, he got Halo and Halo 2. Right, so those are mainstays of the system, right? Pretty much most people have that.
Yep, Halo's still solid. Halo 2, didn't like the campaign. Multiplayer is still pretty fun.
Dead or Alive Ultimate. Now, I didn't play this one.
Never get into the Dead or Alives.
Noise Redux has been plugging that one for me. I'm supposed to pick it up if I find it, so I've been keeping my eyes open for a cheap copy.
Okay.
Really? I could
find
one.
He says that's a good portal into the series. That's where to start, is the Xbox One.
See, I played the original Saturn Dead or Alive.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that game was great, because if you crank the physics up sky high, it looked like she was getting punched in the face by herself.
I want that game.
Because you could jack up the physics, and the bouncing would get to this point where it was just completely ridiculous.
But is there any collision detection, or will it just not?
No, it just looks. I mean, it's the most ridiculous. I mean, it's hilarious. It's just so bad it's good.
All right, to the YouTubes.
There you go. So look up, the original Dead or Alive on Saturn. And also Avatar, and that's not Blue Avatar. That's the other Avatar.
The airbending one.
Yes.
Cool.
I don't know anything about either.
Is
Oh,
that
the
was he the
show
second? Was he
is
the second
awesome.
to last Airbender?
Yes.
Okay. Who was
The
that
show,
guy? He didn't
show
get
is
his own
really
game.
good, but the all the games and like the movie are pretty bad.
Except
I've never
if you,
watched any
except
Avatar
if you love
anything.
achievements.
It's like what, like the 5-minute 1,000
Yeah.
points or something?
Probably.
I read some article that said like the time it takes to get to 1,000 gamer score in Avatar is about 5 minutes, and that includes the time it takes to unwrap the game and put the disc into your Xbox. So apparently, like the game starts up and you walk into a corner, and you keep pressing like one of the A or B button or whatever button is punched on your game, and the only achievements in the game are like get a 10-hit combo or get a 20-hit combo, get a 30-hit combo, and then like once you get to like a 50-hit combo, that's like the last achievement. And combos will count if you hit like a wall or a tree or something. So you just walk up to something and press B for 20 or 30 seconds, and you've got 1,000 gamer score. So back when I used to care about like achievements and gamer score, and I would like compare with my friends, I refused to play that game because
Cheating, right?
I said I'm not. I said I will only do this with games that I enjoy playing. I'm never going to go out and play a game that I do not care about just for the achievements. There's way too many good games out there to waste my time on that.
All right, now
But-
you just broke the hearts of a few people that are on the site. So it is,
Hey,
he doesn't mean it. He doesn't mean it.
Everybody is happy. Then I'm happy. Like it's
Okay.
Hey,
personally.
we've got
wasn't
one
my deal.
reformed achievement horror.
Well, was-
Yeah.
Isrit's weaning himself off.
Well, Israel was in a competition, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did like a year-long thing, and then I think Tinstar was also into it, and I
Oh,
want
yeah.
to say Shadow.
I don't
Is-
think he was competing, but I think he was still really involved in the
Right.
whole scene.
All right, let's be honest. In those competitions, nobody wins, right?
Yeah, I get a little jealous of my little like 10,000 gamer score.
Yeah, I don't
Whatever,
win
Kramer,
at
get
all
outta
because
here.
I don't get to see those guys posts because they're all trying to get achievements. So I lose.
Well, Bill, I'm going to let you have this one, this next one.
Go
It's all
at
you. It's all you.
All
I'll
right,
take the one after that.
you guys ready?
I'm ready.
You guys
Bring
ready
it.
for the RISC processors?
What bit is these RISC processors? you speak of?
32-bit RISC processors to bring you all of the primal rage you could ever want. That's right, it's primal rage for the 32X.
What if no primal rage is the amount that I want?
If you want 0 primal rage, then I guess you can just keep playing Vindicators.
Okay.
But yeah, so my boy Retro sticking with 32X picked himself up a primal rage cart, which is, as all collectors will tell you, the definitive version of primal rage.
I was just going to say, if I ever do get a 32X, that's one of the first games I'll be picking up. I love Primal Rage.
Yeah, it's
I
great.
think I actually do have that.
You guys play it in the arcade?
No.
It was a fun game in the arcade. I remember like having
I
like
just remember
Mortal
the monkey that flips upside down and farts
Yes.
for an attack. Yes.
I remember playing like being in the arcade and like Mortal Kombat was like still a big thing. And even though like this Mortal Kombat clone or copy or whatever was in the arcade, there was a crowd of people around Primal Rage. Like very briefly, like everyone knew like all the moves and everything. Now I can't find anyone who even remembers this game in the arcade.
I just remember the farting monkey. That's all.
I think my wife said that about Yoshi in Smash Brothers. So he like grabs you and like craps the egg out.
Yeah.
I want to buy the egg crapper guy. You mean Yoshi? Is that the egg crapper?
I like that. I'm gonna
And then
use
of course
that.
that's the only move that she uses.
Just-
and then you're like, oh, no big deal. I can beat this button masher. Why am I an egg again?
That's the high quality of Smash Brothers combat right there.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
All right, so what's up next, Krabby?
The nice, sleek, and beautiful GBA SP Pikachu edition.
I didn't even know they made this.
I didn't either. That's pretty stylish looking. You know, the one you got's a little faded there, but I could see the potential. That'd
So what
probably
would
be my GBA of choice.
Would you play all of the Pokemans in that particular GBA?
No, I'd just play the old ones and then everything else that I had on GBA, which is really nothing at this moment.
Oh, shame on you.
Yeah, no, not a big handheld guy anymore.
And then next up, he got a Wii game, right?
The hottest dance party.
Hottest party, not like mediocre or semi-decent.
I feel
The
like
hottest
I feel
DDR.
like this is the game you guys should have been giving crap to instead of Primal Rage, because Primal Rage destroys DDR hottest party.
I don't know.
Have you ever done?
How about DDR,
the DDR
Hottest Party? Have you guys played DDR Hottest Party Cross Primal Rage?
If Capcom published those games, that you would actually see that.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, I don't really know what to say about that. It's probably DDR.
Yeah, they're all the same.
Most
Yeah,
likely.
pretty much.
I got nothing against it.
And then he picked up I think it was sealed GBA game, right?
Right, that Spider-Man one?
Yeah. So too bad Spider-Man's dead now.
Too bad.
I guess he can't play that game anymore.
Well,
And then-
the Ultimate Universe is like parallel to the regular Spider-Man universe, isn't it? So he's still alive there, isn't he?
I seriously don't know crap about Spider-Man, sorry.
Yeah, I
I
don't
think
read
that's how it works. I'm not too sure, though.
Yeah, I
could
know.
be
Yeah, I know. Like that Shattered Dimension, like tried to explain it to people, but yeah, I don't read the comics, so I'm not as in tune with that story.
There's only one superhero that matters to me, and that's the best one. So we'll move
Batman.
on.
The one,
No.
the one who lost to Batman.
No.
Yeah, he's pretty cool.
No.
He's probably the second or third best.
No. And finally, to wrap up Retro Rage, for the Game Boy, he got, again, back to Pokemon, right? He got Pokemon Blue.
Pokemon
The best Pokemon, in my opinion.
Now, what's the difference between red and blue? What's the difference?
Well,
There's a few
dude,
different
one of them
ones
is
you can
red
catch.
and one of them is
Oh,
blue.
come on, Bill. The
Both
plastic, yes, okay.
Both of them have about 15 to 20 different Pokemon you can catch in them. So you can only catch like 135 in the one game out of the 150. So you need to trade those other 15 from the other game to actually get the whole 150.
Oh, so was it like to use like a link cable or something?
Yeah, it was like a marketing thing back in the day to get your friend to buy a copy, the other copy, so then you could trade back and forth and both complete your Pokedex by sharing.
So is that why there's
wait, Krabby. I want to clarify here. So in order for you to get a complete like collection of Pokemon in Pokemon Blue, you needed the DLC from Pokemon Red?
Basically.
All right.
So I guess, is that why they still do that now? That's like Pokemon White, Pokemon Black.
Yeah.
Do they still do
the same
that?
thing. Yeah, they like you're not missing out on anything. Like if you like, you'll have a fire guy in one game, it'll be just a different fire guy in the other game. So you still have the same kind of characters to collect, but if you're just one of those guys, like a completionist who wants them all, yeah, you need access to both.
And Pokemon is basically Skylanders Jr. Is that the deal?
I can't answer that because
I would
haven't
flip
played
that
them.
around. I'd say that Skylanders is the junior version. It's got a lot less depth to it than Pokemon.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
But that's similar kind of stuff, though? Collect a bunch
No.
of stuff?
You actually got to go find them and weaken them and then capture them in Pokemon. Or Skylanders, you just buy it and you got it.
That's the modern society we live in. Just go buy it. Like,
Oh.
no,
So-
don't waste
yeah.
your time.
So Skylanders is the microtransaction version of Pokemon.
Oh, I wouldn't even call it micro. It's like a macro transaction. You pay $10 a pop for some of those things.
Oh, so you're talking about each... So there's literally zero way to get a Skylander without having the thing.
Oh yeah, you need him on the portal at your house.
Gotcha.
Interesting.
Has anyone figured out what the frequencies are and tried to counterfeit? Like you put it on like an SD card, put that on the portal, and then like your dude comes up?
Oh, we're gonna have to ask Zagnorch about that.
I bet
There's
he
probably
knows.
like some kid that's like dad works at NASA that's doing that. So he's probably like,
Created him new awesome Skylanders.
I don't need to buy you all those figures here. Let me just reprogram this quick for you.
Dad, this is
Dad!
yeah, this is a nickel. No.
Sucks.
That's Rogazor. Is that's the name of the guy, right? Rogazor? Okay, let's keep going.
All right, let's keep going.
So up next, we have Webster. Now, I don't know where Webster comes from, but I always think Webster, like the old TV show. Am I the only one?
Yes,
You're the only one, yes. I think that was a little before Bill and Mai's time.
you should be
Oh.
singing that Melissa Etheridge song, Am I the Only One? And then you would know that yes, you are.
Okay. No, I won't. But let's move on. So he got back to the N64 again. Some N64 carts.
A lot of carts that are kind of mainstays of the system. Pretty decent games. You got Ready to Rumble, Cruisin'. Do you remember if it was USA or World? I don't remember. I looked at the picture. I can't remember. NFL Blitz, which of all the systems I played Blitz on, I think I played it the most on N64. And I don't know if it's just because that's what we had, but I like Blitz. And I'm not even a football guy. You guys play Blitz?
I've actually heard that from other people too. That's the way to go if you want to play some football in your N64.
I think I played it in the arcade a few times, but
That's right, it was in the arcade.
so NFL Blitz, and then I never Twisted Edge. What's that?
Snowboarding, isn't it? I think it's
Skydiving?
Snowboarding.
I never played it.
Snowboarding.
Are you skydiving
clue.
out of a helicopter and then snowboarding like in 1080 or like in SSX 3?
I played it once, but it's been so long that I cannot remember.
Does it bother anybody else that we have a whole genre dedicated to snowboarding?
It doesn't
No,
bother. It doesn't
'cause-
bother me. I'm very able to ignore a large group of games that I don't care to. I'm very much like, if you love it, great. I'm glad that there are snowboarding games out there for you. But every time I try to get into one of them, I can't do it.
I blame it all on Ski or Die.
It's like any other genre, you know. There's a couple gems that do it right, and then there's just a buttload of crap.
Yeah,
Buttload of crap.
Speaking of genres that I love ignoring, these next two games fall squarely into that category.
Well, what do you like to ignore?
And again, I know I hate sounding like a hater and a whiner, and then when I listen to these episodes, I'm like, wow, I hate everything. But
I feel like
no,
too.
Krabby hates everything.
I like so much, but on these podcasts, I feel like it's such a
I know.
stingy old man.
I have a friend who I met just a couple of years ago, and like when I first met him, I was like, yeah, I think there's way too much negativity out there. And I really try to be positive and like really like try to give everything the benefit of the doubt and stuff. After hanging out with me for like 2 weeks, he's like, you're full of crap. You hate everything.
Sunshine and rainbows, man.
Yeah. So NASCAR Rally Challenge 2000. If you are a NASCAR fan, that is awesome. I'm glad that you're into NASCAR. I don't get it. I've tried. I love Days of Thunder. Thank you for that. The movie, the
I
film.
was gonna say the great NES game.
No, I love the film. I can't get into it. And then the next one I was referring to is Supercross 2000,
Supercross.
a game that was so good
It was better than regular Cross 2000.
that no more Supercross games were ever produced.
It's that's it. We'll sell you the whole seat, but you'll only need the edge.
The edge.
Sunday.
How come there's no, like, I know there's like a handful of monster truck games, but how come like they never catch on, and then like 7 years go by and someone's like, we should try that again. Let's make another monster truck game.
I seriously don't know if it's like the same guy in your area that does these voices, but like for these motocross, supercross things, like the announcer that does it around me is like the most deep gravelly voice in the world. He's like, Supercross.
You mean like on the radio?
Indianapolis.
You mean like radio ads?
No, I mean like this dude sounds like, like literally like his voice sounds like rocks. I don't know how you could get any lower. And then you got one last one. Which I think we talked about a minute ago, which is Army Men Sarge as Heroes.
I mentioned, I think off air, that when I was like working at Babbage's around the time that this game was out, like I remember this game always being around. Whether it was like, we had new copies, we had used copies, people trading it in. I just remember seeing this game everywhere, and I didn't know Army Men were that popular.
Army Men was like a thing for a little while, and then really got oversaturated.
Right after Toy Story came out, there was like 2 or 3 years where you saw Army Men things all over the place.
Yep. That's what I was going to say, is I think Toy Story kind of brought them back. It's like, oh, the little green guys, let's do that again.
Yeah.
Am I wrong? Wasn't it like the 3DO company or something
that
did all those
games?
You're
absolutely right. It was a 3DO software company.
Yeah, it's like the leftovers of the totally botched 3DO system. Okay, now we're going to do some totally botched games on top of it. Great, thanks, world.
So speaking of Duke is not thrilled with the snowboarding genre, Webster went ahead and picked up on that subliminally and picked up 1080 for the N64.
The N66, you mean, right?
It's two better.
You know what? That joke doesn't work on radio when no one else can see that someone misspelled N64 in the list that we have written here.
I think if they listen to the last episode with Mislead Command and trick shotting, I think they can pick up on that one.
Okay, but 1080 is awesome. 1080 is a lot of fun. No? Am I the only one?
I never played it.
I know, like, I remember when it came out, and like I had friends who had it, were like, oh, you gotta try this, it's great. And I remember not being very good at it, and like going up in the air and then like moving and then falling when I went down. They're like, no, you have to like make a conscious effort to make sure that you're going to be in a good position to land when you land. Okay, let me try this again. And I would build it some momentum and then fall. And I just felt like I just want to play a game where I don't have to worry about that. So I'm sure it's great if you like that kind of stuff, but I just never got into it.
Does it have the Skate or Die song at the front? I would play that.
That's a decent
10,
soundtrack.
80.
No, we played a lot of that when I was a kid, and it was so fun because you could just jump like off the ground. You wouldn't need to be moving or hitting a jump or anything. And as long as you hit the button inputs to do the whatever move you're trying to do before you landed, you'd keep doing it. So I figured out you could do 1080s, which is the highest scoring move in the game, just off a regular jump. And so my friends would be skiing down, hitting the half pipes as high as I could, and I'd just be jumping and doing 1080s the whole way down, and I have like 10 times their score at the bottom. It's awesome.
I remember, like, similar thing in Tony Hawk when I figured the manual out and how I could do one trick from the beginning of the 2-minute run until the end. And they're like, 44 million? What the hell is your problem?
Yeah, it was just like that.
All right, and then he picked up, no offense, but the wrong version of Street Fighter Alpha 2. He picked up the PlayStation version.
He did get the PlayStation
The real version's the Saturn version. Yeah, definitely.
I've got
that one's
one.
okay. If you like not as good versions.
Well, it's kind of like, remember when Mortal Kombat? Remember when Marvel vs. Capcom, it was 1 or 2. It was 1 came out on the PlayStation and the Dreamcast, and the PlayStation couldn't handle like switching characters, so like all it would do was like he would come in for like his quick little attack and then jump out, and it's like, no wait, I wanted to actually switch to him. No, sorry, the system can't do that. So
RAM, man.
Exactly, yeah. So I mean, at least the Street Fighter Alpha 2 for PlayStation isn't like not the right game. It's just not the better performing game.
It is not, but it's okay. I'm not trying to beat it up too bad. But if you're going to go out and buy it, find the Saturn version.
Right.
And boy, he got some stuff from Goodwill, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
when
I don't
he
ever find anything there.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, it was just while he was on break from work, he popped over and grabbed the Tekken 2 Greatest Hits, and then I think on the same trip he went to I forget the name of the store, like A Million Books or Buy a Million Books or something like that. But he got a hardcover Twilight Princess Collector's Edition guide.
Very nice.
Yeah, it is very cool. I remember, there's some guides or like most everything out there that says collector's edition, but then there's like 40,000 of them. Like when you go out, this is one of those things that I really only saw 1 or 2 of when it hit the stores.
Very nice, very nice. And coming up, he picked up one for the. How would you say that, Bill? The what system is that for?
You mean the Super Nintendo or the SNES?
Yes, that's the system I'm referring to.
Super Nintendo system, F-Zero, which I know there's a lot of games that people say you have to have, but if you're going to get a Super Nintendo, you really should have a copy of F-Zero.
That's another one I never thought of as a staple of the system.
I'm not very good at it.
Well, remember when I mentioned Extreme G and you didn't like that either? Is it just the fact
I like
that
Extreme G? I just don't think it's a staple of the system it's on either.
No, I didn't say Extreme G's a staple, but I'm just trying to figure out, do you not like fast-paced racing, like Wipeout-style games?
Oh, no. I like F-Zero. I like Extreme G. They're not things I recommend to most people, and they're not things I consider you need to have on those systems.
Gotcha.
Now,
but even though it has the Super FX chip?
Especially because it has the Super FX chip.
Now, F-Zero is... It's so cheap. Why would you not have it? I mean, it's a good game. It's like a $5 game.
And you know what I really liked about it growing up is that it was difficult.
Yeah, it is tough.
I liked that it wasn't like hold the gas, keep going forward, and you're gonna win. It was you're
learn
probably
the track.
Exactly.
Where's those healing pads? Where's those boosters? Where's the jumps? Yeah.
And that's why I thought that you'd like it, Crab, because you love pattern recognition.
Well, I do love it. I spent so much time on the GameCube one too.
Mm-hmm.
It's just I love the series. It's just not something I consider a staple of the consoles they're on.
Yeah, interesting.
And think about this: if we didn't have this, we would never have all the Captain Falcon memes that are out there. So that would be a real blight on society.
It would be.
And then back to Perfect Dark again. Right?
Yep,
Complete Perfect Dark.
Yep. And Perfect Dark is one of those weird ones that, like, I know, like, GoldenEye was huge and everyone was looking forward to Perfect Dark. I didn't really spend a whole lot of time on Perfect Dark when it was out originally.
We're the same way. We played it for like a couple weeks, and then we went right back to GoldenEye.
Yep.
Really? Now, I played the crap out of Perfect Dark.
Now, that one required the expansion pack too, right?
Yes, you had to have the expansion pack for that.
Did it come with it?
I don't think you had to have, but to play most of the game, you had to have it.
Yeah, you could only play like single player, like 2-point without the pack. Like it was really, really botched without it.
Yeah.
But you had a laptop gun, man. Come on.
That
gun.
was too cheap. It made multiplayer annoying. Like it was fun in single player, but in multiplayer, you just had these turrets running all over the place. It was annoying.
So, and then I gotta say, this is one of my favorite pickups. Actually, these next two things that he got are some of my favorite pickups this month. Just for my own personal, tendencies and everything. But
now wait, Bill. Now you're really that excited that he got some DDR mats?
No. No, in fact, that's the last we can mention them for the rest of the show. No one else is going to say the words again. So this is actually something that I've asked my wife for. You know when you hint at your husband or wife, well, I assume women do it with their husbands.
No, they just come straight out and tell you.
Oh, like, wouldn't this be a great thing? Like, this would be such a great gift, wouldn't it? The Zelda Historia that has just recently been released. I think Amazon has it for around $20. It's really not bad. It's this, everyone probably already knows, but it's this hardcover, really, really handsome edition. It's pretty much like the Zelda encyclopedia. It's got the full history of Hyrule, the timeline of all the different Zeldas and Links through the ages, whether or not Ganon and Ganondorf are the same people or uncles, all that stuff. I can't wait to get my hands on one. If my wife can hear me for Valentine's Day, that'd be great. She doesn't listen to the show, so I have to say it really loud while I'm recording.
So I'll just wait until it's all updated on the Zelda wiki, and then I can read it for free.
Yep. And then you can just download the ROMs for the rest of the games you're looking for.
Yeah.
So apart from the Zelda Historia, which very nice job there, picked up a very nice looking Sega Nomad box. He did mention that there's not a system in there, but the guy he bought it from, he said he's hoping that guy will come across that box. But it did actually have the rechargeable battery pack, which is kind of a very nice thing to have, since the system, I want to say, takes 6 AA batteries at a time. Or is it more?
Ouch. I don't know.
It's either 6 or 8.
I hope not.
I'll be honest, I don't ever use mine without AC power. So, I don't remember. I think it's 6.
Yeah. So, I mean, of course, if you want to be awesome and like take it away from your house and go on a plane or a bus and play Shinobi 3 on battery power, then yeah, it's a good thing to have. So yeah, Nomad box, very cool.
There's actually a guy I saw online that he does the screen mods for Nomads, but he also does a battery pack mod. So he takes those original, like either the one with the batteries or the rechargeable one, and he puts new lithium-ion batteries into a better life.
That's pretty cool.
And if he does both those mods, because the screen pulls less power, and he said you can get some really good life out of it if you do the full mod. So it's kind of
I would love that guy's info to be in the show thread.
If I can track it back down, I will do so.
So on top of the Nomad box, I figured he'd pick up some Genesis games while it was over in Nomadland. Was it NFL Primetime? Pitfall, Gauntlet 4, Fatal Fury, which is a good one. The Sega 6-pack, Sonic 1, Sonic 2, which you're going to find with every Genesis, Risk, Shadowrun. Now, this Shadowrun is different than the Super Nintendo Shadowrun, right?
I
do believe they are different games.
Yeah, have you guys played either one?
I played the Super Nintendo one years and years ago.
Same thing. I played the Super. I don't think I've ever played the Genesis one.
The real sharp one is the next one.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Do you want to go ahead and take this one? Oh, we're out of time.
Oh. And the next one I got was the very excellent Shining Force. Looks like you get a very nice boxed copy of that. I can never praise Shining Force. At least the original Shining Force is enough. So Shining Force 1, 2, and Shining Force CD, and then the Game Gear games, really fantastic. So I would ridiculously encourage people to play those.
Now, I know you're big on the Shining Forces and the Phantasy Stars. If you had to choose, which one you going after?
Phantasy Star, I'd have to.
Really?
I'd have to. Which is a shame, but yeah, Phantasy Star.
And you know what else? You know what else is a shame is picking up a loose Genesis cart.
That is a shame. I don't like to do that at all. Do you?
Actually, you know what? I feel really bad about this. I had a trade with Techie who I'll talk about later in this episode because he sent me some stuff. But I sent him a complete game that's on the semi-rare side, not like super rare, but I get a message from him that says, "Hey, dude, the cart doesn't work. I cleaned the hell out of it. It's not working." I was like, "Oh crap!" So I'm doing it's Ghostbusters.
Oh no!
Yeah, so I'm doing my best to find him a replacement Ghostbusters cart or give him something of equal or greater value. But I mean, he's a cool guy, so it's not like he's like coming after me at night to hunt me down or anything. Exactly, he does. but yeah,
you should see the PMs he's sending everyone.
Where can I find this chump?
Yeah,
that's a shame because
this guy sent me rotten cheese in a box, and he thinks it's funny. But yeah, it is. It's and I felt bad about it, and so I'm that's shouldn't make fun of people for buying loose carts because that's why I need to buy that loose cart.
There you go. So somebody talk to Bill, help him out, help Techie out, right?
Help me help Tech.
There you go.
and then Webster, he makes it up with now. Are you guys? I know you guys really aren't PC people.
What's a PC?
So have you heard of this StarCraft joint?
Politically correct.
Oh, I know how to make things
wait a minute,
PC.
wait a minute. Are you guys familiar with StarCraft 64?
Yeah,
I know that game.
This is the shirt from StarCraft 64.
Oh, okay.
Good shirt, right?
Good shirt.
Yep.
The alien face, right? The alien face?
Yes.
All right.
So yeah,
moving on.
So yeah, Webster, appreciate the donation. Thank you.
So we're on our third donor now?
Yeah.
Mr. Bumman, yeah. And I actually had to ask Duke what the heck this lot was. It's not something I'm familiar with. So what the heck is a Coco lot, Duke?
Oh, the Coco. So the Coco is the happy moniker that people would rest for the Tandy color computer. So Coco for color computer.
Okay.
So it was one of those earlier computers, before the PC
I get
standard
it.
took over.
Coco.
Get it? Because
now
color
I understand.
computer.
Color computer.
You're a swift one, Bill. Fast on the uptake. And but it was one of these old, took carts and took everything else. So he got a bunch of Coco games, right?
Yeah,
yep. He started off with CoQ.
CoQ.
And then he got Mabi. And then he got Pabu.
I get what you're trying to do with the shortening of the words, but
what are you talking about?
I get you.
Then he got Doodah. Kobo.
Do of da, come on.
Let me help you guys out. Color cubes, math, bingo, panic button, which sounds much more interesting than it probably really is. Lifeline, Dungeons of Daggerath. Boy, that sounds pretty cool.
That does sound awesome, actually.
Color baseball, which does not sound cool at all.
Whoa. You have to slow down when you say that.
Wait a minute. Would anybody buy black and white baseball? It's the color computer.
But okay, just be really careful. Color baseball.
Yes.
Not colored baseball.
I wouldn't say that.
Well, I'm just saying, because we got Jackie Robinson coming up. The anniversary was like the other day, right?
I really know what the heck you're talking about, Bill. Sports references.
Is this the ball game where the color barrier is broken?
I think I understand.
Tutor. Let's forget about him here.
Roughly, Bill, you're making some sort of sports analogy, which I understand, but let's move on. Yeah. Typing tutor, which it sounds horrible. Polaris, which that sounds kind of cool.
I actually liked some typing tutor games.
Okay, probably not that one. Though,
I don't know. We had an old one on a computer, I don't even remember what kind of computer it was. It was older than a 286 because we upgraded to 286 after. And we had a typing tutor game. Played the heck out of that thing.
8088.
Yeah,
is that what you
typing
had?
tutor is awesome.
I don't know.
Do you play the typing tutor game where there's letters falling, attacking the city, and you have to
it's shooting missiles up at the letter words when you complete them?
I love typing tutor.
And then the one where it runs across the screen horizontally and plays like the horse race song.
Hey,
awesome.
You know what, guys? I picked up a typing game, and so we're gonna wrap back around to that towards the end. So
okay,
more
what do we call it? What do we call that device, Bill?
A Polaris.
The Polaris, yes. And then, it's checkers and crosswords. All right, what are you going to say? It's checkers and crosswords.
It's no Othello. That's what you say.
There you go.
It's no video checkers for the 2600.
It's no Papa Crab's sleepy tonic or whatever, right?
Yeah. Now with more Othello.
So let me take this next one because you guys have no idea what it. Actually, no, sorry, Duke knows what it is.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I know what Mac OS is.
There you go. But even though it's a computer,
I use Macs all the time. I'm on a Mac right now.
huh.
It's a good thing.
The stomach grumble model.
There you go. Picks up everything. And then, boy, you got kind of just some assorted stuff, right? So
yeah, all over the place there.
There's another sports reference, Bill. You're probably about as close to a sports person as we got on the show. So what is that?
I don't know if it's a sports. It's a sports game. It's NBA 2K12.
So what,
the game.
What's
it's the game that
about?
told. It's the game that told EA to stop trying to make games because we're the only ones doing it.
Ah, okay, all right. So it's the popular one. Is that it?
Yeah, I guess the story. I don't know if you guys know this as non-sports game fans, especially, but a couple of years ago,
I've actually heard a little bit about this. I think.
Yeah, a couple of years ago, NBA, like the NBA Live series, went through like a reboot, and I think EA was going to call it like NBA Elite or something like that. And it was like, I think they were actually pressed and like, actually physically available. And then like EA decided this game is really freaking bad. We have to pull the plug. So they canceled it. And then I think like they said there's not going to be released this year. And then the next year, same thing happened. Like it kind of got close to release, and they were like, "We're not even going to do it. Like we're telling you, it's no good." Yeah. And it's been like 2 or 3 years since EA even bothered to release a game because 2K is so bananas good.
Yeah, NBA Elite 11 on the PS3 is like hundreds of dollars if you can find a copy. Like it's so obscure.
Right. That's the one that was pressed, but it's kind of like the stadium events of the PS3.
Yeah.
Like
So
it was pressed. It was. Yeah, go ahead.
My question is, why wouldn't EA just do what EA always does? Why wouldn't it just totally buy the NBA license and put it whatever crap it wanted and make people like it?
Yeah, that's something people have brought up because, like, in the NFL's case, how EA has like the exclusive rights to the NFL, and all the other games are like all-star team play football type stuff.
Horrible, right?
But yeah, it's weird, but like I guess 2K has done a really good job at I guess proving their product to the NBA and saying, listen, you want your name associated with this product. And that's why the NBA probably hasn't given the sole license to EA.
There we go. Now, something that sometimes goes along with basketball is the next one, which is...
Oh, you're gonna have to edit that out. I probably just broke your
there's my segue. True crime for the Xbox.
Oh, it was good, but
yeah, and
then
maybe something else that could also sometimes go along with the NBA.
And then the next one is nightclubs when NFL players get out. We got Big Game Hunter.
Big Game Hunter.
They got their guns in the clubs. They don't even know they got them in the club.
There you go. And I
said we weren't talking about this anymore.
They paid money, Bill. They paid money.
Good money.
So
Fine.
DDR Max 2. How is that better? Is that different? Just different songs, right? Is that the deal between all the different games? Different songs?
Maybe it's slightly more maximum than the first one.
the only redeeming feature about all the DDR games is the ridiculous,
Japanese
names.
pop.
Well, just like DDR Max, DDR Universe, DDR Ultra Mix, DDR Mega Supersonic Ultra Max Mix. Like just the people naming. Like I know every game has weird names for sequels, but the DDR games are special.
Oh yeah,
very good. So when are we going to see like DDR Ultra Max 64?
That came out on 32X.
And then coming up, Crash Nitro was that was the Crash Bandicoot racing game?
Right? Yep, that was the Crash Kart racing copy.
Yeah, because like at that point in time, everybody had to have a kart game, right?
Yep. Did anyone play any of those kart copies?
No.
I didn't play a single one.
That's it.
I've never played a Crash game, honestly.
You're not missing much.
Yeah, I can't imagine you would like that. They're not bad, but I can't imagine you would find anything special about it.
Yeah.
They're kind of point A to point B platforming, but nothing really super special. I feel like Sly Cooper, if anything, is more worth revisiting from that era of platformers.
Does he have a kart racing game?
You know what? I don't know.
He does have a fighting game now, though, isn't he? In that All-Star battle royale.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that game. It's not my kind of jam, so I haven't paid attention to it, but he's got to be in it.
I think he is.
Yeah.
Now, I have to apologize a bit to Bumman for this next one. He had a picture of a few Game Boy games. So I couldn't quite make out the one in the middle, but he definitely had some Hot Wheels and some Mickey Mouse in there.
And what is your best guess at that other one?
Wrestling.
No My Little Pony?
WWF.
Wrestling brand wrestling.
Oh, well, it'd be pretty sweet if it was My Little Pony. It was like a black cartridge. And
It would be like the Baroni wrestling game.
yeah, there you go. Man,
and is VTech this thing that it's kind of like you like buy it at like Toys R Us, and it's like for like younger kids video games?
Yeah, they're mostly like learning games.
Gotcha. Yeah. Is it kind of is that a different thing than Leapfrog or Leapster or whatever it's called?
Different brand, but same idea. It's like,
okay,
teach kids simple math and reading skills and stuff like that.
Cool. So, Bumman, you should contact Ninetail Demon Fox. He might be interested in your VTech
yeah, I
stuff.
think one of them actually was a Bratz game, so that's like a
Cha-ching.
grail for him, yeah.
Now, these next ones I did think were pretty cool, and he picked up some really nice boxed 5200 games, right?
Yeah, they look great.
Yeah, that's probably because nobody wanted to play them, but... He got Jungle Hunt, he got Star Trek, Choplifter, Super Cobra, and Gyrus, which Gyrus is cool.
Is a cool game, yeah.
That's pretty cool. And the one I am honestly the most jealous of that I would if I found it, you better believe I would pick it up in a heartbeat. He picked up a Bionic Commando lunchbox.
Still in the wrap.
Where did this thing... I've never seen this thing before.
Now, he pointed out, too, this is not like an old 80s lunchbox. This is a 2002 lunchbox.
But if you look at the art is all from the NES.
Yeah, it's classic art.
Yeah,
it's
Bionic
awesome.
Commando.
Yeah. I think there was like a lunchbox like craze or they kind of hit like right around that time period where all of a sudden not only lunchboxes were cool, but like people were kind of like collecting them. So whenever anything becomes collectible or like, the dollars go up, like, I don't think they were made as counterfeit, like trying to fool anybody. They were just, hey, lunchboxes are hot. Let's put some more out. And a lot of lunchboxes came out around that time.
There's an old episode of Family Guy that you make me feel like every once in a while where they're like making fun of like Iran, where they're like, saying how they're cool because they got these awesome 1980s tapes in that day. Yeah. And like the lunchbox craze was quite recently here. It wasn't way back in 2002. It was like 3 or 4 years ago, and I saw them in a whole bunch of stores. I feel like we're really behind up here sometimes.
Oh, I get it. So you're the Iran in this
We're
case.
Iran, yes.
Okay. You make me feel like Iran. Oh, episode title. There we go.
So, no, as soon as you do that, I'm going to think of that song. All I ran so far away. Yep.
We're old.
Are we thinking Flock of Seagulls there, or what?
Yeah, we're thinking Flock of Seagulls.
I do know that one.
So can we do some Men at Work also?
We just alienated like probably half the listenership.
Yeah, because they ran out to get sweet haircuts.
All right, so that wraps Bumman up, right?
Thanks, Bumman.
Wiped and done, hey?
Appreciate it. And next up is a frequent guy over on RF Channel. We talk to him a lot, and that's Single Banana, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
You know what I was kind of a little surprised about, to be honest with you?
No.
I was surprised that we didn't see more bids from Single Banana on the interview auction.
Well, I don't know if people actually know the history of Single Banana with the RF Generation Collectorcast. May I?
You may.
All right, very briefly. As most people who have been listening to the show since day one, and now some of our new donors, day zero, know, it was originally Duke and Krabby decided to get together, ask NES Rules if they could, do this podcast, put it on the site, and several awesome users reached out to Duke and Krabby and let them know, hey, I think the show is terrific. If I can ever be involved in any way, let me know. I'd love to help out. Whatever you need me to do. And two of such users were myself and Single Banana. Mm-hmm. They were Duke and Krabby reached out to them and said, listen, you two have both shown interest in helping out with the show. Would either one of you be interested in, maybe jumping on and, saying a few words with us? And I said, oh, of course I would. That'd be great.
So what we did was we put them in a pit with spears.
and
we reenacted that Star Trek episode.
And then I killed the Rancor, and now I'm here. But no, so I get like whatever it was. Like Rich was busy that day, or he couldn't do that weekend or whatever. So I just ended up, coming on a show to do an interview. And then the next week I just happened to be around, and then it's like that guest who won't go home.
We just couldn't scrape him off our boot heel.
Yeah, they're at your house, and then I'm not getting rid of this guy. So everyone out there, if Single Banana was around that weekend, this could be a totally different show.
This could be the Collectorcast with Banana.
Yep, with extra nanners.
I'm sure maybe at some point in time we'll have him on the show, but I kind of thought he maybe would kick in and try to do it. So.
I hope so. I mean, Rich really is cool.
He's a good guy.
He's been around for a while. He's really big into Nintendo, into Atari, into a lot of the.
I would love to get him on here to talk us up some pinball.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I'm sure at some point in time we will.
I remember I sent him like a Craigslist ad in my area, like in like November, like, hey, are any of these pinball machines any good? And he sent me back 2 pages.
I've done that too. Yeah, he's thorough.
He's very, very good with his pins. And I think, like you said before, he kind of cycles through. He'll like get a machine or two, fix them up, sell them, get a new one. So he knows a lot about a lot of different pinball machines.
Now, I will mention, while we're talking Single Banana, a little later in the show, I'm going to have a plug. He's going to be doing an auction over on Game Gavel with a lot of Atari 2600 cards, some of them which are a little tougher to find. And he's going to donate some of the proceeds of that auction to help fund RF Gen. So we appreciate that. So we'll listen a little bit later in the show, and we'll give a little plug for that coming up. And we'll talk about what he's auctioning off. But he did donate. We really appreciate that. So let's talk about some of the goods. I mean, he got some good stuff. So let's talk about some of the good stuff that he got.
Have you guys played DJ Boy on the Genesis?
Nope. I played DJ Hero.
That was like an early release, right? DJ Boy, was it?
Judging by the case, it looks like it. But I'm not sure. I've never even heard of it, and it looks interesting. I thought it was a Wonder Boy game at first. I had to double read it.
Yeah, not familiar, but I remember seeing it. I don't remember playing it. And then he got the excellent Metroid Prime for GameCube. So that's a really good game. You guys play through that?
Yeah.
I have not played through Metroid Prime on the GameCube. I did play through it on the Metroid Trilogy collection.
So Krabby, why don't you just pipe in? What do you think of Metroid, Krabby? Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. Really?
Played it. It's a Metroid.
I
really liked Other M.
I'm just gonna poop all over.
Go on. He got.
You really liked Other M.
I did.
Oh, that's another show.
I can't wait till we get Nupoile on. He better agree with us about Metroid stuff.
I own it because it's one of my weird things. Like when I like a series, I don't need to own everything in a series like Isret. And God bless him for trying, but there are a billion Mortal Kombat things out there. But yeah, Metroid's one of those weird series that I if I can get something, I will. So I own Other M because it was like $4 on clearance at Best Buy. It's still sealed.
Yeah, I paid $5 for mine. Still sealed.
I paid $10 and I played the crap out of it.
Wow. I mean, I'm gonna try it. It's just I'm not optimistic from what I've heard about it.
I liked it.
All right, maybe it'll surprise me.
I'm going to wait for that $1 loose copy I come across.
Yeah, because that sealed copy is going to be worth so much.
Everybody else is going to just burn theirs, so...
Yeah, you should sell it to Krabby for like $400.
There you go. I'll say I'll trade you.
And what about Galaga?
Super Metroid for it.
What about Galaga, Krabby? Do you hate Galaga too?
No, that's a fun one. Who doesn't like it?
Now, is it Galaga or is it Galaga?
Oh, man, I can't
Galaga?
even ask that.
Yeah.
Galaga, yeah. Bill says lots of things funny. I just roll with it.
I think you're putting the emphasis on the wrong syllable.
I've heard people say Galaga.
Have you really?
I have. I think it's Galaga, but I've heard people say Galaga.
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 And
can we have the people who say Galaga on the show?
Yeah, who are you? No, seriously, I've heard people say that before. Now, next, he got NES games, so let's...
A big
there
lot,
we go.
yeah.
Yay, NES games.
I think every one of these was a double for him, too.
Oh, they have
pretty much
absolutely.
At this point, yeah. At this point, almost everything's
absolutely.
a double for him. So we got Dirty Harry.
Yeah.
So yeah, you played all the way through that one, Krabby, right?
Yeah, I beat that one. It's actually got a pretty cool digitized voice sample at the end. Pretty long one too. Kind of neat.
Go ahead, punk.
Yeah, it does the
my
whole
day.
speech, not just that line. It does like the whole speech. It's like a minute long. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's probably because the rest of the game is not so good, so they have plenty of space left over.
The first level, man, it's brutal. After that, it's fine. Yeah.
And then Totally Rad, that cover. Oh man,
that
cover
game.
on Totally Rad.
I literally, because of the name of that game, I rented that more than any other game when I was a kid.
So the marketing worked.
A dozen times. Oh yeah.
Yeah, when you look at the cover of that game and like the art style and what they were like trying to say, they should have just called the game the 1980s.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't know. There wasn't enough neon like pink.
Oh no,
guy
the
was
cover
like
has neon pink on it.
Yeah, the main guy was like a surfer, and he had all the surfer talk throughout it. It was cool. It was awesome.
What about
it was totally rad.
It was.
You guys like Tetris 2, The Reckoning?
I do not like Tetris 2.
I didn't either.
It's not very good. Yes, Tetris 2 is not the good one.
No.
It's like Nintendo went, crap. The dude that made Tetris is like locked behind the Iron Curtain. What do we do now?
Yeah. I think we mentioned Tetrisphere before in the show. I like Tetrisphere.
Tetrisphere is fantastic. It's one of my favorite N64 games. I used to play crap out of it.
I feel like when I was like in high school or like whenever I was playing N64, because I played it a few years after it was like kind of like mainstream. I remember picking up Tetrisphere and trying to find people to play with me, and people were like, I don't really like this, but I just couldn't find any puzzle fans, I guess.
And man, that game had a great sense of tension because like they're getting close and you didn't have much time, like the sphere is getting closer to the screen and bigger and bigger.
Yep.
And if you don't hurry up, you know what I mean? That's it.
Yeah,
You're
I thought
done.
it was great.
And it had like that watch, so you could always see how much time you've got.
Yeah.
And you'd see it fill back up, and yeah, that was great.
It's one of those like there's so many odd games that like when I think of it, I'm like, oh, I would totally grab that if I could, but like it's just not on any of my lists.
Makes me want to go hook the N64 up and play some Tetrisphere
and some Twisted Edge.
It's really great. I don't know about not really.
We were ripping on Tetris too.
I don't mind
moving
it.
on.
Really?
Krabby, you're weird. Bill Elliott's NASCAR, right? Because if you got to play NASCAR, you want to play Bill Elliott's NASCAR.
8-bit
The only
NASCAR.
acceptable reason to have this in your collection is if you're awesome and you're going for a complete Konami silver box collection.
Something like that. And then Formula One, Built to Win.
Never heard of this
Not
thing.
that bad, actually. I played through that
okay.
one. Yeah. It's got
If you
some really
like
good
racing
music
games.
in it. You know, it's really repetitive. You play a couple levels and you kind of got the idea, but it plays well. It sounds good.
And then tennis. So, hey, it's tennis.
It's not so good.
It's tennis.
It's tennis. And then Alien 3. That's a tougher one to find, Alien 3.
It is.
It's one of those ones that I always seem to find the labels in crappy condition. It's really hard to find that good looking copy.
Yeah. And then Alpha Mission, which is pretty cool. I like Alpha Mission.
Alpha Mission's all right.
Cybernoid, which I do not like. I'm not a big Cybernoid. Just not. Gauntlet, I am a fan.
I could
Gauntlet.
listen to you do this for every game.
Yeah, let's go down the checklist.
And then Skate or Die, right?
Skate or die.
You love Skate or Die, right?
We do love Skate or Die.
Good.
You gotta love
I
it.
love
And then
Skate
just
or
the
Die.
Because
music.
of the Joust, right? Joust is awesome.
And then, do you guys ever sit on the title screen for longer than the skate or die happens? And then, because when he's saying skate or die, like those words like light up.
Yeah.
And if you let it go long enough, it does the same thing. Like without the words, it'll just go dun 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 dun. But skate or die like lights up like that. That's a great.
I just love
title
the
screen.
music. It's a good game. It's a good game.
Now this next game I actually really liked growing up, and I don't know if it was like really popular or whatever, but I played the hell out of this game.
I don't think it's aged real well, but Renegade, it's
Renegade.
It's okay.
I mean, to be honest, I haven't played it in a long time, but I remember waking up Saturday morning. My brother's like, "Waiting for me. You ready?" Yup, and we renegaded. Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say because there's like Renegade, and then Vigilante was kind of like the sequel to Renegade, right?
Yeah, Taito, right?
Yeah, I think. Am I thinking right? At Vigilante, you could get like on the TurboGrafx and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're like sequels. I could be wrong.
Spiritual successors type thing.
Maybe.
Spiritual.
And then there's Krabby's favorite game. Krabby, you loved playing through this next one.
There's maybe, like, I've played through getting close to 300 games now on the NES, and there's maybe 5 that I would just say suck. And this is one of those 5.
And is one of them?
Yeah.
Where's Waldo?
Whoa. What's wrong with this? My brother loves this game.
Your brother's an idiot.
That was the meanest thing you've ever said.
What's to love?
There's
My brother-
no music while you're playing. It's just silence.
My brother had Where's Waldo books, and
It's
then
Where's
my mom got him this game, and Waldo comes up on the screen in like a randomly generated space, and you have like maybe, well, depending on the size of your TV, like a 1 inch by 1 inch square that you have to hover over Waldo.
Depends on the difficulty you pick. You get a bigger or smaller square and a bigger or smaller area to find him in. If you pick easy, you want normal or hard.
Gotcha. So, but yeah, you would just the game would start, and you would just try to find him with your eyes.
See, and that appeals to me. I always thought I was going to like this game. I don't mind Where's Waldo books. I like them. I still do them with my son. But this game, like they change Waldo's color in some levels, so you can't see him, and they've got these stupid little mini games every 2 levels that are just don't work, and there's still no sound on them, and so frustrating.
I didn't say it was a great game. All I said was my brother loved this game.
So your brother has poor taste in games.
When he's like 4 years old, what did you just say about DDR Max?
It's better than Where's Waldo?
Max, man.
No.
Yeah.
No,
I'd
it's
play
not.
DDR. I'd play High School Musical DDR over Where's Waldo any day.
All right, happy birthday. Get ready for it.
Yes.
I'm gonna take.
That was my subtle
this,
like Hyrule Historia little hint there.
I'm gonna derail this conversation and take it to Lunar Pool, because if you had to play pool, you would definitely want to do it on the moon.
Oh yeah.
Right.
I think you derailed this conversation to another derailment.
There we go. And then the most excellent Castlevania 2.
I like it. Yeah.
It's all
What a
right.
terrible night to have a curse like this.
To me, that one had the best atmosphere of the NES ones. It really creeped me out when I was a kid.
Music is great.
Yeah.
The
other
and the
two-
Flame Whip.
The other two, they were supposed to be, like horror themed, but it never really. I never saw them as that. I just saw them as like an action game. But Castlevania 2 really gave me that atmosphere where it was like creepy, and I didn't want to see the monsters and where did all the people in towns go, and I liked
But like
it.
this is the stupidest idea in the world, right? Like there's no Dracula. Let me go make all the parts to Dracula so I can kill him again. I'm like, he's already dead.
That's awesome. I hate him so much. I'm gonna build him again so I can kill him.
You guys ever have Legos when you were a kid?
Yeah.
Of course.
Once you were finished building something, did you ever take it completely apart just to build it again?
No.
So yeah, that's what he did.
There you
That's
go.
what he.
Just
Yeah.
for the heck of it.
Nobody would do that.
And he got the non-Super Mario Brothers, Super Mario Brothers 2.
No. I'm pretty sure that's Doki Doki Panic USA.
Yes, there we go. Right, not really Super Mario Brothers 2, Super Mario Brothers 2. And
What do you think the worst ending of a game could ever be, or a movie or a TV show?
I would say it's
don't dog on the ending. I liked
the
it.
J.R. Ewing ending. It's all just
Wait
a
a
dream.
minute. You love that screen where he's sleeping and all that crap's in his head?
I do.
Just-
You know
it's
what's the
all-
worst ending is? I was dead the whole time. That's the worst ending. There you go.
No, the worst ending
come
is
on.
the worst ending is go back to the start and beat it again because that wasn't
To get the real ending, yeah.
Yeah.
It was just an illusion.
That's right. And then, just like I was talking about the other day on Twitter, right? At the end of Ghosts and Goblins, but you feel strength welling in your body.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
The first time I played that game, Ghosts and Goblins, not only did I beat the last boss, but I beat him with the wrong weapon. You got to get there with that stupid shield.
Oh yeah, you got to do the
Yeah.
cross.
I'm like, this thing sucks. It doesn't have much range. So I went up to him with the dagger and
Doesn't work.
Made me do it again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you have to do the whole thing again.
Yeah, it's frustrating.
And then pirates, right? Our pirates.
You guys play this?
A little bit.
Nope.
Not for very long.
You guys aren't really Sid Meier fans?
No, or
Arr,
pirate fans.
Nope.
I really enjoy
And
most
this-
Sid Meier games, so this is one that I don't have yet, and I'd love to play once I get it.
Now, Bill, how would you? What's the title of this next game? What would you call that?
Well, to some people, it would be a mystery.
Yeah. It's a mystery to me. Is
That's
how
what
it's
it
spelled.
says.
It's
MSY Terry.
Messiah.
Messiah Terry quest. This is another example of foreshadowing. This is something that'll come up later in someone's thread. I won't say who. Spoiler alert.
Okay. I don't know who did the crack work on that one, but good job.
I actually, as I was writing through this list, I was going very quickly, and I knew there were going to be typos. And I was about to say to you guys, just so you know, there's going to be tons of typos. But then I thought, nah, they're not going to say anything about the typos.
It's more fun.
You know, what the heck do these red squiggly lines mean?
It's more fun that way.
That's a spell check.
Yeah.
And then there's Magmax. I do not like Magmax.
Now, Magmax, if you're a huge fan of Magmax, I do know a guy who's got a couple of sealed copies, so
Just don't do it.
let me know if you need it. It's very rare.
It's that horrible one of those games where you like build the robot and the robot looks like the junkiest robot ever with like his ray gun as your ship. And like you hit anything and like part of the your robot gets destroyed. Oh, it's horrible. It's just really bad.
If you'd like to buy a copy.
If you want to experience the pain for yourself.
Well, no, because it's a sealed game, so you don't even have to play it. Pay me to not play this game.
There you go. And I think it's probably better to keep the evil sealed with inside. It's like
Hellraiser.
Yeah, there you go. Don't open it. And then we've got Dragon Power. Now, Krabby, you like Dragon Power, right?
I think you're thinking of Dragon Fighter. I like Dragon Fighter.
Didn't you play Dragon Power, though?
Not really, no.
No?
No.
Yeah.
Getting the dragons mixed up. We done some Dragon Fighter. We done some
Maybe Dragon Scroll.
Dragons.
Was that the one you liked?
Yes, Secret Scroll. What was that one?
Yeah, okay.
Flying Dragon.
Flying Dragon. That's what you're thinking of.
That's the one.
That's
okay.
The Secret Scroll.
That's a cool game. Yeah, Dragon Power. I haven't really put any time into.
Okay. And then there's
What about Mach Rider?
Could you really do that?
No.
Could you ride at Mach speed?
You can't ride at Mach. No. It hasn't been done. Sci-fi even gave up on trying to think that people could drive at Mach speeds. They just fly at Mach speeds now.
Yeah, pretty sure that's like friction would just cause your vehicle to catch on fire.
I think Extreme G.
Doesn't the game take place in the future, like kind of a Mad Max type future?
I feel like he's driving this really junky motorcycle. There's no way that's at Mach
but
speed.
even in the future, junk is more awesome than our awesome stuff now.
I don't know.
Or they've just totally lowered their standards for Mach speeds, I think. Maybe.
Yeah, Mach speed is like 30. It's like 38 miles an hour equals Mach now. Let's go Mach 17.
In my Ford Taurus. And then next, Krabby.
One of my favorite cover arts.
This is your favorite cover art. What's that one?
It's the top, right?
It's up there. The top 3 for sure.
Really? Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Have you read the book?
Which one?
Isn't there a romance novel about this?
He's
game?
like on like
there's
half
a
the
whole
covers,
bunch
half
of
the
them,
covers of them.
He's like pirates and like farm hands and you name it.
and he can't believe it's not butter, I think.
And he can kill a goose with just his face.
Yeah.
Yeah, Google that if you don't know about it. It's awesome. Some sweet
see the
pictures,
one where, like,
blood everywhere.
Did you see the one where he went up against the Old Spice guy?
No, I have no idea
That
what
was
you're talking about.
That was hilarious. You should look for that one.
Like a commercial or like a thing?
Yeah, commercial. Okay, next up is Road Blasters. I really loved Road Blasters in the arcade. The NES version's okay.
I haven't
Do you
played
guys
it
like
yet.
Road Blasters?
I haven't played that one yet.
Oh, it's good. It's pretty good. And oh boy, yeah, Home Alone 2. What's
I
there
haven't
to
played
say?
that one either.
It's it's more.
It's
Home Alone.
lost. It's Lost in New York.
It's very
it is.
generic.
And it should have stayed. Lost in New York.
Yeah, I've heard about it. That it's like I forget. I talked to somebody who played it, and I said, "So what do you think?" And they said, "Well, it's exactly what you'd expect a game based on Home Alone 2: Lost in New York to be."
Yeah,
And
bad.
what was popular at the time for genres. Yeah.
Right.
And then you got Town and Country, right?
Yeah. some
Is it Wood and
surfing.
Water Rage, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Is there this is another one of those like I don't know if it's just my region, but I find this game with every single Nintendo lot that I find.
I had this when I was young and played the crap out of it. It's not good, but I played the crap out of it.
That's the theme this month. See, we play games, play the hell out of something doesn't mean it's great. Just means we played the hell out of it.
Just means we had it, right? I mean, that was the whole thing.
Yeah, it means it was one of the 4 games we had. We beat the other 3. We had to play this one.
And then lastly was Seacross. Now, I've not played a lot of this one, but it's okay. But
there's not a whole lot to play. You played a little bit and you kind of experienced what it's got to offer.
I kind of got that feeling from it. Yeah. I kind of thought, well, it's probably, okay, I've played it. It's done.
Yeah.
All right, you guys ready for the score of the year?
I'm
the
ready.
Year?
Hit
Really?
me.
It's only
so
January.
Far. Yeah.
Okay.
This is the score. This is how is this not the score of the year so far?
Hit me up. What's the score of the year?
Krabby, if there was one small form factor tube television that you could have in the world, what TV would it be?
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles one, of
No,
course.
wait. It wouldn't be the Hello Kitty TV?
Does a Sharp TV count in there?
Well,
Oh,
Ninetales not
there.
giving that up.
Yeah, now we're talking. Not
Yeah.
this.
No,
this
I said small form factor. By having 4 stability feet, that takes it out of small form
I see.
factor.
What if they're lost like they always are?
Yeah, if they're broken off, then
it
I'll
counts?
allow
All
it.
right. I will purposely snap them off when I get one.
So yeah, this
Turtles TV, right?
Turtles case took a lot of attention off of the previous posts, and I don't want to.
And the only reason he mentions that is because his posts were the previous posts.
Yup, and I had a couple of I thought there were really cool things in there, and then I was like, yeah, I'm gonna get some comments. People are gonna be talking about this. And then Ninja Turtle TV shows up, and it was like, oh my god, Ninja Turtle TV! And I was like, Rich, I'm so happy for you, but
That's when you go back and like delete out your post real quick, and then like wait a couple hours and then post it again.
I was actually thinking, because I mean everyone knows that I'm my sense of humor on the site, like I'm not angry, upset or anything. I figured I would just after like that excitement died down, I was gonna I was gonna post something like, hey, like did you see like some guy posted like a couple black box games like a page back?
Who was that guy?
Yeah, we'll talk about that later.
Maybe.
This is the single banana hour.
And then up next, what's this? You get like an Atari case?
It looks like
what's
one
that
of those
about?
like rental cases, like for everyone's got the like N64 one, or there's the Virtual Boy ones running around, the 32X one that Bill got. It looks kind of like that, but for an Atari.
Cool. That's pretty neat. I don't think I've seen one of those.
He didn't show the inside, so I know someone asked him what model was supposed to fit in there, and I don't remember the answer to that though.
I'm curious if it was if like the foam fits the system exactly, or if it was like one of those just generic, like kind of like.
I don't even know if there's foam inside because he didn't show the inside. It might just be hard plastic.
Yeah.
And then he got he picked up like real cheap, like on an eBay auction, a second copy of Dragon Strike for the NES, right?
Yeah, he's been looking for it for a while. It's one of his last few he needed, and he grabbed one, and then his brother like gave him one for his birthday like shortly after that.
Yeah. So, but still, like the one he got off eBay was like dirt cheap, right? Like $10 or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I saw him post that on the Keep an Eye Out for Me thread, because he's had that on his on his be on the lookout list, and he even marked it right on there. Like he was so proud of it, like he crossed it off, and right next to that he wrote $10 eBay.
yeah.
And that's a really fun game too. Not what I expected.
And then he had like a little botched problem, right? Like
This is awesome. You guys hear the story behind this?
Tell the story, Bill.
Well, Cliffhanger, as most of the NES dudes out there will know, is one of the slightly trickier to find carts. It was another case of late in the lifespan of the system. Probably wasn't particularly a fantastic game.
No.
No. So it didn't sell very well. So if no one is really trying to find this thing to play it, it's just more or less to complete a collection. So he's had this on the list for a long time. So he and I think he mentioned to his wife, "Oh, this would be a game that I'd really love to get." So she got it for him. But she got it for him for the Super Nintendo.
What?
So I was chatting with him, and I said, "Oh, I saw a Cliffhanger locally, but it looks like you got it." And he's like, "No, she bought me the wrong one, so I still need it." So, but then he actually was able to grab another Cliffhanger off of eBay. I don't think it's arrived yet, so spoiler alert for next month. But I think he got a really good deal on it, so he should have the NES cliffhanger coming in.
But in the meantime, he can play the completely awesome Super Nintendo cliffhanger that's worth next to nothing.
Yes.
All right. And then another tough one to find for the NES he picked up next, right?
Some Cubicle.
Yep.
This is a pretty cool, interesting game, right?
It's
fun.
I
like this one.
Yeah. It's like
I got this one from
more
Tin Star.
action-packed version of like Lolo.
Yeah, kind of a weird puzzle-ish kind of game. I don't really even know what to classify the thing as.
It's a puzzle game. It's like an action puzzler.
Yeah.
A fruit-themed action puzzler with a snowman as your main character.
It's very kind of odd, definitely. And then the next one he picked up, oh boy. I know you guys probably are not familiar with this one.
Not at all.
Oh man, it's the Transformers Famicom game.
Is it? I did not know that by looking at the game there.
It is the Transformers Mystery of Convoy. And it is well known as one of the most horrible Famicom games out there. It's like this atrocious shooter, and you can transfer. It's an atrocity. It's really bad. That's all I can say. I think I might have a copy somewhere. So that's all I can say. It's cool because you have Optimus Prime or whatever on the cover, but you should never actually put it in a system to play it. That's about it. And then this next thing was really cool. Where did he find? I've never seen this thing before.
I've seen them before, but I don't know where you get them either.
I don't either. It's we're speaking of Castlevania 2 earlier, right? He got a figurine of the 8-bit sprite.
Yep.
I've never seen this thing before. I mean, that's
I've never seen it either. It looks awesome though.
I've seen them in guys who've posted pictures of their massive Castlevania collections, and they've always got these little guys tucked in there, but I don't know where they're coming from.
Huh. And then he picked up some of the Atari Hot Wheels set that came out a little bit ago, right?
3 of the 6, is that correct?
I think 3 or 4.
6 of them altogether?
Yeah, I think there's 6.
Oh yeah, he picked up 3 of them for now. And I know he's asked me to look out for the other ones.
I'm sure it's going to be a little trickier to find them. I don't know. I don't think Hot Wheels do real big runs of those special ones, right?
I have no idea. I know I've seen them up here before he asked me to look for them, so I'm hoping they're still around.
I saw them a lot, right before Christmas, but I think everybody's just kind of tried to get rid of them.
Yeah.
So. And then lastly is a couple back into the old Odyssey.
A little late
thing,
to the O2 club, yeah.
Yeah, but he got some good things anyway, right?
Well, one good thing. Baseball and blackjack aren't overly exciting, but he got Conquest of the World, and he said everything inside it is still sealed in its packages.
Probably for good reason.
Yeah, but that's one of those really awesome big box special edition games that comes with all these extra goodies to play it, and we've raved about some of the O2 packaging in the past, but this is one of those really cool ones.
Yeah, and those of you that are interested in the Odyssey 2, keep in mind that our interview with Nupoile, he's a big Odyssey 2 collector, so I'm sure we'll get into some of that a little later.
Woo. All 3 of you, stay tuned.
Alrighty, so our next donor in line is I think I still have to say that I love the username here is Mr. Moonraker Fats, right?
Love the Moonraker.
Yeah, that's awesome. Old Bond movies were the best ones. New ones, meh, I could live without them. Now,
yeah, I don't want to talk about them.
I like them.
Really?
I
you like the new ones?
The last 2 or 3, yeah.
Yeah? No. Okay.
We really shouldn't get off topic.
Probably not.
Again.
Well, he picked up, I couldn't believe, he had one that he picked up, he posted first, and then later on in the thread posted a second one, but he got 2 boxed complete Genesis, was that Genocide? Is that what would you say?
Yeah, I noticed.
Genesis?
Yeah, Genesis. I think we're good. But yeah, I noticed that too. At first I thought it was a double post, but then I read and it was legit.
And so, I think, didn't somebody give him one of these, for doing some work or help or something? And I didn't read about
the best kind of payment.
Absolutely.
I'll help you out for nothing, but I will enjoy helping you out if you want to give me some stuff.
That's right. That's people around me know that I will work for Nintendo games.
Sure. That's got to be a shirt. Like someone's already got to have that
I'm
made.
sure.
That can't be.
And then on the PS2, he picked a couple of games up. So what PS2 games did he grab?
One of those old Capcom collections.
Yeah, no, Capcom really just hoards themselves out for every single system, don't they?
Yeah, I think we're all used to it by now, though.
Yeah. I mean, they really get a bad rap for it, but at the same time, like they have a lot of good games, so it doesn't really bother me.
No, but I mean, like literally every system that comes out pretty much gets at least one volume of these, right? And I'm guilty. I bought the one on 360 not too long ago.
Sure. I think my favorite is probably the Mega Man Anniversary Collection.
That's a
Yeah,
good
I'd
one.
have to agree.
Yeah.
That was a really good one. And then what other one did he get?
Some Soul Calibur 2.
Now, was Soul Calibur 2 the one that had like the different characters on the different platforms?
How do you mean?
Like the GameCube
yeah.
had Link,
the
and
one.
Spawn was
yes.
on the Xbox.
Yes,
and...
yes. Spawn, Link, Heihachi, right?
Yeah.
Well, that was Soul Calibur 2?
Yes.
Or was that 3?
That was 2. Yeah.
2.
3 didn't have that.
Now, I don't...
Yeah, 3, I think. Wasn't that the PS2 exclusive?
Yeah, it was just PS2 for that one.
Right. I like Soul Calibur 2. It was good.
Unfortunately, I only played like the original Xbox one, and like Spawn, I was just not thrilled with as a character.
Yeah, he was a little overpowered, but I think they did it on purpose because if you were like buying that version to play as one of those characters, you kind of wanted that character to be good.
I like that a lot more than what they did with that terrible Star Wars bit.
On the
I was just
420,
thinking that, yeah, with Yoda and Darth.
Sheesh.
And then like 6 months later, they were both DLC for the other platforms.
Everything these days, if it's a pre-order, anything, forget about it. It'll be DLC soon enough.
Yeah.
And then on the 360, he picked up one I like. I wouldn't mind picking this up if I could find it for cheap. So he got another compilation for the 360, right?
Yeah, one of your favorite
Konami.
Developers.
I love Konami, yeah. Well, classic Konami. Some of the newer stuff,
Yeah. Well, isn't this the one that had Symphony on it?
Yes, it is. It had... Boy, yeah, I can't remember the other two. There was like 3 games on it, but...
I want to say Russian Attack, but I don't think that's right.
You could be right on that. I'm not sure. I know it had all 3 are like Xbox Live Arcade games.
You're right. Then it is. I think it's Russian Attack, Contra, and Castlevania, but someone will correct me.
Yeah, I'm sure they will. And then Krabby, he picked one up that I think you've got,
Yeah,
right?
one of my favorite PS3 games, Catherine, and he got the cool Love Is Over edition box.
Now, what did I
You have that, right, with the underpants?
I do, with the underpants and the pillowcase that my wife probably wouldn't let me put on our pillows.
So you're not rocking that in the house right now?
I should rock it in my game room, but, being the collector, I like to keep it in the box.
Oh, of course.
So I'm curious, do any of you have anything that's like crazy like that? Like I know there was a couple of like the games that came with like the mouse pad that had the
The boobs.
Yeah, and like the full body.
Oh, I
pillows.
forgot about that. Yeah,
any of you have that?
that had the mounds. No, I mean I'm trying to think of like awesome pre-order bonuses that I've really loved in the past, and the only thing that's really coming to mind is kind of obscure. It was a Cheshire Cat pewter figure that came with Alice, the original Alice for PC, like a long time ago.
Huh.
And I can't. That's the first thing that pops in my mind. 'Cause I've had it on my desk since I've had that game for I don't know, 15 years now.
I don't have anything super embarrassing like those ones, but I've got a pre-order like wall scroll thing, I guess you'd call it, from Baten Kaidos on the GameCube.
Oh yeah,
It's really awesome.
I think my favorite, probably, I mean, even though it's not a big deal, was the pre-order bonus for Symphony of the Night. It was like a little soundtrack CD of just miscellaneous Castlevania music. I really like that one. I still listen to it.
That's cool.
And then he got a couple Japanese Dreamcast games, right? I mean, that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, you don't see those too often.
And he got, for some reason, 2 copies of Virtual 3 Title Bout. Right?
Is that what that means? I thought it was Team Battle.
Is it Team? I always thought it was Title Bout. Maybe I'm wrong.
I can't be the tiebreaker here. I really don't know.
And then he got Phantasy Star Online, right?
Yep,
Which-
PSO.
One of my all-time absolute favorites. I'm sure I've said that a million times in the show, but I could probably still go back and just plunk a million hours into that game. Really great. And then the 2600 game, right?
Yeah, the one when complete in boxes still looked really awesome.
Yeah, Moon Patrol. Did you guys play much Moon Patrol?
A little bit.
I did not. I really didn't play a lot of Atari growing up.
I played Moon Patrol more in arcades, and
Okay.
It's fun. It's it's a basic little shit, but the kind of innovative part was you had to like drive your moon buggy, and you could shoot forward and you could shoot up, and then you also had to like jump over pits and rocks and stuff. So it was kind of for its time, it was kind of innovative.
Yeah, back when
you know what? Sorry.
So I was gonna say back when we had no games at home, my neighbor had like half a dozen Atari games, and that was one of them. So I actually played quite a bit of Moon Patrol as a kid.
Yeah, like the arcade, they had like this really basic little tune that played, so you'd always know Moon Patrol, but.
Yeah, I don't think I played Moon Patrol. I just had it confused in my head with Lunar Lander.
Oh yeah, Lunar Lander. I didn't play that in the arcade. I played that on Commodore 64. They had like a version of that, which was not as easy as it looks.
Oh no, exactly. Yeah, I remember like thinking, "Oh, no big deal," and then nope, I'm dead.
Yeah, pretty much every time.
So and this next thing that Moonraker grabs is one of the coolest box systems I've seen in a little bit.
Well, what is it? What did he grab?
So not just a boxed a complete 3DO, but the FZ10, which I don't see boxes for these that often. The FZ1, I you see every once in a while, but even Shadow, who collects lots of box systems, including 3DOs, I don't think he has an FZ10 yet, and he mentioned how much he liked this one too.
And that kind of strikes me because I've seen the opposite. I've seen quite a few of the FZ10 boxes. I don't think I've ever seen an FZ1 other than like when it first launched and I saw it in the store.
Yeah, I mean it's really interesting to me the way that regions can make a big difference in what different people see in different areas.
Yeah, because I remember when it was on the way out, I would see a lot of them marked down, pretty cheap, and I never really got into 3DO much until I picked one up like real cheap lately. But
yeah,
but he got some other goodies with it, right?
That pad that I think we're both jealous of here, Bill.
Absolutely, yep. That's what I was gonna say.
I tried to put in a word for you, Bill. In the thread, I said, I think Bill might be interested in that. So I don't know if he got with you, or if he's keeping it, or.
Yeah, not yet. No, I was gonna send him a congratulations, and oh, by the way, if that's not something you wanted.
If it's for sale, I'm in the
yeah,
market, right?
I had asked a while ago if anybody knows of any good 6-button 3DO controllers because Duke grabbed a Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo for me. And I actually did some research, and there actually were a lot of controllers that came out for it because they're pretty much region free. Mm-hmm. So there's lots of 6-button controllers, but you just don't see them very often. So if you're playing fighter games that would benefit from it, hang on to it. If not, hey, just throwing it out there.
Bill's your man.
Yep.
And then I think the reason he got this game with it, as if I remember correctly, when they were selling this, they were giving this away as like a pack-in.
I don't remember that.
It's Zodnost, or I don't know how you pronounce that, but
I
Zodnost.
think you got it. I think you got it.
The People's Party. I don't really remember much about the game. I just remember, I think it was either like a pack-in, or it was a freebie they were giving away, or something like that. I could be wrong, but if memory serves, because I remember like that one. And it wasn't like PO'd, I think maybe also came out on it. And I think
You're right. That's the one that's got kind of like that large dude with like the big furry hat on it.
Zodnost is, yeah.
Yeah, I know it was developed and published by Studio 3DO, so I think it was a pack-in.
Yeah, I think that's when they were trying to like just clear stock out, I think.
Could be.
And really, that wraps it up for Mr. Moonraker Fat. So thank you very much.
Thanks for taking it easy on us, unlike some of these other guys.
Well, what do you mean? Who's up next?
Oh, our favorite, Engel. 762.
Now, I always forget every time. Bill, what do you think he's a fan of?
Peter Engel was a television producer, very popular, very successful television producer in the late 80s, early 90s.
Tell me more.
All right. Well, we're talking.
Do you maintain the Wikipedia page for? Mr.
No,
Engel?
this is all like a youth spent in front of television on Saturday mornings. So, but no, I think I actually misspoke earlier when I mentioned Full House because he was mainly the Saved by the Bell producer.
Oh, okay. All right. So you got him to thank for Screech?
I don't know about if he had any notes for Dustin Diamond in particular, but yeah, you have him to thank for the show as a whole. including the California Dreams, college years, new class. Like, you stay with it the whole time. So that's what I'm guessing. Or this is Peter Engel, who's on the forum with
Maybe
us.
that's it. Maybe it's him.
Yeah, we should check the Wikipedia page to see if Peter Engel was born in July of 1962. Because if he was, this is our guy.
This could be it. A real life celebrity here. All right, so he picked up some cool odds and ends. So starting off, what did he? Looks like PlayStation stuff?
Back to the snowboarding genre that we all love.
Yes,
so much.
All of us.
How much did you guys play Cool Boarders 2, 3, and 4? Which was your favorite?
Is 0 an answer?
I haven't touched the series either.
Yeah, I think we all are kind of poo-pooing on snowboarding a little bit, but I've heard good things about these games. They made a bunch of them.
No, I like some of the snowboarding games. I haven't touched Cool Boarders in particular, but I won't trash the genre like you guys.
Yeah.
Can I go back to my earlier comments? Did it have the skate or die theme at the front? I would play it then.
Most likely has. So then you also got your Tomb Raider Chronicles, Italian Job, GTA Collector's Edition, GTA 2, NBA to the Extreme.
Extreme.
Extreme. And Jet Moto 3. Jet Moto, another series that saw several releases, but I don't remember ever playing it.
What is Jet Moto? I never played it.
It's kind of like a Ski-Doo, like a jet ski type game.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's a wave race ripoff.
Yes, similar to that.
We've got one of the machines, I believe it's a Jet Moto machine, in our movie theater here.
Or you could just play...
one where you actually like straddle the machine and you're playing in the arcade, like?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I've never seen them in the arcade. I thought they were just on Sony consoles.
I hope I'm not making that up. I know we've got a Ski-Doo game here, and I'm pretty sure it's Jet Moto, but not positive.
So, Wave Race is good. I like Wave Race.
Yeah, I enjoy Wave Race too.
I don't really like those kind of games.
You don't like Wave Race?
No, the water physics just, I don't know, they don't feel like they make a good racer for me. I want to go fast, and I feel like I'm sliding around everywhere.
All right, what about Hydro Thunder? Not to change the subject.
No, same thing.
Oh, really? Okay. I feel like you go pretty fast in Hydro.
I don't know, just you don't feel like you've got full control, and for a racing game, that feels like an important part of it to me.
I hear you. Yeah, you're not like, you don't have tires that are gripping the pavement. Yeah. I get you.
Drives me nuts.
All right, well, up next, he got some stuff for the Nintendo GameCube, right?
Mm-hmm.
You guys are going to yell at me. This one's been on my pile of shame for a long time.
Oh, okay, let's hear it.
Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles.
That should probably stay on your pile of shame still.
Oh, really? It's not good?
No, keep it there.
No, it's not good.
I've heard some people who say that it's, not like groundbreaking, but I've heard people say it's decent.
Boy, I hope you got your link cable ready.
When that game came out,
really?
Yeah, me and 3 buddies, one of them I think we had to buy a GBA, and then we all bought the link cables, so we all had the ideal setup. We played it like crazy for one day, and then never touched it again.
Because it's like that one was like had the chalice thing, right?
Yeah, one of the players had to carry this chalice around that would like have a circle of like protection against this like poison fog that was everywhere else. And so your other teammates had to stay close enough to you, and then you had, it's boring when you have the chalice. You had to throw it off and trade with someone, and then they didn't want to have it, and it was really lame.
Yeah, horrible mechanic.
So can you not play it by yourself?
You can, but it's really not as much fun. Yeah, it's way worse. You've got to like stay next to the AI controlled chalice, I think, if I remember right.
So would you think that most people would agree that this is the black sheep of the series?
Oh, I'm sure that people would agree there's many black sheep of the Final Fantasy series.
Is this the blackest sheep?
I don't know, 12's pretty black.
No, I think a lot of people hate 11.
Yeah, 11, yeah.
Yeah, you're probably right.
But if you had to ask me, I'd rather play 11 all day long than this one.
You know which one I really like that it's normally a black sheep is X2. Love it.
Yeah, that's my favorite in the series is 10.
I thought it was 10 too.
Yeah, it is. But
he just said X2. My favorite in the series is 10, and I actually really enjoyed 10-2, mainly because I wanted to see the resolution of that story.
They wrecked. 10 had a good ending though, and 10-2 wrecked the good ending that 10 made.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. Like I started 10-2 for the story resolution, and I didn't like whatever story resolution it was trying to give me. So you just have to appreciate 10-2 for what it is on its own.
Yeah. Agreed.
So does that mean you're going to go get 13.3, Krabby?
I'm actually looking forward to 13.2, and I will probably play Lightning Returns. Yes.
Me too.
I loved 13.
What a shame.
Loved it.
What a shame. Up next is a great game that I'm sure Krabby hates. What is it, Bill?
Metroid Prime 2 Echoes, which I started. I finished Prime 1 on the Wii collection, and I went right into Prime 2. And it's just one of those games that, like, it's not bad, but I just, I saved the game, I turned it off, and I just didn't go back. I went back to something else. So I will get through this, but it's on my trilogy.
Yeah, I like the Prime games. I mean,
yeah.
And I'm sure Krabby does not. So
it's no other M.
That's okay. It's not. It's definitely
you are
not
right.
that.
I will agree with you wholeheartedly.
All right, you know what else is not other M?
I do not.
Virtua Racing for the Saturn.
I like Virtual Racing. I've got that for the Saturn and the 32X, and I think the Genesis too.
Yep, same here. I remember the first time I saw the Genesis cart, and because I didn't see it when it was released, I found it years later, and I didn't even think it was a Genesis cart because it was so big.
Oh yeah, it had the special chip in it, so it could do 3D. I remember when that came out because
it had all the 32X hardware in the cart.
Just about. Well, it was like, remember, I mean, like Star Fox had been a big thing, right? And it had the special chip.
Yeah. Well, they call it the Super FX.
Yeah. So they like put this special chip in that game. I think it's the STV chip or something like that. It says on the front, and that was supposed to be a big deal. It was the only game they ever used it in, but it was like $100.
Are you talking Virtua Racing or Star Fox?
Virtual Racing.
Right, yeah, because I remember that Super FX branding was on a handful.
Yeah, so that was like a really expensive cart, and now it's like worth $1 or $2 or something like that.
Oh, I didn't realize. So you mean at retail when it came out, it was expensive?
Virtual Racing on the Genesis, yeah, it was like $100.
Really, I didn't know that.
Yeah, because it had that special chip in it. So, but this was pre, 32X and all that stuff. So.
Sure. And then also for Saturn, NBA Jam. Right kind of when its popularity was probably either at its peak or just starting to decline. It was that like 16-bit era, so this was kind of like I think a port of what was already out there.
Love
I never
NBA
played that
Jam.
one much.
Love it.
Yeah, great.
Did you always play as Clinton or what?
No. We usually activated like big head mode
yeah.
or like whatever silly thing we thought was fun.
Gotta
but
have the big heads.
honestly, like I had a lot of fun with it. I'm not a basketball guy at all, but we played NBA Jam actually like a month or so ago. We had a bunch of people over. It's a great party game.
So no Clinton Gore team ups?
No.
He's on fire, right?
That's the one.
All right, and then moving on. All right, it's the DS. He picked him up.
Some Star
Yeah,
Fox
Star Fox
Command.
Command. Never played this one.
I've seen someone play this one and talk it to me, and it looks interesting. I'd like to try it, but I'm not sold on it yet.
I think, memo to Nintendo, as if they actually listen to me. Star Fox games are good when they're Star Fox.
Not when they're
Don't make
adventures and
anything
commands
else.
and
Yeah, no.
I was just thinking adventures, yeah.
Just leave everything. Just Star Fox belongs in ships. That's good, right? It's not
well,
walking Fox.
This one
right?
is ships. You like plan out the ship's route with your touchscreen.
All right, no.
You do a little mission. Yeah, I don't know. It looks interesting.
Fly and shoot stuff.
It doesn't look like a Star Fox game, but it looks like an interesting game.
That's probably a good lesson right there. If the game you're making looks nothing like the property, you probably shouldn't call it that, right?
Resident Evil 4.
Hey, now
Wink,
wait a minute.
Wink.
And then he also got a Dreamcast game, right? What? I'm not familiar with this one.
Yeah, I don't know Vanishing Point either. Bill?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is it?
Vanishing Point's a racing game on the Dreamcast, and like nothing to write home about, nothing that people were really crazy on. But just recently, I found out that I think the creative director or whatever the main guy on the game of the Burnout games, all the Burnout games all the way up through Paradise, this was his first game that he directed, was Vanishing Point in the Dreamcast. So I'm sure it's no Burnout. But I'm curious to try this to see if any of the things that eventually ended up as part of Burnout started in Vanishing Point or not.
Do you know what this always gets mixed up in my head with?
What?
That's Viewpoint. And obviously these are two very different games, but
Oh, right.
all right, and then getting into a couple goodies here. He got in for the NES. He found the Lost Classic.
Everyone's
right?
new favorite hidden gem.
That's right. That's everyone's favorite. So, the burly Russian himself, right?
Karnov.
Well, the music in this thing, that's
is
where
really
you really
good.
want to be.
I
I wasn't joking. If it sounded like I wasn't.
I was into Karnov before Karnov was cool, so am I the Karnov hipster?
Hey, me too.
So well, it's not cool yet, so you can be into it as long as you want.
And then the one I'm definitely not hip on, the next one, Mr. Fester's Quest.
God, I remember the Nintendo Power cover.
I really, when I saw this, there was so much of it that kind of reminded me of Blaster Master that I was like, oh man, yes! And then I played it. So,
Burn.
what a shame. But the next one is definitely a good player, right?
Some DK classics.
This is a great one. Yeah, it's definitely less expensive than tracking down the individual Donkey Kong carts. And this is, if you just want to play Donkey Kong, this is a great way to do it. It's super cheap. These come up all the time, but it's just a great little collection of games.
Yeah, I highly recommended. And then he moved on to the Super NES, right? Bill?
Absolutely, the SNES, as it were.
Uh-huh. And he picked up one game for that. What did he get?
Well, actually, he was on. I believe he posted that he wanted like any Super Nintendo Star Wars game. He wanted to get them all.
Oh yeah. Okay.
So in this, actually I had just a really 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 nice box and manual for Empire Strikes Back, and I let him know, and he was like, I'm gonna hold off and do it complete, which worked out for him because in this first Super Nintendo pickup, he has Return of the Jedi complete, and in a later pickup in the month, just remember, so he's got Return of the Jedi. Foreshadowing is the theme of the show. So yeah, Return of the Jedi picks up now, and then hold that in your mind.
Okay, all right. And then he moved on to the the Ultra 64, right?
Yeah, moving through the generations here.
Yeah, the Konami 64.
If only such a thing existed.
Yeah. Well, Ultra, so I figured,
And the first one I have no experience whatsoever with. I didn't even realize they made a Lego racing game.
Same here. The first time hearing about it.
It's what you'd expect.
I see.
From
There's some
from
Legos
a
in it.
kart
There's
racer?
some generic racing in it. Yeah.
Is there some fog in it?
If it's been a really long time. If it's what I remember, it's a little kind of. There's some open world parts to it as well, but it's really not that interesting.
Now, do you play as a Lego dude, or you're just like a car and you can't see the driver?
Yeah, if I'm thinking of the right one, you're a Lego dude in your car.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, next up is the only first-person shooter that I remember where you're like throwing snowballs and
Yellow snowballs.
attacking. Yeah, and then attacking like
Turkeys.
Turkeys. South Park, right?
Yep. I actually played quite a bit of that when it came out for some reason. I think I rented it too much.
I didn't play that one. I did play another South Park game that's coming up.
That was not very good, really.
Nope.
But I did play it a lot. And then the next one, I played this one actually crazy enough. I had a brief stint of playing some PC games around Doom's time. So I did play this on PC, but not on the 64. So that's Hexen, right?
Yeah. You play the original, the one before Hexen?
I played Hexen.
So Hexen is the spiritual
PC.
successor to Heretic.
I did not play Heretic.
I actually knew that for some reason.
Well, if you look closely on the cart or on the cover of Hexen, it says in small letters "Beyond Heretic," so they could kind of associate it. But it was an id game, so it came from like John Romero and the main id guys. It's the Doom engine, so it probably performs similar to Doom 64. I never played it on 64, but it's a pretty good classic PC game.
Yeah,
like right around there, the few PC games I played, I remember playing Doom, I played Hexen, and I played Rise of the Triad.
Very nice.
Yeah.
When I was in grade 7, for some reason, we had Hexen installed on the computer in the classroom.
Oh, cool. So you snuck and played that a lot?
No, I didn't, but it was quite popular in the room. The teacher would go and play those little like Solitaire or Minesweeper, like Jezball, things like that. And then as soon as he left the room, someone would boot up Hexen. Every time.
And then we get to the other South Park game for the N64, right?
Played the hell out of this game.
I never played this one. So
isn't
what
it a
is
trivia
Chef's
game?
Love Shack?
Yes, it is. It's like a game show. So, and to be honest and fair to the N64 version, I played the Dreamcast version. which had some pretty bad loading times, which I still remember. But other than that, so it's like a game show. So like questions would come up, and you would answer them like you wouldn't, like, you don't know Jack or whatever. But every like other question or every couple of questions, it would trigger like a mini game. And so it's kind of similar to like, Fusion Frenzy or like any game that has like a whole big collection of mini games. There was a couple that were really, really fun. The problem was they were chosen randomly. So like a big wheel would spin and you didn't have any choice over like how hard to spin it or when to stop it or anything. It would just kind of roll and pick itself. So what the game really needed was like kind of like a menu where you could just choose, I just want to play this mini game, but it didn't do that. You had to go through the trivia to get to the games.
Oh.
So it was fun. There's a lot of good little mini games in this game.
So to have Chef's voice in, was it, "Hello, children"?
Again, the N64 I can't speak for, but yeah, all the voices were on the Dreamcast version.
That's cool. And then one of the ones I remember I bought like either at launch or right around launch for the N64. That was Shadows of the Empire, right?
Yep, the Godfather to Rogue Squadron.
Yeah. I played the tar out of this thing, but man, it's a real stinker to go back to it.
First level. Play the battle for Hoth.
Yeah.
And then turn it off, and then turn on Rogue Squadron.
Now wait a minute. Now, a couple of those ones like where you had to like shoot through the asteroid field or whatever, those weren't too bad.
What do you mean, like the levels where you're flying a ship?
Yeah. Well, you're like
exactly.
No, wait. Now you were kind of like a gunner though, mostly.
Well, no. The first level, it's like the snow speeder, and you're tripping walkers up.
Yes.
And then the next couple of levels, you're on foot.
Yes.
They do put you into ships more in the game.
Yes.
But I can't remember.
Yeah, there's a parts where, because the ship looks kind of like the Millennium Falcon, and so it has like the guns on the top and bottom. So it had like the sequence where, oh no, we're in an asteroid field, and you have to shoot down the asteroids and stuff.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah,
so
that
you
was
had to run
kind of
like
fun.
into the gunner's turret, and it had like a gunner's section.
Right.
That wasn't too bad.
It kind of felt like to me that because remember like Rebel Strike?
I don't know.
It was on PC and like PlayStation and Sega Saturn. Rebel Assault. Sorry.
Oh yeah, okay. Mm-hmm.
So Rebel Assault
that
was kind of like
CD too, I think.
Yeah, exactly. So it was this game where it was Star Wars, but they took you out of a ship and had you walk around, and it was like, I see what they're trying to do, but I really just want to be in a Star Wars ship and be shooting things. So I feel like they've tried for a long time to try to get this right, and The Force Unleashed is like their current try at this, which is not a bad game. I mean, a lot of people like it, but I really just want a really good Star Wars flight simulator, and that's why I can't go back to what's it called, Shadows of the Empire.
Well, I'm really pretty shocked that they just haven't revamped X-Wing and TIE Fighter.
Cannot believe it.
For the modern age. I mean, it seems like a no-brainer.
Yep. We're on the same page. I think they don't think that a flight combat sim will sell, but I just do it, please. Somebody do it.
Look, they've put out a lot of cruddy Star Wars licensed games,
yeah. So again, not to get too far off topic because we do this a lot, but with Disney acquiring LucasArts, does that mean Disney has the choice to do this?
I would say so. Yeah, they own the property.
Yeah, so hopefully maybe they'll take a chance and give us some cool stuff.
I doubt it. You'll probably just see some crappy Star Wars level with Jar Jar Binks and Epic Mickey 3. Yeah.
They'll just be Infinity
Misa
characters
thinking
now.
Mickey is coming.
All right, speaking of the best game of all time.
I will agree with you, the game. Maybe not the system version.
Come on, no, this version is excellent.
Not as good as the Saturn.
Yeah, you keep saying that in loading times. Come on.
Yeah, okay. So
Mortal Kombat for the golden box.
Mortal Kombat. That was the only reason to own the Sega CD version of that game.
It was pretty awesome.
Yeah, I've got Mortal Kombat 2 for the 32X. It's okay.
Yeah.
I would probably say that the Super Nintendo version is probably still better.
Oh, come on.
It probably is.
Me and Retro, we're coming after you. So yeah, more if you want a cart version of Mortal Kombat 2, I don't think you're gonna find a better version.
If you want a version of Mortal Kombat 2 where you have to take the machine apart, refigure the wires and everything in it every 20 minutes, go for it. This is the one for you.
Who said this hobby was easy?
If you like glitchy hardware with crazy 1600 cables, this one's for you.
32-bit RISC processors. Krabby, I'm very curious to know your opinions on this next game.
Are we talking about Ocarina?
Yes.
And what kind of opinion are you looking for?
I don't think I've ever heard your thoughts on this game in particular, this particular Zelda game.
My thoughts are similar to my Metroid thoughts.
Oh, tread lightly, Krabby. You're gonna get some hate mail.
No, it's okay. To each his own. I'm literally curious as to what about it turned you off.
I really like I'm not like turned off by it. It's okay. It's okay for me. Not 10 out of 10 for sure. Okay. I really love the 2D Zeldas, and the 3D transition for me doesn't feel like Zelda anymore, and I haven't had a whole lot of interest in them.
Link to the past, man. Link to the past.
Exactly.
Fair,
Link to the past,
enough.
Link's Awakening.
How do you feel for Angle that he has a complete ocarina?
It is a beautiful complete in box. I've got one here,
is.
and it looks fantastic. And I will say, when it came out, I remember skipping school for 3 days in a row. My buddy bought it, and we went over to his house because his parents weren't home during the day, and we beat it in 3 days, like right when it came out.
Wow. I know a few people that did that, and I remember playing that game for a long time and like not wanting it to be over, like knowing like I could go and beat it. Like, no, let me just go and do other stuff for a while.
Well, it was basically like you'd play until you fell asleep, and then you'd take the controller out of the sleeping guy's hand, and then if you got to a boss or found something cool while they were sleeping, you kick them awake again, and like we did that for like 3 day period. It was awesome.
Nice.
I remember that one had some cool pre-order bonuses. I got that from Kmart, and I got a soundtrack CD and a T-shirt that came with it.
I remember I got this black T-shirt with a gold link on the front.
That's not the one I have. It's like a white T-shirt with like the logo on it.
Oh yeah, mine was Babbage's pre-order, so I don't know if they were different, but yeah, black. It was my favorite T-shirt for a long time, and I wore it out. It got all ratty. I had to get rid of it, but yeah, and then of course, besides the collector edition, gold cart was available at launch.
Oh yeah, definitely. And then moving on to the PlayStation 2, we got some games for that one. So
yeah, never played any of these.
Harvest Moon.
Haven't played a single one of them.
I've never played them either.
I have not.
I put a ton of time into the Super Nintendo one. So much time. It's really fun.
Okay, in 10 seconds, can you tell me what kind of game it is?
It is a farming simulator with some social aspects to it.
Okay.
Because it's like dating sim farm simulator, right?
Yeah. The point of the game is to, successfully grow your farm from like a little nothing with like one cow to a thriving business, and to find a mate and start a family.
Crap, this actually sounds like something I'd really like.
Yeah, you should at least try one of them. They're all fairly similar. There's been no big breakthroughs in this series, so pretty much just you grab one and try it. You'll know within the first hour or two if you like it.
Have they aged well? Have you played it recently?
The PS2 and GameCube ones play very similar to the Super Nintendo ones, so I think they've aged well because I like that old style.
All right, cool. I'll give it a try.
Now, Bill, how would you pronounce this next game?
Full Metal Alchemist.
Alchemist, maybe?
Alchemist. Alchemist. So obviously the word is alchemist, but when I misspell words, I don't get away with it. So
I think it's just funny.
Alchemist.
If it wasn't funny, I wouldn't bring it up.
So yeah, another one that I've heard of and have never played any.
Now this is an anime series, right?
Yeah, I've seen some of the series, but I haven't played any of the games.
I know nothing about it.
Me neither.
The series kind of turned me off the games. Yeah. Moving on.
Moving on to a series I do know something about.
Some Tekken.
Right?
You believe it or not, the first Tekken I played was 3. Never played 1 or 2. Yeah.
I remember there was this place that used to be not too far away, and it was kind of like the Dave and Buster's of its time. It was a different place, and they had Tekken, like when it first came out. Man, we played the crap out of some Tekken.
The 3D fighters don't really do much for me. I never was able to get into it.
And then moving on, we get to
another 3D transition that Crabmaster frowns upon.
You're right. But we'll hit upon something you like eventually.
Yeah, it'll happen.
GTA Vice City Stories. There's probably not much to say there, right?
I didn't even know this came out. I mean, I know Liberty City Stories is something that came out, for Grand Theft Auto 4. I didn't realize that Vice City Stories was a thing that happened.
Now, was it that it was a PSP game and then it was converted to PS2, or there was something that was like that somewhere?
That sounds like it makes sense, because it would have been something that because Sony did that with a handful of PSP games late in the cycle.
Yeah. And then Crazy Taxi, right?
Love this game.
Yeah, good.
Needs offspring to be Crazy Taxi.
Yes, that's true. If it doesn't start out with yeah, then it's not Crazy Taxi. And then, all right, Bill, you're kind of into this kind of stuff. This next one, right?
I do. I like. I just like these kind of things. You got Romancing Saga.
Yeah, I think I've got some of those for PS2.
Yeah. And then also another. I guess depending on the way you feel about the style and the genre of the game, you might consider it a black sheep of the Final Fantasy universe, but the Dirge of Cerberus.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
I have it in the collection to fill a Final Fantasy hole in my PS2 slot.
I still haven't broken down to get this one, even though I've seen it cheap many times. But
aren't you a huge Vincent Valentine fan?
No. It's sad that they had to make like this whole game dedicated to like a completely optional character from a game.
Yeah, he was really obscure.
Yeah. And what did they call that? That was like, remember they had the whole series of stuff. They had a name for that.
For him?
No, for like the games that they made like that related to Final Fantasy VII. It was. There was a technical term when they said, "Okay, we're releasing all." There was like 3 or 4 games. They're all tying into. I can't remember it. It's kind of like when Final Fantasy 13 was announced. They had that Fabula Novala Crystallis or whatever it is.
Yes, I didn't know there was a similar thing for 7.
There was.
Or maybe I would know it if I heard the term.
So some one of our listeners can chime in, and I'm sure tell us, or maybe
put it in the thread.
It'll hit me later. And then Bill, you like driving racing games? Do you know this one?
I'm a big fan of a lot of racing games. This is one of those games that was on the PS2. It was very popular early on in its in the PS2's lifespan. I think it was one of the only racing games available for a while. It was Midnight Club, and I think this was kind of still in a time when Gran Turismo was still like on the minds of a lot of people, and people were waiting for the new one to come out. And Midnight Club kind of snuck in there, and it's not the best racing game in the world, but if you wanted to have a racing game, you didn't want to wait a year for GT, you could definitely get away with Midnight Club.
And this is kind of back when Fast and the Furious was really hot, right?
Yeah, this actually was right when that happened, and I don't think they had anyone had a license to do a Fast and the Furious game, so this was a similar thing. Like, you're meeting at a building at midnight for a quarter mile or whatever race, and that's it. And like, there could be cops. You got to get away from them. So it was that same vibe.
Yeah, probably like lots of drifting, right? Probably that.
So much drifting. Not as much drifting as Need for Speed. God, I think it was the first Hot Pursuit before they rebooted it.
Yeah.
The drifting in one of those Need for Speed games was out of control.
Oh, that's kind of like Ridge Racer or whatever, the one that launched with like the 360. Man, that thing, if you couldn't.
Oh, yeah.
You couldn't play that game if you couldn't figure that out.
The cars didn't turn if you weren't drifting.
And then a couple
something Krabby loves.
Yeah. So what is it, Krabby?
Metal Slug. 4 and 5.
Which ones?
4 and 5.
How do you feel about those?
I like all the Metal Slugs, 1 through 6. They're all
cool,
enjoyable.
I have the Wii collection.
Yeah, me too. I love it.
Wasn't there one that was kind of like a 3D try at Metal Slug? Or am I thinking of something else?
Not that I know. I've never seen anything Metal Slug except for side-scrolling.
Yeah, I can't think of it either.
I must be thinking of something else then.
I think you're thinking of South Park with all the snowballs.
Maybe I am. And these next two, I'm kind of a little jealous of. I would like to find these, and I've not run across them.
Oh, totally. Yeah, this is a great little PS2 game.
Yeah, that's the Gradius, 3 and 4 or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
The collection. And then there was also Gradius 5 for PS2, right?
Yes, they released the 3 and 4 combo, or compo, however you want to say it, and then 5 was a separate release.
Yeah, I've got the 5 one. I still need the 3 and 4.
If I ran across them at a good price, I will definitely pick them up, because I like those kind of games. Those are good.
So I have a question, and don't make fun of me, because I just want to learn. So, Life Force.
Yes.
And then Gradius. 2 different things, right?
Yes. Life Force is actually a bastardization of Gradius and Salamander.
Right. But it's different teams, different people, and everything?
I couldn't tell.
Because
Salamander
Konami,
is a
right?
very different kind of playing game. If you play actually Salamander, then and Life Force basically grafts the Gradius power-up system onto Salamander.
Okay.
So Salamander was an arcade release, just like Gradius was, but they had a different sort of setup. If you want a better idea, go check out like Salamander for the PC Engine is very much like Salamander.
Isn't the Salamander Famicom cart like that crystal blue?
Yeah, it's kind of clear, it's kind of green,
I want that cart.
but it's still Life Force, even though it's a Salamander.
Okay, I was just curious. I didn't know if Gradius and Life Force were the same thing because they were both Konami.
Yeah, it's from that same kind of group. But I mean, they had a lot of shit. You know, they had Gradius, they had Salamander, Life Force, they had the Twin Bee games.
Stinger.
So I mean, Stinger is a Twin Bee game.
Yeah.
So they have the big Twin Bee series. They have a lot of shooters in their heritage, and
Sure. Jackal.
I would like to find those for the PS2 at some point. And the next one I would not like to find.
Nope. It's a bad game. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's cool to have on your shelf, and if you love Family Guy, that's awesome. I want us to like this game too.
It's a licensed cash in. I mean,
Sure.
It's Family Guy. They wanted to make money. I can't blame them.
Yep.
But
Back to the shmups, quick.
yes, and then R-Type.
Nice.
I think I've got that one.
I think I actually
Yes.
like R-Type better than Gradius.
For shame. What's wrong
Oh,
with you?
come on. It's a solid one.
I like R-Type. I also like Thunder Force. You know, Thunder Force games are
Ooh,
really
I haven't
good,
got to play
but
that one yet.
Yeah.
You
Actually,
haven't played
I
any of
sold
the Thunder Force
yeah.
series?
Nope.
What is wrong with you, Krabby?
I sold a Thunder Force about a year ago. It was a very easy sell.
I
Thunder
bet.
Force 2, yeah, but Thunder Force 3 forward, very good. And then, okay, so Krabby, your mission is find a Thunder Force game and play it, other than like 2.
I accept that mission.
All right, I'm looking forward to here. And Lightning Force on the Genesis is also technically a Thunder Force game, so that counts.
All right, I'll add it to the list.
Crazy Taxi 2 is up. I've never played Crazy Taxi 2.
Me neither. I kind of went from 1 to 3.
I played all of them. I loved Crazy Taxi.
And then he picked up some strategy guides, right? So
Yep, paper's always good. I don't know if he smelled them.
yeah, maybe you could tell us what the aroma was. And then these next ones I'm kind of impressed by.
Here's some more games that I love.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This
these
next
are,
group really, I'm very good. So Lunar 1 and 2.
Awesome
Complete,
games,
right?
yeah. Love them.
Yep.
I've just never been able to like pull the trigger because they remake these games like every 5 minutes. So
The second one that I've got in my collection, I've actually got from retail. I think I spent like a crazy amount, like $120 on it when it came out.
oh
Yeah, for that big box, and I still kept all the map, the medallion, all the little characters you can like punch out. I kept them all sealed in there still.
I bought the original, like the PlayStation re-release that was like that big box with all that stuff in it. But I traded it a while back for something I really wanted.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, I gave you a little heck
But
for that.
yeah, it's all right. Don't worry, they remake it like constantly, so it doesn't matter.
That was so awesome. Canadians are so nice. They don't give people hell.
I just get the like, oh, next time you should do really better.
It's like, oh, watch it there,
don't
buddy.
do that, eh?
And the next one, I picked this one up recently, so good job. Picked up Dragon Warrior 7 for the PS1.
I thought you had this. I thought you loved this game.
Yeah, I told you I bought, I think my last show, right? I think we talked about that. I picked that up when I was buying your games.
Oh, that's right. That's what it was. Yep.
Yep. And then Final Fantasy Tactics. I mean, what's not to love about that?
Yeah.
I don't care for that
Yeah,
one.
it's.
Oh, come
Yeah.
on, man.
I tried really
That's what I
hard
was gonna
to
say.
like it. I tried so
Come
hard.
on.
I know
man.
people who don't like Final Fantasy who love this game, and I know Final Fantasy fans who enjoy it. So it really comes down to your love for turn-based tactics.
All right.
If you're not a turn-based tactics fan, you will not
I
like this
do-
game. Your love of Final Fantasy can't
I
make
do
you
like
it.
other turn-based tactics games. I just don't like this one for some reason.
All right, Krabby, let's run through a few things that just so we can level the hate squarely on your shoulders. Vandal Heart series, yes or no?
I haven't played it. Can't comment.
All right. Tactics Ogre.
Good.
All right, so you'll probably survive a little round of hate. All right. Moving back into it, though. The next thing, I have no idea anything about this at all.
Me neither. I know it's a thing. I know it exists. I'm pretty sure there's cards and toys. It sounds like a Pokemon ripoff, but Digimon?
It came out right after the Pokemon craze. It was definitely cashing in on it. It's not bad.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Next.
Is do they have to collect them all, battle your monsters type game?
Yes.
Okay.
There was, I can't remember. It's been so long. One of my friends had this when it came out, and I believe it was you could pop open your PlayStation, put in any other media disc you had, like a CD or a movie or something, and it would like create you a monster with the digital information into the game.
Like Monster Rancher.
I've
okay,
heard
I'm getting
this
it mixed up with
before.
Monster Rancher then. Yeah.
Monster Rancher.
I'm getting them mixed up here. Scratch everything I just said.
Yeah, another ripoff.
The only Digimon game I played then is Digimon Rumble Arena 2 for the GameCube, and it wasn't very good.
No. Okay.
Yeah, I've heard that from most of the Digimon crowd.
Moving on to a really cool game is Mega Man Legends.
Yeah, Krabby, how do you feel about this one going to 3D?
I haven't played it, actually.
Do you have it?
Any interest?
I have interest, yeah. I love Mega Man, so I'm quite curious. I've heard good things about the Legends games, so I'd like to check them out.
I'm still waiting for my accidental cross against Legends 2 and Misadventures of Tron Bonne, but we'll see. Maybe one of these days.
I love this next game.
Yeah. Bum 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 bum. Right? DuckTales.
Yeah, this is a really great NES game.
It is. One that at first, if you didn't have a manual and you'd never played it, would probably take you a few minutes to try to figure out what the heck you're supposed to be doing.
Yeah, I remember like once you figure out like the pogo bounce, like that's how you traverse the environment for the whole game.
Yeah, because until then you're like, okay, do I hop on them? No.
Yeah.
I can't attack.
Yeah, I can't touch anybody. I can't swing a cane. Like this game's impossible. And it's like, oh no, like there's a different thing to attack from above than to jump.
Yeah, definitely. And the next one, I was so excited about this one. I imported this from Japan before it came out here with a converter.
Hardcore.
Really? So you were that big a Star Fox fan on Super Nintendo?
I was.
Okay.
So I got that with the Rumble Pack and everything before it even came out here. So Star Fox 64. Me and a buddy of mine, because there was a deal with an importer, and so we each ordered copies, and man, we played the tar out of that thing. And, it's obviously not much of a language barrier, so it was really fun.
Yeah, we grabbed it right away. I remember being blown away by the Rumble Pack too when it came out, and getting the 4-player games going with the like tanks and planes and stuff. Yeah. Yeah,
because if people weren't there and they don't realize, that's how Rumble started.
Yeah,
with the Rumble Pack.
You had to buy a thing and snap it on, and then even when a couple more systems like the Dreamcast came out, same thing. It was a separate thing. And so when the DualShock happened, it was kind of a big deal when the DualShock happened.
Yeah, because then you actually had it in the controller.
Yeah, I remember for like a month, like every single time that thing rumbled, you realized it and you were amazed. It was so special. And now it's like you don't even know what's happening anymore.
Yeah, I'm really glad other people feel that way, because when you went from no rumble to rumble, I remember like feeling it in my hands, looking at everyone in the room with this big stupid goofy smile. I can't even explain to you what's happening right now.
And remember all the nasty hubbub when PS3 came out and there was no rumble?
Yeah, they wanted it back. I really didn't miss it. I got a 6-axis.
I totally forgot about that.
I didn't even,
I've got a 6-axis.
I didn't realize it was gone even.
The thing is so feather light.
It is.
Yeah.
Without the rumble thing in it, it's like it almost feels broken.
I remember.
I totally forgot that the rumble was out, and I think they blamed it on battery life. And then eventually, the DualShock 3 happened. But yeah, you're right. That controller weighed nothing.
Yeah. I think the talk really was that they didn't want to pay the license of the technology, and eventually they just got enough hate because they came up with like all these ridiculous reasons why they didn't do it.
Yeah.
Like it would mess up the 6-axis control or something.
Oh, that's right. They said like with the dueling technologies, it would have affected it adversely.
Yeah,
or something.
Garbage. Well, we learned out which technology won the day, right? Not 6-axis control.
I remember being so enthralled with that Rumble that we would like scour every other N64 game trying to find other ones that worked with it. Even stupid ones like Ocarina of Time, when all it did was like it did was like shake when you got near a Skulltula.
That was a big deal.
Just like stupid features that would use that rumble.
That was a really good feature.
It was really like lame, tacked on. Like you could have you had these like sword battles. You could have had it shaking the whole game and doing cool things.
No, but I mean that way you would, if you didn't have that, finding all those stupid Skulltula things would have been really difficult.
on the 3DS remake, there's a there's like a visual indicator when you get close. So because obviously there's no rumble in the 3DS.
Yeah, and did you guys ever get there was those few DS games that used the little rumble cartridge? Did you guys ever?
I've seen those, but
use
I haven't
those?
played any. No.
I've never, same thing. I've seen them, haven't played any.
I did. My daughter for a little while had Super Princess Peach, and it has rumble. And I'm telling you, even though I'm a dude, Super Princess Peach is a good game.
I played it. Yeah, that's good.
And the rumble's good.
I think my wife has that card. I've never noticed it was a rumbler. I'll have to give it a try.
You have to get the separate rumble pack.
It just
it's
works
a
with
separate
the game,
thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So definitely, I would say check it out. It's a good game, and the rumble packs are not real expensive. But if you have a DS Lite, you have to get a special one for the DS Lite.
Nice.
If you want to fit flushly.
Yeah. I also really like this next game, and it's a stupid little cheapy game, but I loved it when I rented it back in the Genesis days.
Oh, really? Tell me more. I don't know anything.
Yeah, I haven't played it either.
Well, you see, the thing is, Beavis, I believe burped, I think, and Butthead. That's really good, actually. and Butthead, I think, farted. I could be getting that wrong, and I'm really sorry if I am. But your attack was you would press a button, like you could jump, you could run, but then like your attack was you would burp, and there was like a 6-foot cloud. It was I think green if you burped, and then gray if you farted, and that was your attack against other. But it was like an adventure game, so you had to get tickets to go see Guar, and in order to get the tickets, you had to. It was almost like you ever play like Virtual Bart?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
What about like any of the Bart versus the universe? Like, it doesn't matter. But there's like 5 or 6 different sections that you had to get different pieces to be able to go see Guar or get the Guar tickets.
That is awesome.
And
You know what's funny?
I had fun with it.
Did you guys ever listen to Guar?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I had a friend that was a big Guar fan. Man, talk
How
about
can you
over the
not be?
top.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, totally.
But it was funny. It was almost like, the Kiss of its day, just over the top. Great.
Yeah, but honestly, Beavis and Butthead, like the crowd, the kids these days, might not be old enough to remember Beavis and Butthead.
It's back on.
I knew they came back. I didn't know that they were still back.
I don't know if
they
it's still
went
back.
away.
But I mean, pretty recently,
Yeah.
there's been Beavis and Butthead again.
Yeah, I mean they're just it's a toilet humor game.
Oh,
and
yeah. Of course.
Yeah, so you can probably get the card for pretty cheap, a couple of bucks, but it's worth turning on and just grossing your girlfriend out.
And then you were just, I think, talking a little bit about this next game for a minute, Bill.
Yeah, I think we've had a couple people this month pick this up so far. Rogue Squadron. Again, make sure you get that expansion pack, and
You
you're
need
going to
that
be
new
all
title
good in the
screen.
hood.
The next one, I think we've kind of already talked a little bit about it, but you
Some
get
foreshadowing.
the Super Star Wars
Foreshadowing.
games, right?
So
yeah.
remember, you grabbed that Return of the Jedi, so a little bit later in the month, grabs a Super Star Wars and a Super Empire Strikes Back, completing the trilogy for the Super Nintendo. Good job.
1 month. Yeah.
Nothing's complete without Jar Jar. Now, come on now.
Oh.
You're the only one keeping him alive.
Misa thinks there should be a Super Nintendo game.
If you just stop mentioning him, he'd go away.
All I can say
That should
is,
be the
thank God Lucas can't screw up anymore.
Well, you know what Disney should do to get all the people who I'm excited for the new movie.
Really,
but,
with J.J. Abrams?
Not a
Me
problem.
too, yeah, I'm
good.
okay with that.
So with all they have to do is like kill Jar Jar in the first 10 minutes of the movie, and
Misa
everyone
shot!
will be on their side. No, kill him dead with no mouth.
Oh,
Kill him. Have the Drakengard take him out.
And is that
speaking
more
of Drakengard,
foreshadowing?
Yeah.
Tell me more
That's
about these Drakengard.
That's immediate foreshadowing. Yeah. So Drakengard for PS2.
No, nothing. About
Engel
this
must have
one.
known we were going to be talking about this.
I'm gonna imagine it's about dragons.
It has to be. Draken, as we all know, is Norwegian. I don't know. For Drakengard.
Is that
But
anything
yeah,
like the band Dokken?
I hope so. The rock group Dokken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Breaking the chains, baby.
And the next one, I understand, is a part of the series. I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, I have no idea which number this is. Mortal Kombat Deception?
It's probably
Yeah, I've played a few of the
5 or 6
spin-offs,
or
but they all
something.
blur together, so I'm not sure if this is one of them or not.
No, dude, 4 was 4, right?
Okay, they were numbered up until 5, right?
No, I don't think 5 had a number.
I think it was 5. Yeah,
I
I'm pretty sure
think-
because there's a Game Boy version of Mortal Kombat 5.
I
Really?
think
Yes.
Bill's right on this one. I've never seen a 5.
All right, I'm gonna have to get our crack staff on it, but I'm pretty sure there's a Game Boy Mortal Kombat 5.
I'm gonna say that 4 was the last with a number, and I think the next was either Deadly Alliance or Armageddon, but Israel will tell us.
That's right. So we will definitely find out. And then up next we've got another series I really am not familiar with. So have any of you guys played these?
I did right when it came out. Some Destroy All Humans.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. Pretty generic little alien 3D shooting game. Again, nothing fantastic, but yeah, a little time killer.
I'll take a Simulate over it any day.
All right, there you go.
You'll take a Simulate over everything we've talked about so far.
And then
Xeexes.
Right? Is that how you say that?
Xeexes. I say Xeexes.
Xeexes is my pronunciation.
Xeexes?
Yeah.
Oh no.
It's because the Z's sound different up here. The
Zeds.
Okay.
I
you guys
understand.
are Zeds, right?
So if I had to travel up there, I would change my pronunciation.
That's right.
So you would say Zegzeds.
I told you I was with a friend at a Starbucks who was visiting from Europe, and his name is Pazby, Pazbi. So we're at you go to Starbucks, and they want your name for your cup. So he said, "Say your name," and he says Pazby, and they say what? so he spells it Pazbi. Like what?
Z ain't a letter.
Yeah, so it went on for a little while. It's pretty fun. And he kept saying Zed. What? P-A what? Zed. What? Zed. And then I finally told him, I was like, we don't say that here. He's like, oh, sorry. What do you say, Z?
That's funny.
Yeah.
But that's a fun little NES game, right?
It's awesome, yeah. It's a lot of fun.
All right. And then Rad Racer.
This one's not too easy to find.
Rad Racer 2. What?
Yeah. I don't see this one nearly as much as I see Rad Racer.
Oh, well, Rad Racer is really popular, but I still see Rad Racer 2 pretty often.
No, really? I could have sworn I saw it for like $20 at a store, so I thought it was maybe a little bit less easy to find.
Oh, I'm sure someone thinks it's rare. I'm sure if you look on eBay, you'll see a lot of those auctions.
Yeah. Mario Duck Hunt, super rare.
They're probably getting it mixed up with RC Pro-Am 2 or something like that.
That, you know what? That's probably what I'm getting it mixed up with.
Maybe.
Thank you for that.
But he got both, right? Rad Racer 1 and 2.
Yep.
And the next one, didn't we talk about this last show?
Some Sled Storm.
We had to have.
I think we're going to talk about it from
Storm.
Every show going forward now.
And I think someone did answer my question about whatever the Tron shooter was on PlayStation 1, but I've done forgot already.
Can someone put it in the thread for this episode?
Keep hammering it in there. It'll stick eventually.
All I remember every time is that it looked cool.
Mm.
And then I don't know anything about this next one either. Final Fantasy Legends 3?
Yeah, never played any of the Legends Game Boy titles.
I haven't touched the Legends ones either. I've actually heard people say they're pretty decent as far as Game Boy games go, though.
Yeah, the scary part is I think I've got it, but I've never played it.
It's terrifying.
Yeah, I think I've got like all the Game Boy ones, but I've never really. I'm kind of afraid. I don't want to ruin what's in my mind.
Well, just play Tactics first, and then this one will definitely be better.
Oh,
palate
all right, and moving on. This is definitely my absolute favorite score of the month.
Yeah, I think we knew that coming in.
Probably. But he picked up a extremely mint, complete in-box AV Famicom. And
are you going to explain to us now why that's the Famicom system to own?
I will. But first, because he'd kind of asked me,
does it play 32X games?
You're pushing it, Phil. I'm trying to remember this is a family show. But he PM'd me and he said, "Hey, I'm looking for an AV Famicom. Do you know anybody, to hook me up with one?" And I said, well, I picked mine up off Famicom World, but I didn't see that anybody had theirs. So I said, there's this other importer that I just recently got some stuff from, and they're really good at what they do. Not the cheapest, but really good. And so he said, okay, well, he checked with him and he came back and said, I don't know. The price seems like pretty high. And I said, well, for that, they're probably going to get something that looks pretty mint. And sure enough, he said, I bit the bullet, and he got it, and the thing does. I mean, it looks brand new. I mean, it looks mint.
So are you going to throw that seller in the show notes?
Yeah, I think I mentioned them actually in a thread already, but it's Arcade Gear. You can just Google them, Arcade Gear. But yes, I can put them in the show notes. So
it really does. Yeah, if you guys haven't seen the picture of it, it's on page 591 in small scores, and the box looks like it came off the shelf.
They time traveled and brought it back with them.
Yeah, it really does.
And I'm going to talk more about Arcade Gear a little bit later when we get to talk about my stuff, because the other stuff I got from them also came in. So I will just say now, and then I'll talk more about it then. Excellent site and excellent people to deal with, and we'll get more into that a little bit later. So congratulations. The reason this is the best is that this system was the first system, along with the Super Nintendo, Super Famicom when it came out, it had the multi-AV out port. So this is where your traditional, just like on the Super Nintendo, you plug the one plug into it, it's got your cords that come out, and very clean video signal. It doesn't have the jail bars like the top loader on the US system does. It's definitely my favorite system. I use it extensively. So, highly recommend. It does cost, but just like the US top loader costs, but I mean, it's infinitely better. So.
Yeah. And it's a 60-pin, right? Being a Famicom?
Yes, it is, but you can get pin converters. So I play a lot of my NES games on it with a pin converter. So congratulations, Engel. That's a really, a great way to wrap things up. And thanks very much. I think, you had the 2 sets of donations in. So thank you very much for keeping the site going. It really means a lot. Now, coming up next is a user from across the sea, which I want to take a minute to say we're starting to get more more listeners from worldwide. So we get some downloads. I've seen some from South Korea, Japan, New Zealand, Australia, the UK, even Spain and Germany. So if you are one of our foreign listeners, not to the U.S., I know a lot of our stuff is a little U.S.-centric, but I want you to keep in mind, if you're listening and you want us to talk more about some of your stuff, we get all this from rfgeneration.com and the Small Scores thread. So if you want us to talk more about some of the stuff from your territories, if you're not posting, get over there, sign up, post your stuff.
Some pictures
we'll be happy to talk about it. Yeah, and we'll be happy to learn more about it, too.
And as you'll find out shortly, we won't know what the hell we're talking about, but hopefully it's amusing.
Yeah, and we're always excited to learn more. So if you're posting your stuff, tell us a little bit about it, so that way we know and we can spread that along. So our next user, BuildStar, we've talked about him before, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
He is from Europe. And did we say last time we thought it was from the Netherlands?
I don't remember. We make a lot of lies when we're guessing where people are from or what their names mean. So we could have said that at
Bill's
some point.
fairly racist too. All those
I'm not
guys are
sure.
the same to him.
Exactly.
Because I think we made
Sweden, Netherlands. Yeah. Isn't everything in Europe just Britain?
It's the European Union now, right? So we can just kind of lump them together. No, seriously though, I think it was from there, and if not, he can correct us. But obviously, being over there in Europe, computer scene was a lot bigger.
Yeah, lots of PC stuff this month.
Here. So yeah, a lot of PC games, and some of these I definitely know though, right?
Yeah. Most people know Leisure Suit Larry, right?
Leisure Suit
at least by name. Even if people haven't played it, you kind of know.
Yeah, I've never played it. I'm very aware of the series though.
Yeah, where Larry Laffer, the horrible want-to-be playboy guy, goes around and tries to get hooked up and hilariously bombs it pretty much.
This next one though is it's one of the PC games that I don't ever grab PC games really. I would love to grab this Earthworm Jim collection. That looks cool.
Yeah, I wonder, does it just Earthworm Jim and the second one, or does it have 3D in it too? I wonder.
I assume just the first two, but I don't know. I'm gonna have to check that out because I'm gonna have to see if it even came out over here because I love Earthworm Jim. He's awesome.
Yeah. Bill, you want to take a stab at this next one?
Yeah, Bill.
I'll stab at it.
All right. Now, I think there were some other words in here too. I don't think Krabby put them in, so I'm gonna think it was something like that, but I could be wrong or something.
Okay. So we have this game, Tom and a Toverard bag.
And
Yeah,
that's probably better than I would do.
it's probably perfect. That's probably what Buildstar sounds like too.
Yes, I'm sure. And looking at the cover, Krabby and I, when we were talking about this, it's this kid, Tom, and it looks like he's talking to maybe like a tomato or a pepper or something.
Yeah, some kind of vegetable.
So I'd be kind of curious if we pop that into Google Translate, what that would come up with. But I'm going to take a weird shot that it's some kind of talking vegetable.
Tom
because
and
it was
the tomato. Yeah, sounds classic.
It was some anthropomorphic, vegetable anyway on the front.
I'm gonna guess it's Dutch,
It could be.
and I don't think tomato because I think bay is like some sort of berry.
Maybe it was pepper.
On something.
Maybe, or maybe strawberry.
Yeah.
It was a raspberry or strawberry or something.
Yeah, I'm gonna say like Tom and some sort of berry.
Kind of weird berry we don't even have over here.
Yeah, like when you go to IKEA and you get that lingonberry
Yeah, there you go.
juice or whatever it is. Where are these berries?
And
They
then
only grow in the Alps.
this next one, for the PC, Star Wars Behind the Magic. You guys have any idea what that is?
It's got to be some sort of documentary
special
thing that
effects
has some
thing.
interactive content.
You think it's like
So,
some of those
like-
early '90s kind of like enhanced?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, remember enhanced CDs?
Yes.
So there's a music CD you put in, like there's like some concert footage, or like it showed
CD
like
and
a
graphics.
yeah, it showed like a JPEG of like of a room, and you could click on a table, and then it would like show you like a picture of a napkin one of them put their drink on or something.
Yeah, I remember
Yeah,
like
it's-
when No Doubt's first like Tragic Kingdom came out. It was one of those enhanced CDs.
Yep. Also, there was a Cranberries CD that was an enhanced CD. There was a Bush one. I remember I couldn't find a computer they would work on.
Because they would have like terrible QuickTime videos and stuff. in
Yeah,
them.
I had to bring it to my neighbor's house to watch the enhanced content on these discs.
That's hilarious. And then I think we all know this next one, right?
Same as Leisure Suit Larry. I've heard of this, never played it.
Krabby? Tamagotchi?
I played one of those like little pocket ones.
Yeah, that's really what it was. But I mean, I know they made like eventually stuff for like computers and stuff. But yeah, Tamagotchi. It was a big fad.
Oh yeah, everyone
For a
had
little
one of
while.
those
Big-
things
big
for a
one.
while.
Big one, bigger than Pogs, I would say.
Yeah, it was kind of like
But not
the
as cool.
Rubik's Cube of its day or whatever, right?
I still
Oh yeah, you got to get some banging
let's put it this
slammers.
way: I still have some Pogs. I don't still have some Tamagotchis.
Yeah. Crab, you got good slammers?
No.
Oh, you got to get some good slammers.
I'm too old for the Pogs, but my sister had Tamagotchi. So,
It makes my wife upset to mention Tamagotchi because what were little virtual pets called before Tamagotchi?
I think that was the one
Or
that
was
kind
that
of
the
kicked
first
them
one?
off.
I can't remember. There was some other virtual pet that she had and loved.
They were like spin-offs
And-
after that, but
Okay, yeah, whichever one she liked, I can't remember. But I have a feel like for some reason I think every time Tamagotchi comes up, she's like bleh because she liked a different one.
Gotcha.
she let her starve to death or something.
Yeah,
You'd have to
right?
like clean up its poop and everything. Or that. And then, you're new recently to the CDI game, Krabby,
Yeah,
right?
I picked up a nice little CDI lot there. Quite a few games.
So what all did he get?
You know, all the exciting CDI games that you need, like Othello and Tennis, and Compton's
I mean-
Interactive Encyclopedia.
Othello, one of your faves, right?
Can't get enough Othello. No, can anybody?
I
Can
got
anybody?
a complete. Yeah, I found a complete Othello. I got hooked up last a couple months ago with it. It was like $4. It's pretty sweet.
You got ripped
Lucky man.
off. Okay.
You're just mad because your wife beats you at it, right?
And then what else? There was a couple other ones.
There's
you
a
got in
couple
there
I'm
too,
not
right?
familiar with, like Alien Gate.
Yeah, I don't
I'm
know
not
that
sure
one
what that one-
because there was a fairly big European deal with CDI for a little while.
Yep. Some Black Angel. Not sure what that one's about.
Sounds cool.
How about Rosebud, the director's cut.
Rosebud.
But
How about Battleship?
yeah, we know Battleship. We know some Top Gun. some Space Ace. At least you got one game you can play on there. Some Space Ace.
Yeah, you got Space Ace now.
If you were a disc-based system, Space Ace was on you.
Space Ace is good.
I'm not saying it wasn't good. I'm just saying if you were disc-based, you had a version of Space Ace.
Yeah. And then what's this next one?
It was like Al's over on the CDI, and that maybe
I've never heard of that.
I'm sure that's maybe a translation there that would mean something.
Yeah, I don't know
else,
what that word
but,
means.
Yeah, another one of those ones I'm not familiar with.
Maybe it's beer, like ale.
I don't know.
Beer over.
And then
pass a beer over.
And then what's some more PC games?
Yeah,
then,
he
right?
scored. Like I see them once in a while at like places like Walmart. They've got like those 2-packs where they bundle 2 games together.
Mm-hmm.
He picked up a whole bunch of them.
There's a couple of really good ones in here too.
I recognize a couple of them.
Yeah, I've seen a few of them in Canada here. But he picked up stuff like Fishing Forever packaged with Bowling USA.
Yes.
That's not what I was talking about when I said some really good ones.
No, I think he actually got 2 copies of that. They're different variants though. They're like different. One's got the purple packaging, one's got the blue packaging or the green.
Well, they were probably cheap.
Score.
Yeah, he said they were all cheap, like $1.99 each or something. And then some Falcom 3.0 and Fighter Duel.
Are we sure that's maybe not Falcon?
Maybe I just can't spell. That's quite possible.
Yeah, I can remember Falcon. It's like a fighter simulator, like a jet fighter.
So that would go good with Fighter Duel.
Yeah.
All right, that makes sense. A lot of these were he put the pictures down and no text, so I might have just not seen it well when I was typing too.
And then Virtual Golf and
I can tell what that one was paired with. Yeah, they had a camera glare over it. And then you got like Master of Orion and XCOM.
That's the big one.
That's because of the XCOM.
Both of those games are awesome.
I've never heard of Master of Orion.
I know people who still say Master of Orion is their favorite game of all time.
Really?
Yeah, Master of Orion is great. It was one of the first early, really, really good, great PC games. And XCOM, same thing. Like, obviously, XCOM just had a reboot recently, which kind of upset a lot of people because XCOM was like this kind of like strategy game, and they turned it into a first-person shooter, but kind of similar to the way people kind of warmed up to Fallout 3 when it was turned into a first-person type game because they kept it in the same universe and made everything make sense. Same with XCOM. I've heard that they really kept the XCOM universe. But yeah, Master of Orion. I'm not sure how well it's aged, but Master Orion is a turn-based. Are you guys familiar with the term 4X?
No.
So 4X means exploration. No, it's explore, exploit, expand, and exterminate. So those are the 4 X's. So it's basically a strategy game where you're exploring new territory, expanding your empire, exploiting the land for its resources, and exterminating your opponents.
Yeah, tyrant.
So,
space tyrant, right?
yeah. So think civilization.
Okay.
So a civilization is a 4X strategy game. So Master of Orion is one of the first excellent 4X strategy games, and it was a DOS game. So it was it kind of predates a lot of the stuff that came. It pretty much inspired almost every 4X game after it.
Unfortunately, XCOM only has 1 X. So
yeah, but it is a 4X game, so a total of 5 X's.
Now the next one, what an interesting combination.
I'm sorry to have to follow Master of Orion and XCOM
with some Wild Turkey Hunt.
Wild Turkey Hunt and pinball.
You know, pinball games are going to be good when they just have this generic name, pinball.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why Pinbot had such great success.
There you go.
Switched it up
Because they broke off.
And then
some Al Unser Jr., which is what, racing, right?
Yeah, and it's on the Nintendo.
That's the only reason I knew that. And
do you know who Al Unser is besides the Nintendo game? Okay. Just curious.
The only Unser I've ever heard of is the character on Sons of Anarchy.
Ooh, yeah. Good reference.
Like Duke likes that.
Yeah, I love that show.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, I know.
And then Steel Sky. Is this maybe Beneath a Steel Sky? Maybe?
Very well could be. Very well could be.
Pretty popular game, or maybe it's something different. I don't know.
The next one is, I thought this is the one Bill was talking about earlier, though, the one he was psyched for. Some really cool arcade game.
Literally the title, right?
Literally the title. Paired with Cats, with a Z on the end.
Cats with a Z.
Reminds me of that movie, like, it just recently came out. What's it called? John Dies at the End? Have you heard of that?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a movie called John Dies at the End.
Have you guys ever seen the little spoof movie, The Movie?
No.
I don't think so.
That is, okay, there's your mission for the evening. When you're done,
Okay.
go Google movie, The Movie. It's hilarious. And then, here's Bowling USA again and Fishing Forever.
Yeah,
so another variant, right?
And then I like this one. It's a really good name. Two good names to put together: Civilization and Colonization.
Well, Civilization,
now
right? Civ.
This confuses me very much because, as we all know, Civilization is the Sid Meier 4X strategy game that was released in the United States. Colonization, I thought, was what they called Civilization in Europe. So is this a double pack, or did they just write the name of the game in the US and the European version?
This was a double package like the rest of them, yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I'd be interested in seeing what that is, because I thought that was the same game.
All right, now the next one is definitely Truth in Advertising, right?
Yeah, a ton of fun arcade games. Number 1. Packaged with...
And there was never another one released.
Packaged with the Fun
Volume
Pack
1.
number 3.
Yay! And then...
This next dual pack is my favorite dual pack
This
of all
one
time.
looked like the same game was packed in there twice. Some
That's what I was going to say.
Muppets reading software. 2 times.
Packaged with Muppets reading
Yeah,
stuff.
maybe it was the pictures weren't great, so maybe there was a number 2 on one of them or something. But they both looked like the same picture on them, so.
And then here we don't even get the ton of fun arcade games. We just get Fun Pack 3.
Yeah, plain old Fun Pack.
Oh, so we had... Wait, so he has the standalone Fun Pack 3 also?
I think he's a Fun Pack collector, like Isrit going for Mortal Kombat. He's going for all the Fun Packs.
He'll be at it for a while.
Is that like a compilation in Europe that they release?
I couldn't tell
I'm
you.
pretty sure it's just some name slapped onto a discount box.
Yeah. Is it like now that's what I call Video Games 24?
And then the next one, hey, I know it again.
Yeah.
It's Splinter Cell.
I'd rather grab Muppets
Splinter
reading
Cell.
software.
I've never played Splinter Cell, but I know
Yeah,
it.
I actually haven't either.
One of my old roommates was really into it.
Oh. Yeah. And then the next one I have played to completion, and that is the classic Myst.
I have played it, not to completion.
You played Myst, Krabby?
No, I have not.
Myst was such a huge deal back when everybody first got into CDs and CD-ROMs.
Yeah. How long was it the best-selling game of all? It was advertised as the highest-selling game of all time.
Yeah, for years and years.
Yeah, for a long time, but partially because of like the Nintendo Wii Sports syndrome.
Yeah.
You know how Wii Sports was, and also Wii Play, because people bought it for the controller. It was like the best-selling game of like the last 10 years because everyone in the world with a Wii bought one. So it was the same thing. Like they said it was the number 1 selling, but they counted all the copies that were bundled in with every PC that was ever sold.
Oh, and like if you would get the CD-ROM kit, it would have a copy of Myst in there too.
Yes.
So Myst was everywhere back then. And I think I played Myst on... It was a console. I can't remember offhand if it was... I think it was Saturn.
Yeah, I haven't played any console. I only ever played it on PC, but I own it on a couple consoles.
Yeah, I want to say it was Saturn that I played that on, but interesting. And then, we kind of couldn't figure out what a lot of these next things were.
Yeah, he had
right?
another picture of some PS2 discs. I couldn't tell if they were regular retail discs or demo discs or something, what games were on them, because, like I said, he didn't put any of the text down. It was just the one picture. So we got some PS2 stuff, all in clear cases. That's why I'm wondering if they're demo discs or something interesting.
Yeah. And then some original PlayStation games, right? The one I was getting mixed up with earlier. Now we've got Viewpoint.
Viewpoint. Was that more foreshadowing, though?
No,
Oh, no.
I was just playing, just totally get that mixed up in my head.
Just plain old Prophecy, hey?
There you go. And what's this next one? I don't know this next
Dark
one.
Omen. Yeah, I don't know this one either.
Bill?
Dark Omen doesn't sound familiar to me, but if it's the European release, I guess it could have been renamed, but it's not ringing a bell.
Yeah, maybe it's called something else over here.
Oh wait, wasn't there a Warhammer game?
Man, I couldn't tell you. That's our crack research staff here, folks. Right?
I think there was a Warhammer game with like the subtitle Dark Omen, but I could be totally wrong on this, so someone tell me.
Let's see. Yes, you are right, Bill. You are absolutely right. Warhammer Dark Omen. That's it.
I couldn't remember if it was like Baldur's Gate or Warhammer. I thought it was Warhammer.
Very nice.
Very good.
Very nice.
And then the next one is Kingsfield, right?
Not familiar.
Really? You never not?
You're a big
Kingsfield?
Elder Scroll guy, so I thought you'd definitely know that one.
No, like I've it's not. Yeah, not ringing. I believe it or not, like my Elder Scrolls, like my all the games that kind of preface that, like the Ultima series, never played any of them.
I
Huh.
thought you'd at least be aware of
Yeah,
it.
it was really weird.
Interesting.
Oh no, yeah, I didn't mean I haven't like I mean like not familiar with
Oh,
like
okay.
the gameplay. Yeah, no, like yeah, heard the title, but not familiar with any of the like the gameplay or the titles or anything like that.
That's yeah, I remember playing it back when PlayStation 1 was early, and wow, didn't like it. Still don't like it. But it has its fans. And then this one I did kind of look at because it sounded interesting to me. Star Ixiom.
And what did you find out?
It never got released here as anything. It came out in a lot of territories, Japan, several places in Europe, but we never got a copy. And it looks like it's a space shooter of some kind, so I have no idea why we never got a copy of it. But it looks like it did see some distribution elsewhere, so I guess we missed out. And then last but not least is Powerboat.
Sounds like one of my favorite kind of racers.
Yep.
Krabby lives.
You know what I was thinking
Powerboat.
when I read the name of this game was Bloodwake.
Bloodwake. That was the Xbox game, right?
That original Xbox awful game with like a boat with guns on it.
And they made such a big stink about that game too when it was coming out, like how great it was going to be.
Well, yeah, marketing, because nothing else was happening, so we got to sell some consoles. So Bloodwake.
That's right. If you love Fusion Frenzy, you will love Bloodwake. Because there wasn't much of anything out, right?
But yeah, it was a very, very, well, like most consoles, like a handful of okay stuff when it comes out, then 8 months of why did I buy this thing, and then all of a sudden all the great stuff hits again.
Yeah, definitely. Well, thanks very much, Build Star. We appreciate you contributing.
Sorry for butchering your pickups there for the month, I'm sure.
That's right. Well, it's all right. Come in the thread and let us know how we did and what we messed up. And moving down, we had a couple other donors that didn't really have much to post, and we finally get down to our winner of our auction. So Nupoile himself. So he picked up a complete in-box Killer Bee, and I love it. Like every game for the Odyssey 2 had like the exclamation point.
Especially this next one, yeah.
So you can't just say it, but you have to say Killer Bees.
Well, see that one.
Right?
That one suits it though.
Do you do this? Yeah, exactly. That suits it. Do you do the same thing with Punch Out?
Punch Out!
Because there's 2 exclamations, right?
3, I think, actually, with Punch Out. So I guess you have to like burst a blood vessel or something in your forehead when you say the title. So Killer Bees. I don't really know anything about Killer Bees, although it must be probably tricky to find.
Yeah, he's getting right down to the end there.
Yeah, because he also picked up, sounds like another exciting game, Nimble Number Ned. I can almost not say that.
That didn't sound very excited, Duke. Come on.
Oh, sorry. Nimble Number Ned!
There you
go.
So he only has 2 titles left to complete the U.S. Odyssey 2 set.
And I have a feeling they're both big box games. I know one of them is for sure. I can't remember what his last one is, but I think one of them was Conquest for the World.
Well, it will be impressive to see him finish that off when the time comes, and I'm sure we'll get a chance to talk to him more about his Odyssey 2 collection in the interview.
Absolutely.
So stay tuned. And then he did pick up a PC game. I'm familiar with this one. Are you guys?
I know of it, yeah.
Same thing. Know of it. Never got into the series.
So it's Command & Conquer Red Alert 3 he picked up. So I did play Command & Conquer. I played the original Red Alert. I played those two quite a bit, but I never made it all the way to Red Alert 3.
My friend had me hooked on Dune 2000, and then when he upgraded to Red Alert, I didn't move along with him. I was stuck back in Dune world.
I really enjoyed those games for what they were at the time. I played the tar out of Command & Conquer.
I recently read a story talking about how real-time strategy is a dying genre, and it is sad, but they just don't sell the way they used to.
Yeah, it was kind of a novelty at the time, I think. That hasn't necessarily been repeated, but... And the last one here is a drink. You got a drink.
Oh, yeah, that Halo 4 Dew,
yeah,
right?
he got the Mountain Dew with the Halo 4 like branding stuff on it. So
Didn't
looked like he had some other drinks
special
that were
name
there.
for it? Gamer juice or something stupid?
Gamer juice.
Didn't they call it?
Oh, Gamer
Fuel. Yeah,
Game
that was
Fuel,
it.
right?
Was that?
Yeah, they called it something really silly.
Gamer juice.
Gamer juice is not anything I would ever put in my body.
That sounds like what you get when somebody's been sitting too long.
I was gonna say, yeah, it sounds like you like wipe the sweat off as you've been playing, and then you like wring it out into a glass.
Please wipe the gamer juice off your seat when you're done.
Yeah. Oh, you got gamer juice all over my controller.
All right. Well, thanks, Nupoile, and obviously we'll have the interview a little bit later in the episode. So.
Yep. We'll be talking to him in a little bit.
And then, okay, now this next guy didn't pay a dime.
Yeah, we're kind of breaking the rules here, but it's an honorable mention.
I'm just going to mention it quickly, though. He did get a really giant lot of NES games. And some real gems in there, like what?
Is that the one with Die
Rescue
Hard in
Rangers
it?
2? Yeah. And I know he had a Rescue Rangers 2 in there.
Always nice.
Man. It was like a huge stack. I mean, we're not just talking like 20 games, right? It was like
50, 60? What was in there?
50, 60 games. Yeah, like this huge stack.
Yeah, and it's a fantastic picture too. Like to see them all stacked up like that.
Yeah. So I'm not going to talk more about it though, because you should have paid. But
totally,
congrats to you.
He couldn't afford to pay because he bought all those games.
Maybe. And now,
but did you say his name?
Understatement. If I didn't.
Oh yeah, I didn't.
I may not
maybe
have.
You said I didn't hear you.
I was trying to understate.
I cannot understate how much he should have donated.
All right, so on to our stuff a little bit. I've been kind of a little quieter time here recently for me, but I did get a few odds and ends. So I finally got in the mail my last issue of Nintendo Power.
And why was yours a little later than everyone else's?
I ordered it directly from the publisher, like back when it was first announced, so I could get the subscriber copy.
And what's different on that one? Just doesn't have the UPC on it?
Absolutely, yeah, it doesn't have the UPC. Right. And it came, I will have to say, I was really impressed. They mailed it to me in like a nice big, thick, like manila mailing envelope, and then it's still polybagged inside of that. So it came in like just beautiful shape. So they did a great job.
So your mailman didn't like fold it and shove it into your mailbox?
No, and I was kind of figuring they would just ship it to me in the regular polybag itself. So they really took some care with that last issue. So I was pretty happy. I don't think I'm going to open it, but...
Yeah, I read through mine. You don't need to open it. just keep it.
But how are you going to find out about what like stuff is coming up?
All the good parts I've seen online already, like the last like Nestor comic thing or whatever. And spoiler alert! Oh, sorry. And and then for the Saturn, I picked up a copy of Virtual On and Sonic R. I got a good deal on them. They're pretty cheap. Virtual On I always thought was kind of cool, but without that crazy controller, I don't know how well I can actually play it. Because it had like that big twin stick thing.
Oh, I've seen that. I didn't know what game it was for. Yeah.
Yeah. And then, as I was mentioned before, I got in the last little bits that I needed to complete my PC Engine setup. So I've kind of talked a little bit about it in a previous episode, but I ordered through that Arcade Gear. So again, I'll have it links in the show notes. But I want to take a second to really kind of talk about these guys, because not just because it was just, oh, I ordered some crud from Japan. When I went to their site, I went to the link that they had, and they started back and forth with me, very personable through email. And they're like, okay, what exactly are you looking for? And so I told them, I said, this is what I need. And they said, okay, this is probably the price range we're going to be at. And they went and they did some research. They, like the controller, like, look, we can get you a box one. We can get you just a plain one. What would you prefer? It's going to be a little bit of a shipping difference. And they were really good about it. Just very good communication back and forth. And they hunted down exactly what I wanted and shipped it to me, and everything arrived and looked just beautiful. Beautiful condition. A lot like the AV Famicom that Engel got. So I just want to mention I got my Arcade Card Pro. So that's the system card that will basically allow me to play any of the CD games, except for Altered Beast, but that's a whole nother thing. But all the rest of them, English, Japanese, doesn't matter. I can play those now. And because if you guys know anything, do you guys know much about TurboGrafx PC Engine, like the system card stuff?
No.
Well, maybe we'll have to dedicate another show more. I'm sure we will at some point to Turbo and PC Engine, but they were like software revisions with the cards. So there was like the 1.0 system card, and then like the 2 and the 3, and then there's eventually they come out with just these few arcade games, and you had to have the arcade card. And whether you had a Duo or a Super CD-ROM or the regular one, you had different cards, and there's really a lot to know about getting a working setup and doing it right. So I had to do a lot of research, but I got the one that'll let me do everything.
So Bill's sitting pretty high with his 32X right now? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I'm talking about Tower of Power troubles, but so I got the system card, the one that I needed, and I also got a 6-button Avenue controller, so that'll let me play pretty much everything. There was like a lot of 2-button, there was 3-button pads, and all the way up to the 6-button, so I should be pretty well covered. And I really like this pad because it like has independent turbo for like the Switch, because like a lot of the PC Engine TurboGrafx, you had like the turbo built in, right? Yeah. So this has it like for like the different buttons and stuff right on the pad. And it's nice, really comfortable 6-button pad. The D-pad is pretty good. So of course it's a Japanese controller, so the cord is like 2 inches long. But other than that, it's really good. So I got a chance to finally play some PC Engine, and I was really happy about that. So I played some Ninja Gaiden.
And was it worth it?
Yeah, and I was kind of wondering, I'm like, okay, is this going to be like another version or a spin-off? Or it is almost exactly the NES game. Right down to, it even has a cheat that you can use for English text, fully English.
And that's a cheat?
So,
weird.
Yeah, well, it's a Japanese release, so
that's just kind of
the default.
You'd think that would just be like an option, not a code you have to input or something.
Yeah, I would think, but yeah, you have to like hold a certain like buttons down to get the English version instead. So which makes me think at some point they probably thought about bringing it here, but obviously TurboGrafx didn't do well. And yeah, the music is different, and obviously the graphics are a little prettier. But like the level layouts are almost exactly the same. The enemy placement is almost exactly the same. The vignettes are like the same, except they've done a much better English translation than the NES version. So instead of like Bloody Moth, you know what I mean?
I like Moth.
It's Bloody Master, which like it should be. Instead of Jackwo or whatever they call it.
Oh, that's a hard one. Yeah, I'd like to see Bill try that one. Yeah.
It's just, I think it's Devil Doer or something like that's what they call him. So it's a much better English translation than the halfway decent one we got. So I would definitely recommend it. It's still good old Ninja Gaiden, the game you remember. Even to the point where I had never played this version, and just from having remembered the NES version, I was able to get to all the way to like the end bosses.
Right to Jack Wuo. Jack Wuo.
Yeah. Well, I got to the part where it was my father and I died, and of course I had to go way back.
Oh yeah.
So I just stopped there. But yeah, I would definitely encourage. And then I played some of the CD-ROM games for a minute, so I spent a few minutes with some of those. So, but yeah, so my PC Engine is up and running, and thanks to the Arcade Gear guys, I'll put this stuff in the show notes. So even if you have something that's not on their site, if you have something specific you're looking for, they will go hunt it down. So they do a good job. And then I was at a little get-together, a little party with a bunch of folks doing some gaming. It was pretty big at Hungry Moose's house. And another member that really isn't on anymore, Catch 5 Bats. Krabby, you remember him, right?
I do, yeah. He kind of petered out shortly after I joined. That was several years ago now.
Yeah, well, he doesn't live far away, and I've bought a lot of stuff off of him before, but he's trying to like round out and sell off a lot of his stuff because he's going to be living in Japan for a little while. So from him, I picked up a really nice for the Game Boy Kid Icarus box and manual.
That's a good looking box. I like that one.
Yeah, and he had it complete, so he was nice enough to separate it for me. And then I get home and realize I already had the manual, but anyway. I'm not a big cardboard guy, as I've said before, but this one is just a beauty. And he didn't want a lot for it, so I couldn't resist. And then also, I had picked up a little while back, you might have heard in an earlier show, I picked up Persona 3 at the pawn shop. And then he had the extras that go along with that. So the art book, the music CD, and like that cardboard sleeve it all fits into.
It's a good looking package.
It is. So I got just that stuff off of him. And then I also picked up Typing of the Dead, just the game. I already had the keyboard and everything, so that was pretty cool for me to look at that.
Yeah, I've got the game. I've been looking for a keyboard for a while.
Well, let me know. I could probably wrestle one up if you want, Krabby. And then I also picked some other stuff for Bill, which I'm sure he'll talk a little bit more about here in just a minute. But that kind of rounds up the month for me. So not prolific in quantity, but the quality, some really good stuff. So up next, Krabby, you get some stuff?
Yeah, my month was pretty slow too, but unfortunately the quality wasn't quite as high as yours.
What'd you get?
Early on I grabbed a Wii Play Motion, still sealed.
Are you going to open it up?
I already did.
Oh, I need a controller with
Wait a
Motion
minute.
Plus.
So when you said still sealed, you were lying.
And I meant I picked it up still sealed. Yeah.
Picked it up still sealed. Okay.
I needed those Club Nintendo codes. I couldn't hide them in there.
Do you remember how many points you got for it?
Yeah, it's just the same as any other Wii game, right? It's like
Is it
40
50?
points, and then you do 10 for your survey
40?
and get the 50.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, I picked that up for $10, and then I was shopping at Walmart a few days later with my wife, and we grabbed Professor Layton and the Unwound Future for $10 also. Love that series. Love it.
I've never played Professor Layton.
We played The Curious Village, and it was awesome. So we grabbed this one. It was really cheap, and it's one of the few games my wife will actually play. So yeah, for $10 for two of us to play it, it's definitely worth the money.
Cool. Very cool. Now, Bill, do you play Professor Layton?
It's been on my list of same thing. My wife, I've shown it to her, and I said, "What do you think? Would you play this?" And usually her answer is, "Yeah, I guess. Like I could play that," which I know means no. But with this one, I showed it to her, and she's like, "Yeah, that looks like something I could play." So every time I ask her, like, "Hey, you think you want to give that a try?" Like, there's always, "Oh, well, like, why don't we do it next week?" So it's kind of it might eventually get played, but
we grabbed it on a trip one time and didn't know anything about it and just got hooked. We couldn't put it down. Like anytime I put it down, she'd pick it up, and then she'd like get frustrated with the puzzle, give it to me, and then I get frustrated with the puzzle, give it back to her, and it was awesome.
You know the one series that's kind of like that I've never played that I really want to find one of these days is the Ace Attorney stuff.
I was just thinking you were going to say that.
It's not bad. We've got one of those too.
Really
my wife actually played through that one too.
You just want to yell objection into your system. I know you.
I do. Well, good.
Yeah.
And what else did you
picked
get?
up another Complete in Box NES game, which I haven't done for over a year. It's been so long.
I'm sure it was a gem.
Yeah, it was. Everyone's favorite racer, Indy Heat. Right?
Yeah, it's a good
Isn't
one.
it like something Sullivan?
Yeah, like Danny Sullivan or something like that.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure he was a big guy at the time.
Yeah, but I've only got maybe 30 complete in box games, and I've only found 3 of them in town ever. The rest of them all came online, and that was all at the same time. So it's been a really, really long time since I found a complete in box one locally. So even though it's just Indie Heat, it's pretty special.
Where'd you find it?
I put up an ad that I was looking for some licensed games, the ones I need to finish up my set. And I got the Cowboy Kid I mentioned last time from that ad, and Indie Heat I got a little while later. I had trouble meeting up with the guy, and when we finally figured it out, though, 3 weeks later, he still had it, so everything worked out.
Good deal.
Yeah.
Good deal.
And just recently, we picked up Scribblenauts Unlimited for the Wii U, which is our 5th Wii U game. My son wasn't feeling very well this last week, so my wife went out and grabbed it to give him something to do while he's housebound all week. And he's 4 years old now. We've been working on his reading and writing, and it's been awesome for his writing.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's a really cool game. Obviously meant for like the 10 and under crowd, but there's even some fun things that you can do for adults on it. Like whenever you type a character in, if it's something with movement, the other players can take Wii remotes and grab it and then walk around the level with it, do things. And so once in a while he'll do something like a zombie. And then every time you touch anyone in the level, they turn into a zombie. And then so you like can't complete missions after a while because these zombies just start infesting everyone. Or we had a Medusa running around one time, turning everyone to stone. Like dragon like torched a whole school one time. It was awesome.
That sounds great.
Yeah, there's a lot of fun, goofy things you can do in it.
I can certainly see why you went with that instead of cod blobs.
Yeah,
for the Wii U.
Got a lot more enjoyment out of it than something like that, I think. And literally that was it for my month. Very slow. But I've got a few things in transit. Hopefully be here for next show.
Yeah, and you'll be, I've got some items coming your direction.
Yeah, there'll be that too,
right?
yeah.
Good deal. And then our heavy hitter, right? Bill.
Yeah, I got all the stuff.
You got everything this month.
Yeah.
I got all the things.
What did you get?
All of this. I'll try to go through it quickly because we want to get over to the interview. So I've been complaining for a long time that it's been really slow around me, really dead, and it feels like it has. But I guess when stuff kind of trickles in, you don't realize
every
how
time
much
he
you get in a
whines
month.
about this, like magic
Something
crap falls
happens.
out of the sky into your lap.
Yep, like here it is. So Hit the Ice. My latest complete in box hockey game, and my first game for the TurboGrafx 16. I grabbed this from Retro Games, my local shop, and also TV Sports Hockey. So I guess he got a whole bunch of TurboGrafx games in. I grabbed those too. Just a couple extra hockey games.
But you still need a turbo, right?
Yes, don't have a system yet.
Okay.
I have a handful of games for systems that I don't own yet. The big one's the Play Choice 10, but I plan on getting one of those machines eventually, and I don't know if it's going to have good games with it. So I saw a really good deal on Contra and Punch Out, so I just grabbed those. So I have a couple of PC 10 games for when that magical day happens.
Very cool.
So 1942, I also grabbed at Retro Games. It didn't have the manual, but I knew that I had the manual at home. But then when I got home, I realized that I hadn't audited my collection in a little while, and that manual is gone. So later in the month, I did grab a 1942 manual, so that did get complete.
Good.
Also grabbed Castlevania Bloodlines, complete for the Genesis at the same store. And then on eBay for like $2 or $3, which I really should have looked at the picture a little more closely, Mystery Quest box and cart for the NES. The box is in just about the worst shape it could possibly be in and not be falling apart in your hand.
Oh, no.
And then I looked at it and I was all ready to leave to send the guy a note and say, listen, I'm not just going to leave the negative feedback, but I really want to talk to you about this. And then I looked at the listing and it is clearly listed in poor condition for the box.
Oh, don't you hate that?
Yeah, it was totally my fault. So I left him positive feedback. And I feel like I was kind of a jerk, though. I was like, the item showed up exactly as it was described, period.
You did just
So-
No A plus
yeah,
plus
some-
plus 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 plus
A
plus.
plus.
No,
I was
no
an
A
idiot.
plus. Yeah, my fault. B minus, him A plus. So, so I threw it in a box protector, and it's okay. It'll stay together. But like the top, there's no the box has none
What
of
are
the
you
flaps.
protecting it from?
from itself, from air pressure. But no, it's pretty bad. If you ever, I might I wouldn't even post pictures of it in the thread because I was so embarrassed at how awful it is.
Well, thank you for being a quality eBayer and not one of those jerks that would just say, "Well, I'm just going to nag you if you won't."
Exactly. Well, I've mentioned before, my wife has an online shop. That's her main source of income. So I know what it's like for people to. She's extremely proud of 3+ years with 100% positive feedback. So when someone leaves her neutral feedback, she contacts that person and says, "I really would like to know about your experience. What could I have done differently? Blah blah blah." And 9 times out of 10, they'll change it to a positive. So, but yeah, like I kind of have that side of things. So. So my mystery quest is crap, but I'll hang on to it till I find a good one. Then I won't put this on anybody else. I'll throw it in the garbage. Nobody wants this thing, trust me. So Strider also picked that one up. I believe that was an eBay also. I've been on this kick lately where I have this container full of NES manuals, and I've been looking for just the CB game. So excuse me, just the carton box. So trying to get them a little bit on the cheap because I already have the manual to complete it. So Strider was one of these. I don't think I paid very much for it, maybe $6 or $7. The next two were big ones for me. Both black box games. Got a balloon fight and a volleyball.
Balloon fight's a cool one.
Now both of these,
and these are not cheapies.
No.
Yeah, both of these came from 2 different sellers on Nintendo Age. And both are very, very cool, very well-known, respected members, and gave me very, very fair deals on both of them, even though, I did pay for them. These weren't like, oh, yay, $5 garage sale. These are, these were a little bit up there. So, but yeah, both very cool. Glad to have them. And I believe with the one that I have pending with a trade in on RF now, that leaves me with 7 remaining. But they are except for Ice Climber, the other 6 are the most expensive ones.
Yeah, stack up which ones? Junior Math are going to kill you.
Yeah, stack up Junior Math. Even copies of Donkey Kong are going for over $100.
You have Chubby Cherub too, or is that one still on your list?
No, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not. Chubby Cherub isn't on my Nintendo published black box list.
I was gonna say because you'd have to count Ninja Kid in there too then.
Yeah.
Okay, so balloon fight and volleyball you just got. So what are the other ones you're missing?
Donkey Kong 3, Donkey Kong Junior Math, Stack Up, Ice Climber, and Slalom.
Slalom won't be awful, but yeah, the other ones are going to kill you.
No, not exactly. The other ones are going to be... I'm either going to have to do what Krabby did with Stadium Events and make a budget, save up, and okay, here's my bounty for this game. I'm just going to bite the bullet and pay it. Or they're going to be lucky finds because there's just no other way.
Now, those, because of the price, would you be willing to accept a mystery quest style box?
I'm sorry. I forgot Wild Gunman.
Oh, yeah, you're going to kill yourself.
So Donkey Kong Jr., 3, Math, Ice Climber, Slalom is pending, Stack Up, and Wild Gunman.
Now I think people can start to understand why I do not collect cardboard.
Yeah. Well, for me, like I'm and not that I'm that much younger than you, but I feel like I have a little bit of time. So even
all
if
right,
I say to myself,
wait a minute. I'm not knocking on death's door here or something.
I'm just saying I'm young.
Oh my gosh.
I feel like even if I get one of these a year, yeah, it would kind of suck to take me 7 years to complete this, but it'll be done.
So are you willing to take like a mystery quest condition box if the price is right for one of those?
Not the mystery. No, not the mystery. A couple of my black box games have condition issues, which is how I got them so cheap. Like for instance, Clue Land is not one that comes up very often in very nice shape. So Clue Land, I think when I bought it, had most recently sold for $229. And it was again in really nice shape. So Clue Land Camp on Nintendo Age. And the guy was just taking offers, but when you flip it around the back, like imagine if someone hung the game by the hang tab and then the entire hang tab tore off the top of the box. So that's my Clue Land, but I got it for next to nothing. Okay. And I'm okay with that because the front of the box is gorgeous, the spine of the box is gorgeous, and that's what I enjoy displaying the most. So I don't mind certain kinds of condition issues, but an all-around crap box I wouldn't do. I don't even like having mystery quests in that condition. So So yeah, Balloon Fight and volleyball were great. This next one was a real surprise for me. There's a store in what my job. I travel to 5 different offices for computer support. So there's this one store. I won't mention the name because I've hated on it before, and I don't want to hate unnecessarily. But they have awful prices, and like really bad. Like we're talking like a couple examples I might have said in the before is Adventure of Link for the NES, $25 for the card.
Wow.
I see it every time I go in there. Mario Brothers 3 for the NES, $24.99.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not just a blanket $24.99. Like you go into the PlayStation case, they have Final Fantasy VII Greatest Hits for $69.99. Castlevania Symphony of the Night Greatest Hits $49.99.
So they're looking for idiots that don't know what they're doing, right?
Yes, and the thing is, I don't go there very often, but I went there. The first time I went there was a couple of years ago, and I've been there recently, and they have the same stuff. So the problem is, it's not just a video game store. Like they have like a wall of video games and some stuff like that, but they're mainly comics, magic cards, board games, stuff like that. So that kind of stuff keeps them in business, and then they'll sell the odd video game here and there. So it's really weird how they've been able to sustain their business by not selling video games, but they do it. So anyway, so yeah, I know that all the prices are bad, and everyone in the area knows. Like you're all like, yeah, that's like the name of the place price. So anyway, so I stop in there just figuring out whatever. Maybe I'll find a $2 or $3 cart that I need to complete a game, whatever. So I'm in this store and I look up kind of behind their register, and they have a boxed Rob the Robot, like a standalone Rob. And the box isn't in fantastic shape, but how often you can see these? So I couldn't really tell the price. Then the price tag was on this shrink wrap they had put around it, so it wasn't on the box itself, thankfully. Yeah. So I asked them to bring it down, and just so I could see, I couldn't really make out the price. So they handed it to me, and the price was a little bit higher than I had originally thought, but it was a 2-digit price. And I kind of thought that these things were a 3-digit item. Mm-hmm. And I wasn't really sure, so I did a little bit of research on the phone, which always you have to be careful of doing that in the store, because then people think that you might be trying to take them for a ride, Marvel versus Capcom 2 style. So I had him take it down. He opened it up, and he started telling me things about it, which made me realize that he knew what it was. He's like, oh yeah, it's just Rob. He's got his sunglasses are in there, like all the paperwork's in there. So I thanked him for showing it to me. I walked out of the store. I thought about it. I talked to a couple friends. I went back in and I was like, you know what? I'm going to go for it, because I didn't think I was going to keep the Rob. I figured, worst case, I'll sell the Rob, and then the box will only cost me, a couple bucks. Right. But then when I got home, I realized, with the glasses having not been applied, the Rob that I already have has his glasses applied. And I kind of feel like it's cool having one of each. And also I feel like it's cool having that box full. So I think I'm just going to bite the bullet and keep it complete the way it is. Yep. So we'll see if that changes. If anything ever comes up that I really want that I would trade for.
Trade bait. Mm-hmm. See it.
Yeah, so that's my complete Rob. I've already got an offer for more than half of what I paid for it for just the Rob manual.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Because that thing doesn't come up that very often.
Yeah, the manual with the glasses. I've got one of those and still in that little plastic baggie from a deluxe set. So.
Yeah, I think the glasses by themselves have several buy it nows for $30 over the last couple of weeks. So the glasses alone, $30. The manual I have an offer for at least $40, and that would cover what I paid for the whole thing. But the more I think about it, the more I just want to have all that stuff together. So I'm just gonna hang on to it.
Understandable. Very good.
So so next was my Virtual Boy lot.
This was such a drought for Bill, isn't it? I mean, so far, geez, just garbage.
So this is so I woke up and I checked Craigslist on my phone like I normally do. Well, sometimes when I remember to do it. So I checked my phone and I saw a Virtual Boy, $47, which it's kind of a weird number, but I thought, oh, whatever. So I opened the thing up. It didn't have I don't think it had any pictures, but he listed all the games that were in it and all the stuff. And he said it includes original box. So I sent an email right away and I said, hey, does the 47 include, is that for the whole bundle? Because if so, I'll take it. And then I got an email back that day. We met up the following day. And, sure enough, it was kind of an odd, like 47, just like, why wouldn't it be a round number? He was a super nice, really nice guy. He would just bought it at a flea market or a swap meet. I forget what the word he used. I wasn't familiar with it. He said ham meat or something like that. and in Jersey. And he said, yeah, I just saw it on a table, bought it for a couple bucks, thought it'd be interesting. But
I
don't
think
use this
Zagnar's
thing,
just
so
going to have a field day with hand meat.
yeah, and me. So, but yeah, I said to him, so you said 47 in the ad? And he's like, yeah, because with Craigslist, like people always offer you less. So I figured if I said 47, then I'd get the 45 that I really wanted. So, and then Duke, when I told Duke the story, he said, so then you said, so you'll take 45?
Yeah.
So, but no, I said okay. I said okay. So, I said, do you have change? Because I brought 50, and then he's like, oh, I do, but no, 45 is fine. I was like, you sure? He's like, yeah, no, don't worry about it. So, ended up being a good lot. It was so obviously Box Virtual Boy. It doesn't have the cardboard on the inside, which is kind of a bummer, but I plan on leaving the system out anyway, so I'm not really concerned. So, the system, the box, it's got the AC cable, which is cool because that was sold separately. Yeah. So it's nice to have that little piece in there, not to break out the double A's every time you want to give it a try. Golf complete, Waterworld complete, which is already been traded. Yeah, and you
didn't even know at the time that was like one of the games you're looking for, right?
Yeah, didn't know that. Well, I knew that Waterworld was included with it. After I told him, like, yeah, I'll take it for that price, then, because I just wanted the Box Virtual Boy, maybe a couple of, common cards to try it out with. That's when I looked up Waterworld and realized, whoa, this is gonna pay for this a lot.
That's one of the top 3 games to watch out for on that system. That's a good grab.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the cart I sold straight out, and then the box is going to be traded to go towards one of the black boxes on RFGen with another member. Cool. So that was a good V Tetris. So the Japanese release complete is also available for sale.
I've got that one. It's a good version of Tetris.
Yep, Galactic Pinball, Teleroboxer, Mario Tennis, and Red Alarm. So I guess 4 of the common ones you see with a lot of Virtual Boys. Mm-hmm. And so I was very happy with that grab. Also the same day, I think in the mail, River City Ransom Manual from Single Banana. So big thanks to him. I've had a box and cart for River City Ransom for months now. So I put it in my keep an eye out for me. He saw it at a store and grabbed it. So very, very cool having members that are willing to do that for you over here. They got another NHL game on Intellivision this time. NHL hockey, which is really cool because of the remember the inserts that would go with the controllers for Intellivision games.
I remember that one.
Got the insert. Yep, got the inserts. Got the manual. And I love how the manual is kind of tucked into the flap on the front. Yeah, it's my first Intellivision game, so I even back when it was out. So this is the first time I've even seen the packaging.
They're pretty cool.
The later ones, when they cheaped it out, they didn't have the flip open covers. So those are definitely the better ones to have.
Yeah, and also the thing the game's in, it's like a little plastic cart that kind of popped into the cardboard. Yeah. Or sorry, a little plastic tray rather. It was interesting to see the way they did it.
So you don't have an Intellivision?
Nope, never played one.
Really?
Never.
You'll have to pick one up. They're not terribly expensive.
Yeah, no, I'm sure. I told because when I bought the game, the store owner knows me pretty well. We're friends, and he said, so do you have an Intellivision? I said, no. He said, okay, well, I'll let you know next time I get one in. He said the same thing, that we don't sell them for very much, because if we did, they would sit here forever.
Yeah, there's no big collectors. But that disc controller is really... Krabby, you've got one, right?
I don't have the controller. I've got Intellivisions.
Well, you've got controllers.
Oh, just
for the Intellivision.
Yeah, okay. I thought you meant a special one. I've never heard anyone call it the disc controller.
Well, with that little pad on it, that disc pad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really kind of strange.
Yep, so that was another one from Retro Games there. And then NHL All-Star Hockey for the Saturn is one I didn't have. So, again, hockey games are cheap. I'll pick them up whenever I see one I don't have. Super Hangout for the Genesis. He does this special, Retro Games Plus does, where it's all buy 3, get 1 free. So that was the free game I chose. Just looked at the Genesis rack, said, let me get one of the old black grid titles, and I'm sure I can trade that to somebody for a couple bucks worth of stuff. So just grab that for trade bait.
I love that.
A couple more.
That packaging, that classic Genesis launch grid.
Yeah, I was actually considering maybe trying to go after all of those, but I think there's a lot more than I thought there are.
There's quite a few, but I don't think any of them really are terribly expensive.
Yeah, maybe. Well, Phantasy Star is one, right?
Yeah, but it's not. Phantasy Star 2 is not terribly expensive.
No, it's not awful.
And 3, definitely not.
Yeah, Yeah, so and then a couple more eBays. Again, going back to my theme of I have manuals, I want boxes and cards for them. So Spider-Man, Sinister Six.
That's a cool one.
Sorry. This was sorry, that wasn't eBay. This was Nintendo Age. So Spider-Man, Sinister Six box and cart, and Karate Champ, which this is another case of me not really paying attention. The he had pictures of the cart and the box, so I could have looked at it myself, but just seeing the words Karate Champ box and cart, I said, okay, I'm getting that. The box and the cart have the box has a round seal, and the cart has the oval seal, which is not that big a deal, but I would like for them to match. So now my Karate Champ oval seal cart is for trade for a Karate Champ round seal cart.
That shouldn't be hard. Things are dirt cheap.
Yeah, I would imagine I'd probably just find one in one of the next NES lots.
You could just go back to that store and swap it on the shelf. They won't even notice.
Exactly, yeah. Next time I go there, I actually have done that before.
They'll probably swap it for you.
Yeah, no, Chris is awesome. I'm sure he would. And then in that same trade, I also bought Smash TV Complete for the NES. And I grabbed the Family Fun Fitness variant of Athletic World.
Nice grab.
Very nice.
So that one is just for, it was just for trade bait. So it's weird. These things kind of go up and down. I've sold these for like $35 before. They don't seem to be going for that much right now, but it might just because, eBay's, there's not a whole lot of buyers.
Is it just the cart or?
Yeah, just the cart.
Yeah, I've seen them around like 20. I usually, the store owners around me, they have no clue it's a variant, so usually I can pick it up for $1 or $2.
Yeah, same thing. So you can find them pretty cheap, and I found a couple before, and I like threw one up on Nintendo Age, and some guy was like 30. I was like, oh, cool. I didn't know it would go for that much.
Yeah, I sent one to Krabby. I sent you one a while back.
You
right?
sure did.
Yeah, I thought.
Yep. So then my my good buddy, Techie 413 on RF Gen, he noticed that I saw some. That I made some comments on some big box games that a few other members had picked up. Sent me a PM. He said, hey, I've got some big box PC I'm looking to move. So he hooked me up with The Seventh Guest, which is the prequel or the original to one of my favorite PC games, The 11th Hour, which I don't have yet, but very happy to have Seventh Guest. Also gave me Phantasmagoria and Street Fighter 2 for the PC on 3.5 inch.
Oh, I'm sure that'll be fantastic.
Yep, it'll be fun getting that one running. Also, he really kind of outdid himself with freebies this time. NHL Hits for the Xbox, NHL 94 for the Super. And I told him I already have a copy of that, but it never hurts to have a spare just to leave in the Super Nintendo to play whenever you want. Brett Hull Hockey, Wayne Gretzky Hockey. So I think people have picked up on my tendencies. I also did purchase NHL 08 for the PC from his local thrift store. Had them on clearance for like $1 or $2. Cool. Star Soldier cart because I have a manual for it.
Star Soldier's good.
Super Spike V-Ball cart also have a manual, so just got to get boxes for them. A Legendary Wings manual because the one that I have was a photocopy.
Yeah.
So and he threw me Mortal Kombat for Game Gear. And also Lord of the Rings Battle for Middle Earth, which he was really, really nice to give me a good deal on this because the price on these on this game has skyrocketed because you know how EA lost the license for Lord of the Rings, so they can't sell, reprint, produce this game anymore. So pretty much and a lot of times, like PC games go budget, they kind of just make them in those $5 or $10 cases. So they can't do that anymore. So the copies that are out there, and it's one of these weird things that people kind of remember. Hey, this game was awesome, and they're going for decent dollars. So he hooked me up with the discs and the code, so I can play that.
Cool.
And I got a really good box from Duke. Now, most people who listen to the show know that Duke's been doing some searching for me. I gave him I sent him a little Samson that I found on my incredibly dry
incredibly dry. I wish I had it so bad.
So Duke's been really working overtime trying to find some cool stuff for me, and I think he's pretty much there. He's just about worked off the debts. So I'm gonna cut the chain.
My pleasure, Bill. My pleasure.
Absolutely. I think we both made out pretty well.
Especially where I'm at in my collection, there's not a lot of NES stuff left. So sometimes it's more fun hunting for other people's stuff too. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of the reasons I liked I like doing the Secret Santa among other things, because it's like, oh, like what can I get for this person?
Yeah.
So yeah, so Duke, just similar to Techie, grabbed me a few things that he knew I wanted, and a handful of things that he thought would be nice surprises. So Air Fortress is one that I had a manual for. Now you grabbed that for me from another member,
was from
right?
Catch 5 Bats.
Yep, because you got together with him and he was moving some stuff. So, and I think Catch 5, I had purchased a whole bunch of PlayStation games from. So very cool.
And
member.
I want to mention. I mean, I would suppose he'd be cool with this. I mean, he's selling everything on his RFGen collection, so you can.
Exactly. Yeah, I think it was Duke. Was it you who told him? However it happened, Duke told me and him to get together. And I looked at his collection and I said, hey, I'm interested in all this stuff. And he, great guy to deal with, easy with prices, easy with shipping, very good quality stuff. So yeah, Catch 5 Bats on RFGen. Probably still has some good stuff left.
You know what?
So.
Yeah, I've got to go meet him here next couple of days. He gave me a good deal on the PS2 Slime controller for Dragon Quest. So I'm grabbing that. That's foreshadowing for the next episode.
Yep. So Air Fortress was from him, and I have a manual, so that'll complete that one. And this one was a surprise. A very nice, very nice Batman Return of the Joker box and manual.
You can actually thank your fellow Connecticut user over there, Fibro Freak. That's where.
Oh, that was from
I originally
Fibro?
got that from Fibro Freak.
It's really nice,
very minty.
Really nice, yeah. And for those of you who don't know, Fibro Freak is kind of all over. She's on every forum that I've ever personally used. Hopefully she doesn't mind me saying so, but she's posted on a handful of forums that she's been trying to help her mom out. She's run into some problems, and she's selling a lot of choice, rare stuff.
She has great stuff.
Yes. I mean, we're talking like she has stuff that, like, if you would think, well, she probably has good stuff, but probably not this. No, she's got that. And really, really very cool to work with. And again, we're trying to help her family out. So find Fibro Freak on any video game forum. She will be on there and see what she's still has in stock. But that Batman Return of the Joker box and manual. So now I'm just looking for a cart. The Wacky Races is a cool. I'll save that one for last. That's a cool story. Alundra, my favorite working designs RPG. Duke picked up for me along with Breath of Fire 3. And then just a couple of Dreamcast, kind of commons, Choo Choo Rocket and Jet Ground Radio. Both pretty common, but both great games that I love very much.
You know, you say Choo Choo Rocket's common, but I find Jet Grind all the time. That's the first Choo Choo I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I haven't really been looking for it, but, when I look through people's collections, I feel like a lot of people have it.
Yeah, but I think people hold on to them. I don't see them for sale very often.
I always thought of that one as like the
right.
Mario Bros. Of the Dreamcast. Like, just thought everyone had it.
I think that's like the Soul Calibur.
Oh, I've seen way more Choo Choos
Sega
than Soul
Swirl.
Caliburs.
Maybe it's just my area.
Could be.
Maybe that. And I mean, like, that Breath of Fire 3 was really... Because it went along, that's when I got my Dragon Warrior 7. I mean, and those were like the really good stuff at that store.
Yeah, no, they did. And also the quality of that, because with CD cases, you never know, they could be thrown, stuffed, whatever. Both Alundra and Breath of Fire, actually, in all of them, Jet Grind and Choo Choo, everything is shiny and perfect and new. It's great. Really nice stuff. So the Wacky Races, a few people have asked about, and I've held off to tell until now. So when I first started collecting, a lot of people remember that I had this local video store that I used to work at. The husband died, and the wife was asking me to help them liquidate their inventory. So I took these hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of games to my house, put them in the basement, did like an inventory, Excel spreadsheet, everything. And I started going through them one by one to see like recent sales to kind of see what things were going for. I used price charting. I used a bunch of things. So anyway, I figured, okay, why don't I keep some of the stuff that I think is awesome? That was going to be like my payment. Let me keep some of the stuff that's awesome, and then I'll sell some of the stuff that's maybe like, like a little bit like I can probably find in the future or, whatever. So in my infinite wisdom, I sold a complete Wacky Races to Duke, who was the first one who responded.
Bill puts
when
this post up, and I'm just like, bam. And then he sits back, he says like a message back, and he's like, well, I think it's going to be kind of about this much. I'm like, don't worry about it. I got it. It's fine.
Yeah. I was like, well, I think the price might be this. And he was like, well, I handed you my wallet already, so why don't you just let me know how much money you take out of it.
I'm done. Okay, I'm
So and I started seeing some of the I had lurked for a while, but I never really sold very much. So I marked it as pending as soon as I got a thing on it. And then once it was gone, I started noticing all the comments that said, "Oh wow, that's a crazy good price on Wacky Races. Good luck with the rest of the sales." So if nothing else, it got everybody on my side.
It did. And I sent him a PM like 3 minutes after Duke did, and he told me that he's like, someone just beat you to it by like 3 minutes, and then like a week later I see Duke post, "I've got this cool Wacky Races." And I had, and then of course like a few months in I was like, wow, I can't believe I sold that, especially for that much. But like, whatever, me and Duke actually got to being pretty friendly with some other trades and talking online and stuff, so it didn't really
it'll
bother
let
me.
us
I
hear,
figured,
right? It'll
exactly,
let us hear.
yeah. So what happened? So now fast forward to Duke has his little Samson that I think he said before that he honestly didn't ever really think he was going to get without having to put a mortgage on the house again. So it was one of those things where he said, "Listen, I'm obviously he's out searching for games for me, picking stuff up for me, but he said, he said, I'm the kind of guy who I'll go after a complete game if it's there." But, the cart's really, what I care about. Yeah. So would you be interested in, maybe I'll send you the box and manual back? And I said, well, it's up to you. It's yours. I sold it to you. It's your thing. It's your call. And then lo and behold, the very, very nice Wacky Races box and manual shows back up. And now I'm just on the hunt for the slightly less uncommon Wacky Races cart.
And so, I'm telling you, and from before, that box is near mint condition.
Yeah, I mean I'm telling you, all of the stuff from the video store, every single thing, the place would razor the top cellophane open, remove the contents of the box, they close the box, they put shrink wrap the entire thing, so they shrink wrap the original cellophane under another thing of shrink wrap, and then they put all the stickers on that. Yeah. So nothing is on the box, and everything is in its original, wrap with that kind of top flap. So with the exception of there being a sticker on the manual, which personally doesn't bother me at all. The box is just super nice.
I wasn't gonna risk trying to get that off that manual.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. Yeah. I've only taken the sticker off of one manual. And it was so and just because I was going to sell it. So I was like, let me try this. And it was my gamer juice was pouring off my forehead. So, but yeah, I actually I think I did a really good job. I got it off. There's zero evidence that it was ever there. There was no fading. It was great. The thing is, it was a manual that is for a game that people want to complete. Uh-huh. So I ended up getting $25-$30 for this manual. So my work paid off.
Go. Yeah.
But yeah, so Wacky Races, it's just a great story. I think it was Johnny Nintendo who said wow, you sold him a complete Wacky Races, and then he trades you back to box and manual because you need it a year later. RF Generation's awesome. And I said, yep, that's what we're doing over here.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's kind of the joy of the whole thing, honestly, to me too, because it's when I got this thing from it, I stuck it away, and I really just hadn't really touched it much because I'm okay, I don't want to mess this thing up. So when I came back around, I'm that's awesome. That's going to come back to you and not to some random stranger or something. And don't get me wrong, I never had any intent to sell it in the first place. I don't know. Maybe I'll take that back. I think there was a couple times I talked with Krabby and I'm maybe I could fund another, but I didn't. But yeah, whenever you said that, I was yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, no problem.
It's weird. We both go to Krabby for moral support with games. When I found the little Samson, I remember, Krabby, get on Skype right now. And I said, I really, really don't want to feel like a jerk. But that's the thing is, what things are worth.
You do.
And it's so it's if I find a thing for free, no matter what it is, and I could sell that thing for, let's just say $1,000, and I hand it to someone instead, it's like you're handing that person $1,000.
It kind of is.
The thing is, it's but it was worth more to me to put Little Samson in your collection, because in a weird kind of way, I kind of have pride in your collection now because I have something to do with it.
Yeah, and I understand. And that Wacky Races box and manual coming back to you kind of is fun for me because it's kind of you care so much about that, and having those box games, and why I think they're really cool, it sounds important to me. So it's really fun and enjoyable for me to see that kind of back where you're going to take really good care of it, and it's going to be there, you know?
Yep, it's great.
So
it was just a great all around full circle kind of thing. I did have one other quick thing. I don't know if we have time. Remember I told you I was gonna, the 32X story I was going to tell you?
All right, we're out of time.
Sorry,
we're out of time, guys. Gotta go. That's the show.
So,
Thanks.
Okay, it's just going to be me talking.
Go ahead.
For the rest. So everyone who has listened to the show knows that I'm looking for Spider-Man as my last 32X game. There's been a seller on eBay for the last several months who's had it listed at $249, which I don't think is a extremely unreasonable price. It's just slightly higher than I personally am willing to pay for this item. So I've been watching it every time it gets relisted, no bids, watching, relisted, no bids, over and over again. So recently, Duke said, and actually Duke and Krabby and a bunch of people said, have you considered contacting the seller directly and saying, hey, if it doesn't sell, would you consider just invoicing me X amount? That way you won't have to pay the eBay fees. You still have like a legit invoice, all that stuff. So I said, well, as soon as I have those funds in PayPal, I would. So I've been selling some things to kind of get it up and blah, blah, blah. So anyway, a week ago, 2 weeks ago, I see my phone notifies me, hey, another listing for Spider-Man 32X came out, which normally means nothing because it's normally like a 32-inch Spider-Man poster. So it comes up, it's the game, and I noticed that the picture is the same one that I've been looking at for months, and the seller is different.
Huh.
And also the content of the sale post is exactly the same as the one I've been looking at. So I did a little more research, and it looks like it could be fraud, but I wasn't sure. So just being the good Samaritan, I emailed the original guy, say, hey, listen, I've been watching your sale for a long time. I know what it looks like. I just noticed this other seller looks like totally ripped off your ad. I don't know if it's you or if you know the guy or if it's fraud, but whatever it is, I just wanted to tell you. I get a thing back from him, says, thank you very much for the heads up. I reported it. So that's part one of the story. So then a day or two later, I get in, what I do, I think I emailed back, yeah, no problem, again, like, I've been watching your sale for a while, just, trying to figure out if I could maybe make an offer, that's close to what you want, but I'm, still kind of in the market, whatever I said. And he emails me back and he said, yeah, so I reported it, the other guy, got taken off. But what happened was the other guy had it posted at like $180, I think, and it wasn't a buy it now. So once that thing got reported and taken away, that means the only one online was this $239 buy it now for the original seller. So however it worked, he got some additional attention from that lower one going on. So he sends me a message back saying like, oh yeah, no, I appreciate you telling me, but in the end, mine just sold. So he's like, so he's like, sorry if that didn't work out for you. No. So, I mean, again, which is okay because, I mean, there will be others, but it was just not the way that I thought that would have turned out.
Oh, I was waiting for a happy ending.
Yeah. No, well, in an odd twist, the original guy who was banned, whose like his post was removed because it looked like exactly the same post as the first guy, reposted it with actual pictures taken.
Oh.
So it looks like all he had done is he was had a little bit of the lazy syndrome. We were all guilty of it, where you're like, maybe if I just copy an existing picture from this listing, so it actually looks like it is legit. And so I am watching that right now. So maybe we get a happy ending, but it was just a funny turn of events where I'm like, hey, I'd like to help you out. Oh, thanks for helping me out. Sold it.
Sucker.
Well, it just adds to that awesome story because you've already got another story to go along with that with Spider-Man. So by the time you'll get it, you'll laugh. You'll have all these great Spider-Man memories.
Yeah, I'll be like, let me tell you how long it took me to get this thing.
And then the good news will be we won't need to talk about 32X anymore.
No, then we can start the my YouTube channel where I complete 32X games.
No, I'm not going to consider your collection complete until you get Darkseid.
Yeah, Darkseid. Yeah, that's actually even more. That's more expensive than any U.S. release game.
So sorry. I'm going to force you to look for 32X stuff forever.
I'll get the repro.
No.
Well, aren't you buying? Aren't you into homebrews and
I'm into
repros
homebrews.
and all that fun stuff?
I'm into homebrews. I'm into repros of unreleased games.
It was unreleased in this country.
That's cheating.
I don't know. I kind of agree with Bill on that one.
You and your uniformity. You just wouldn't want a weird flag in your collection.
Exactly. You would want one of those creepy PAL
Also, I don't
flags.
want to try to find the... Yeah. Also, I don't want to try to find like a mega power.
It wouldn't play in the... I bet it would play in the U.S. system, wouldn't it?
Think
I
so?
bet it would. You have to check it out.
There's only one way to find out, Bill. You have to buy it now.
I've already got you
I
looking
will.
at PAL Konami games. So
You do. The silver box ones, both Metal Gear and Snake's Revenge look very nice. There's roller
games.
Roller games, yeah. And Contra's already a silver box, but Probotector is just a funny word.
Yeah, Probotector. And Probotector 2. Return of Evil Forces. I've actually got those.
It still doesn't beat my number one corniest, like, what do you call it? Like the sub name to a game is Ninja Gaiden 3.
The Dark...
Is that the Ancient Ship of Doom?
Ancient Ship of Doom.
The Ancient Ship of Doom. Oh, it's so silly.
Nothing beats Revengers of
Yeah, I
Vengeance.
was just going to say that. That's one of my
Yeah,
favorites.
That's the best title
That's a
ever.
good one too.
All right, guys.
And that's it. That's I mean, like I said, there's not much going on up here. It's not much really hits the Craigs or anything like that. But I mean, a lot of it was local stores, internet, and just a little bit of luck on Craigs. So yeah, I should stop complaining for several months now.
I will say though that your Virtual Boy story did touch something else off, because I was talking to the guy at the retro store, over by me, the Game Exchange, and we were talking about Virtual Boys, and I mentioned it. He goes, "Oh yeah, I wouldn't mind finding one of those things, but I don't want to pay very much or whatever." I said, "Oh well, I mean, let me know. Maybe I could run across one. What are you looking?" He goes, "Well, I don't need a box or anything." He said, "Well, I don't know, like $15-20." I said, "Yeah, you're probably not gonna find one."
You would have to find one in someone's basement if you want it for $15.
And he goes, "Oh, really?" He goes, "Oh, well, let me look in the system." He goes, "Oh, we'll only sell them for $30." I said, "Well, I'll take 10." He said, "Well, of course we don't have any." I said, "Well, that's all right. Just trust me. If you ever get some game from Virtual Boys in, please call me right away."
No, what is it on? I was browsing Uncle Tusk today or yesterday, I think it was, and he's got a couple
Space
complete
Pinball
Virtual Boy games for
Space
sale.
Pinball.
Yeah, it just came out, right? So yeah, complete. What was it, $75? I think it is.
It's Bound High. He's still got and Space Pinball.
They look so good.
So for $150, you can get those two additional Virtual Boy games.
Yeah, Space Pinball is just galactic pinball with different levels. Which, I mean, if that's your thing, but
Bound High is supposed to be pretty awesome though.
And then there's one other one I think they're coming out with soon, that I read about. I can't remember the name offhand, but coming out. So check out Uncle Tusk if you like Virtual Boy.
Yep.
All right, guys. Well, I think that wraps up for Small Scores. Thanks for listening. Thank you very much again to all of our donors. And speaking of donors, coming up next, we'll have our interview with Nupoile.
Foreshadowing.
All right, so we'd like to welcome aboard our auction winner. Now, I'm going to try to stumble through this name a little bit. Maybe and I think I've always said Nupoile, but there's an E at the end. I don't, Krabby, what do you?
I think that L's silent. I think it's just a whole bunch of vowel sounds in a row.
Do you think it's like Nupoile?
Nupoile?
Like maybe like it's French or something?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, all right, Bill. You're the master of names. So what do you think?
Well, back when I was picking beans in Guatemala, when we used
another one of your jobs that we didn't hear about yet.
Yeah, no, I worked for a coffee place, so down in Guatemala, and we there was actually a guy down there whose name was spelled exactly that way, but we just called him Doug.
Yeah.
Doug.
Yeah,
So,
that's I've always pronounced it Doug. I don't know where the other pronunciations came from.
I'll have to brush up on my Guatemalan, I guess.
Duke, it's Guatemalan.
Oh, my fault. I think we've gotten to this before. Mi no habla, whatever that is. Okay, well, let's welcome Doug to the show.
Hi.
Welcome.
So, Doug, I mean, I've got a question for you. What on earth makes you crazy enough to bid on a spot on this show?
Well, you know, I've been around RF Generation for quite a while now.
Our condolences.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why I stick around, but yeah, there you have it. So you guys were doing this fundraising drive, and you had up the auction, and I was hoping to do my little part to raise any awareness I could, and I think I did. I caused a whole bunch of changes in the price there, but I was hoping that people would get really interested in it, and somewhere along the line, I accidentally ended up winning. So,
so that was my next question. Were you just trying to push up the bids, or did you actually okay, I'm going to win this thing?
No. Well, I guess both. I mean, obviously, if you're bidding on something, you're thinking winning is there, but I kind of had an amount in mind, and being as it's a donation auction, I think that's kind of how you should go about those sorts of things. Is you want to give this amount or that amount, and then just see where it takes you. And apparently, it didn't get up to the amount that I had in mind. So here I am.
Now, I would just have you've heard the show before, right?
Yeah.
And you're surprised that the bids didn't go very high.
Yeah, I'm just happy he got to upset Isret. That was worth it for me.
I was kind of looking forward to the Mortal Kombat talk. I mean, no offense, Doug.
Yeah. Well, I could make up something about Mortal Kombat.
Well, that's okay. That's what Isret does. And no one's going to argue with him because, well, of course he knows the right answer. Look at all the stuff he has.
He's got the most crap. So it's all right. Yeah, the most man with the most stuff wins, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, good. So can you maybe tell us a little bit about yourself, Doug? I mean, who is Doug?
Well, I guess before I wanted to say anything about that, I wanted to compliment you guys on your green room. Like this is the most comfortable place I've ever been in. It really feels like home. You got all sorts
just
of
like home.
Yeah. Yeah, you have all sorts of neat stuff here and all sorts of things I would be into.
Duke does all the catering himself.
Yeah, it's really good. I like the sandwiches.
That's all right. You'll not be thanking yourself later.
Big sign on the wall. No emulators allowed.
All NES all day, right?
Yeah. So yeah, about me. I'm not really sure why that would be too exciting. I guess I'll try to stick in to what mostly relates to RF Generation and this podcast, but I've actually been a lurker on RF Generation for quite some time now. I kind of wish I had signed up for the site right when I found out about it, because the way I found out was somebody was kind of promoting it right when it first appeared online as RF Generation, and I'm almost certain that I started looking at the site within the first few days or the first week of it being live. I didn't end up.
Really?
Yeah. I didn't end up signing up for about a year later, and I didn't realize up until even later than that when the site went live. And I was kind of thinking back about it, and I'm like, wow, man, I must have been in right at the beginning. So
now that was in the early 2000s, right?
Yeah, I think 2004-ish, somewhere in there.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
And Krabby, when did you come on the scene?
Oh, a couple of years after that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're a granddad around here, is that it?
Doug is, yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, both of you,
This
is a show where I talk, people talk back. It works out.
I guess we were wondering who those people were. Yeah, I mean, really up until this last year or so, I've mostly been under the lurker status, but yeah, I guess I've been around for a while. Really enjoy hanging out here and using the tools.
What pushed you from lurker to active member?
Well, I mean, I had from time to time made comments here and there, and any sort of dry, witty, snarky comments that I could throw in. Like I think
Well, with it
everyone
being
does.
the internet and all.
Right?
That
Yeah.
thing's those frowned upon, right?
Yeah. Well, I thought of it as a novelty. So yeah.
As much as I try to avoid being snarky,
Oh,
sometimes
come on now.
Sometimes I read some of the stuff I wrote, and I'm like, I didn't mean for it to sound that way.
You've listened to this show again, right, Bill?
I got to put smiley faces on the end of everything I say.
That was funny. Like the very first stuff that Bill, when he came on, like one of the first things he said is like, you can say whatever you want in a post as long as you put a winky face at the end.
Winky face. Well, no, I think someone wrote something and said, and someone said, I think you came across like a jerk on there, and I was like, well, did you use winky face? Because winky face just means like, he's just kidding.
So, yeah, I guess the reason I became more active here this last year, all along I had used the tools to keep track of my collection, of course, but at one point here a year ago, just a little while ago, the site sort of had a hiccup, I guess we'll call it.
The great crash. Yeah.
We don't talk about those days.
Yeah. And when I came back, there was a little bit of fallout from that, and I'm like, well, I don't want other people to be, wondering where everything went. I'm going to try to do my part to provide more content, and so I upped the amount of snarky comments and dry witticisms that nobody understands except me, but I think are hilarious.
That's actually really cool. Is that I never heard it put that way before. Is to kind of like inject new life back into the site after that little hiccup.
Yeah,
rebuilding the community.
I'm
Well,
not.
yeah, it kind of did seem like that for a while. I mean, like everyone was kind of worried, like, okay, is it really gonna make it? I think just for a minute maybe, and then I think just everybody just pop back in. It's like, hey, look, we're gonna make this work, right?
Yeah, I think so. I'm quite happy about it. Glad everything's still around, and I enjoy using it. So, yeah.
So, Doug, just from browsing through your collection a little bit, it looks like you have a lot of classic PC titles listed in your inventory. Did you start out as a PC gamer, or were you kind of on consoles and PC, or how did you start your gaming?
I guess I've been around for a little bit of time, and back in the mid '80s, I suppose, my dad bought us. I think we started out with. I almost think that we got both a Commodore 64 and the Tandy 1000 at the same time.
Really?
Yeah, but they were used, and I can't remember if we had gotten the NES right before or right after that. We must have gotten it after that. So, kind of early on, we had those two computer things and the NES, and then later on, I think the next thing that we got into the household was a 386 computer.
Oh yeah. Did you
Yeah,
have the math code
Very
processor?
nice.
No, we didn't. But I didn't know at the time. There was no such thing as the internet, so I didn't really feel like I was missing out because who knew? But so
I don't think the internet was far behind that machine. Actually, I remember having I think it was a 386, and then Prodigy. My buddy had Prodigy maybe within a couple of years.
Hey man, I got on the internet on a Commodore 64 first time around, so
Nice.
yeah,
a little Archie and FTP.
Feeling a little young here.
Yeah.
we did have see, I grew up in a small town, and we had like a really local phone system. So calling out to much of anywhere was long distance. Even like
Oh.
the AOLs and Prodigies, there was no local number. And my dad wasn't going to let us do that. So we did have a local BBS,
Oh yeah.
and I fiddled around on that as much as I could, and all sorts of text-based gaming on there.
Yeah, did you play some door games?
Yeah, we, I'm so bad at remembering names, but there's two that I kind of remember specifically. There was one that was sort of, I guess Wizards and Warriors, Dungeons and Dragons sort of theme.
Was it Legends of the Red Dragon?
That name's come up in stuff I've looked at since, but
That was a big one.
I honestly can't remember what the name of the one I played was. It very well could have been.
Yeah.
And then there was like a planet resources based one, a space sort of one.
Like an XCOM type game.
Bill, we're talking way before that kind of stuff. These are all just text
Oh wait, so this is like, is this like you see a wizard in the room? What do you want to do? And then you
Kinda,
type in,
yeah.
"I'd like to smack him in the face," and then
Kinda like that.
"Wizard blocks your smack."
Something like that.
Okay,
Yeah, yeah,
I played that. That's called Wizard Smack.
yeah. I'm anxiously awaiting Wizard Smack 2, but I think it's kind
Wizard
of
Smack 2: The Reckoning.
Look, all you just Kickstarter, man. You'll get that in no time.
Yep.
Do you think you can call it vaporware at this point? I don't know.
I'm not giving up hope. I still got my pre-order from Babbage's.
So, yeah. So I guess to answer your question, I guess kind of early on we had both the NES and computer stuff. So I've kind of all along followed both ends of it, I suppose.
Okay, so you never really kind of distinguish yourself like I am a PC gamer or I'm a console gamer. You just kind of, you dig what you dig and you play whatever games you liked.
Yeah, I kind of realized early on because even when we had the Commodore 64 and the Tandy 1000, they were kind of outdated, but they had some interesting, fun games on there. And I found out that fun games are fun games. It doesn't really matter the age, and it's cool to see new graphics and whatnot, but it's kind of it's not the only reason you play games. So there's that.
That's awesome that you figured that out way earlier than most people do, I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's one of those things that like you wish you could explain to people who haven't figured it out yet. Like, yeah, that stuff's really awesome, but cool games are cool games.
No, PCs suck. Anyway, let's keep going. So I got a good question here.
Okay.
So I'm curious, like what time period was this when you were getting into Commodore 64 and the Tandy?
Yeah, I'm trying to peg it down exactly. It had to have been before '88, but I couldn't tell you. I mean, it would have been like it must have been
About
like
86,
around,
87.
yeah, somewhere in there. So it's sort of late in their their life, or I guess even maybe a little bit after. But it was something we bought used, and it did come with some extra programs and whatnot. So
I understand. I think right about that same time I had a Commodore 64 because I was a little late to the party. I had Texas Instruments before that, but so I think I was using the Commodore sometime right around that time too. But there were a ton of great games at that point in time.
Yeah.
Now, do any of those Commodore 64 games stand out to you? Any of them you remember really enjoying?
You're kind of putting me on the spot here. That I can't remember anything, honestly.
That's fine.
I remember having fun with both the Tandy 1000 and the Commodore 64, but with all the extra old stuff I have now and stuff I've seen since, I can't exactly remember what we had. On the Tandy 1000, we had a game called Jumpman, and
okay,
I remember that.
Yeah, so there's, I've heard Jumpman put up with other consoles too, and I'm not sure if the Tandy 1000 one was the same one or not, but I guess that's one game that I definitely remember from back then and really enjoying at the same time.
Okay. Now, did you spend a lot of time playing the NES? Because you said you had one about that same time. Were you pretty big into that?
Yeah, we were. The whole family, well, except for my mother, spent all sorts of time playing that, and we would all sit around. And my dad was the best player of us kids. Yeah, he was.
Opposite. No, I was just said opposite. Like my dad, we wanted him to play so badly. Handed him the controller. He fell in the first pit, and we figured, okay, that's no big deal. But he dropped the controller and walked away. he
for this crap.
Yeah, he rage quit on the first pit of Mario and never played another game.
See,
screw you guys, I'm going home.
See, I remember my dad was, and I'm sure this happened, really early on, the first hour or first day or whatever. So my dad was the first person in the family to make it past the first level of Super Mario Brothers. And when we would play Metroid, my brother or sister or I would have the map in hand, and we would sort of navigate my dad through the various, levels of Metroid, and he was definitely the best player. Not that we didn't play too and had all sorts of fun.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
That's fun. Now, were you like most of us? I mean, when we talk, usually you'd have maybe 5 or 6 games total. Was that kind of the same way in your house?
Yeah, that pretty much was. I think sometime in the early 90s we might have gotten up to 10 games for the NES, and the weird thing was so in my town was really small, and there weren't like I can only remember one place where you could go buy video games of any sort, and I don't know of anyone who before 1990 had a larger collection than we did with our 5 to 10 games.
So you were the cool kid at school?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Fortunately, like my best friend had a couple other different games than what we had, so that actually worked out pretty good in expanding my knowledge of NES games.
Now, do you remember what they were?
So my friend had The Legend of Zelda, which we did, and
Very nice.
Tetris. So kind of two big ones there that we played.
Good deal.
So what's kind of the focus of your collection? Is it the O2 stuff you've been posting a lot about?
Yeah, that's I guess
the Odyssey.
The Odyssey 2, yeah. What a weird thing to get into. For the last year, I guess that's kind of been my focus. I guess the main thing that's always driven me along is cheap. So I've always picked up what was cheap and inexpensive, and I thought other people did that too, but apparently not. To me, cheap is like less than $1, and expensive is $1.50.
So wait, so you can pick up Odyssey 2 games for less than $1?
Yeah, actually, most of the ones I've gotten, definitely average out to less than $1.
No, I didn't realize.
Yeah,
now, have you played Odyssey 2, Bill?
You know what? I don't think I have. I'm pretty sure my father-in-law has one. When we visited, we're up in New England. They're down in Florida. When we visited, he was excited because he knows that I collect games, to show me his closet, because he doesn't throw anything out. So his Nintendo, his Super Nintendo, his 2600, his Odyssey, they're all in the original boxes in his closet. He doesn't want to give them up or anything, and I don't blame him because they're his. But I didn't realize. I mean, I didn't really know anyone with an Odyssey growing up. I didn't really hear of it until a little time later. To kind of looking back at some of the older stuff, but a lot of that stuff I met, like Coleco, Intellivision, Odyssey, I never touched any of that stuff until I was older.
Yeah, well, I would imagine you guys are definitely not in the age group, because Odyssey 2, pretty old. I mean, that's Atari 2600 contemporary.
Yeah, when did it come out? 78?
Something like that, 78, 79, I think.
Yeah. It was before 79, I thought, but yeah, it's right in there.
Now, do you fire up the Odyssey 2? Are you play those games, or are they more for show, for looking at?
Lately, they've been more for show and looking at. I've kind of been going through a change in my game setup. I had a bunch of stuff that ended up just kind of not fitting in with all the other stuff I had hooked up, and I sort of decided to change that, and I switched some things around, and I haven't quite gotten everything all set up again. So, yeah, the Odyssey 2, I've mostly been just on the collecting side of things. Very shortly, I plan on doing some serious playing.
Nice. Now, so is the Odyssey really the Odyssey if you don't use that little up arrow when you're typing the name?
The carrot?
Yeah, I intentionally try to type it out different ways every time I do it, just to see if anyone says anything, and so far no one has. It's kind of sad.
It's like one of those odd systems that doesn't have a standard abbreviation that everyone uses.
Yeah. I also love that I never use that symbol, so whenever I have to do it, I'm like, okay, Shift 6.
You guys don't do enough Excel, then you'd have that down no problem. All right, so I'm curious, all right, because everybody else is dead here.
Can we give Duke an Excel burn avatar?
I'm an Excel monster. I don't know. I'm telling you, I can rip some Excel up. All right. Now with the Odyssey, I'm kind of curious. We've seen some other people here lately for some reason kind of taking a shine to it on RFGen and started posting more Odyssey 2 finds. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, do you blame yourself for that affliction? Or?
Well, I somewhere along the line, I originally picked up the idea for collecting it from RF Generation, so I guess it's all kind of circular now. But yeah, it's kind of funny. I think what people are drawn to is how inexpensive it is for the most part. There's only a few items in the like normal collection of Odyssey 2 stuff that cost any significant amount of money. So if you come across, your first item, or you've come across a console, some people want to charge a lot, but if you come across a garage sale find, or happen across a good auction or something, they're actually pretty cheap. I think I got my first console along with the box, and maybe 12 games, maybe a couple other things too. I think cost me all of $14, and that's maybe a little bit on the low range, but it's not really.
That's almost a quarter of the library too, isn't it?
Yeah,
like 40 or 50 games for it.
Yeah, there are in the regular U.S. library there are 49 games. There are other games in other regions, but the U.S. library has 49. So there are 2 games that are 47. I think of the 49 are all Magnavox or Philips, which are they're all first party games, and then there are 2 games that were made by is it iMagic?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So there's 2 games for that. So that's the whole collection right there.
Is there a really big repro or homebrew scene on the Odyssey?
Surprisingly, there is. People are kind of into doing it, and that's actually some of the more expensive items for the Odyssey are like some of the early homebrew games.
Okay.
If they come up at all, though, go for quite a bit, and then other people have fun making games here and there. I guess I kind of heard rumor that there's supposed to be a reprint of a Odyssey 2 multi-cart coming out, so that seems sort of exciting.
Yeah. Now, what do you think it says? I mean, I know, like, I've got a little small Odyssey collection, but like all the games I got, like the boxes, and I see this a lot too when I see people post them, like the boxes and everything look like super minty, almost like nobody's ever actually played them. Do you think that's? I mean, is that what you run into a lot?
Yeah, so I mean, of course, the majority of the games that I come across are loose, but the ones that I come across boxed, and probably like a greater percentage than most other consoles outside of like, new ones or like Genesis or something. There's a ton of the games come with the box and come with the instructions, and they all look great. Like I think I have like 1 or 2 boxes that's a little bit crushed, and for the most part, yeah, you're right. They look wonderful.
So do you attribute that to that they just A, never sold in the first place, or B, nobody ever actually wanted to open them up and play them, or
C, maybe they actually made some good packaging that's durable.
Yeah.
I mean, what's your take on that?
Yeah, well, it's definitely not the durable packaging. I don't know. I kind of wonder about that too, because I have some boxes that are like brand new looking, and kind of taken into the context of what was available on back in the time with the Atari and whatnot. So I think the latest game for the Odyssey came out of like the the normal release set came out in '83. So yeah, most of the games are like 81, 82, or prior.
Yeah, 30 plus years old.
Yeah, so taken into context with like what was available on Atari and whatnot, the Odyssey 2 games are pretty good. I mean, they're not awesome, but they're not crummy either. So, I don't know. I don't know about it. It seems like people would have wanted to play them. So I don't know why there's so many good boxes and manuals and cartridges out there.
Maybe they just said, no, we want to keep the evil sealed away.
Maybe people, back then were knowing that the Odyssey would be a great collector item, and
there you go,
storing away boxes.
There's just going to be this guy in the future called Doug. He's going to be really into this. Let's just keep them for him.
Yeah.
So Sorry, if you have more to add, keep going.
Oh, no, I was just going to say that I sometimes feel like that when I'm perusing the auctions on eBay for Odyssey 2 stuff, that I'm like the only person looking for the buy. and actually, like, so the only thing I've ever bought off of eBay is Odyssey 2 stuff. And I continually run across like the same initials of people bidding on stuff. So like auctions that, have like 5 bids on them, like they'll all be from like 2 guys, and they'll all end start and end on the same initials that, other auctions I've seen go. So yeah.
That's awesome. That's like what eBay felt like 10 years ago.
Cool.
So you mentioned you've picked up a few loose ones, and you've picked up some complete and box ones. How picky are you when you come to completeness or condition of your games?
At the beginning, I wasn't at all. I would just pick up what I found, which in the wild it's not impossible, but they're not common either. But lately, as I was starting to get close to having a complete set, I started seeking ones out that were complete in box. So I probably have about a third of the games in the box.
And what about for other systems? Does it depend on the system, or is it kind of the same routine with each one?
I guess going back to how little I try to spend per item. I don't run across too many that are in box. I'm a little bit more picky, like on disc-based games. I'll get those usually in the box, and the games that we got new as when I was a kid are all still in the box. And big box PC games, I'll try to only pick up in the box. But other than that, I just kind of take what I can get.
Right, so you mentioned eBay for a couple of Odyssey things. So other than that, are you mainly like a Craigslist garage sale guy, or where are you getting most of your stuff?
Yeah, it's all garage sales, talking to people, asking if they have any old stuff, and
Nice.
some stuff off of Craigslist.
And do those people know what you're talking about when you say Odyssey 2?
I usually, so I guess my normal question is something along the lines of, I collect old video game stuff, like especially from like the 70s and 80s, and kind of leave it at that. And then they'll be like, "Oh, like Atari," and I'll be, "Yeah, like Atari or NES." And it depends on where they go from that as to how much I elaborate, because
It probably works a little better than saying, "Man, do you have a conquest for the world?"
yeah. So
Like, yeah, it's propping up the edge of my couch over here. I will have to say, though, that the Odyssey 2 did, some of those big box set kind of things with all the little pieces, that's pretty impressive at the time, right?
yeah, though, if you get the chance to see one of those in person, not just pictures, they're quite impressive. Like especially the manual for Quest for the Rings. It's almost like a piece of art in itself. It's one of the neatest manuals I've seen on anything, and they're just, the whole sets are impressive. They come, Quest for the Rings comes with an overlay for the keyboard on the Odyssey 2, and it comes with a whole bunch of little pieces and this neat box, and
Because that was kind of thing with some of those games, right? It's really meant to be like the system and the game were more of just like companion pieces to the physical part of the game, right?
Yeah, right. So Quest for the Rings, you kind of play both with the Odyssey 2, and then you play sort of as a board game along with it. There's little pieces that you move, and the Odyssey kind of instructs you on what to do, and it's quite the thing. And then the other two are the Great Wall Street Fortune Hunt, and the other one's escaping me at the moment.
The Conquest of the World,
yeah,
right?
Yeah,
Or whatever.
yeah, right. So yeah, I have all those, and yeah, the boxes all look great. Yeah, those ones I wasn't going to buy unless I got them complete. So
Yeah, I did definitely. But I'll be honest, do they come up a lot incomplete?
yeah, actually, if you're going off of eBay, there are. It's not that it's not. It's easy to find them complete, but they come up all the time loose. So I don't
Nobody.
I don't see very many completed auctions for loose of those 3 big box Odyssey 2 games.
Well, I'd imagine if there's not a lot of demand in the first place, I mean, there's no reason, right? I mean, just wait around. You can easily find a full one, right?
Right, yeah. It's just me and 2 other guys on eBay.
On the whole internet. That's it. You guys.
Yeah. You know, if you guys joined forces, you'd be unstoppable. If you said, okay, Gary, Tom, I'm going to bid on this one. We'll get it for $1, and then we'll all split it.
Yeah, you could, like, control prices and, like, force them to rock bottom.
Yeah, well,
for the other guy.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. So some of the stuff I've been on, I noticed that I've changed the price for like what people with the buy it now auctions will list as. and like if I or a few other people, and I mean obviously this isn't true. There's more than 2 other people buying stuff, but if there's like a quiet period, the price will go down, and it's really dramatic. Like it jumps around a lot. It seems like I've seen some of the games that would trade up, higher, and we're talking in the Odyssey 2 price range, but that
$5 or something.
Yeah, so like some of them would have some sales up in like the 20 something dollars, and then you'd get an auction just a few weeks later, and there would be 1 bid on it, and it would go for less than 10. It's really an interesting thing.
Yeah, if it hasn't settled by now, you'd think it might never.
Well, that's the thing, though. I mean, as soon as you're going to be done soon, and then like the bottom's just going to fall out of the market because I mean, like 1/3 of the buying population is gone.
Yeah, well, I'm not worried at all about getting people interested in buying Odyssey 2 games because I'm basically done, and they can change the price as much as they want. So, yeah.
I have this weird fear about that with Spider-Man. Like if I get it on 32X, and then like a few months go by or a year goes by where like all the people who wanted it are gone, then it's like becomes common.
Like a $10 game or something.
Yeah, just like, oh, you have a Spider-Man? Yeah, that used to be cool.
I keep hoping that's going to happen with a few more of the ones I need, but I'm not holding my breath.
Yeah, right?
Well, good. So, with the Odyssey, now, obviously he had the games, and since it had like the hardwired controllers, there really wasn't a lot of accessories, but there was one major one that I think you've just, you were saying you've recently come across, right?
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I guess right before that, there's more than one version of the Odyssey 2, and some of them did have aftermarket controllers. But
oh, okay.
Yeah, I think the one most people are familiar with has hardwired controllers. But yeah, so there's an accessory called the Voice, which attaches to the top of the console and allows voice to come out of the machine. And this was one of the very few things of the regular hardware that I didn't yet have. I just recently got to the point where I guess the major 3 things I had left were 2 games and the Voice. And the 2 games and the Voice are kind of like the more spendy items.
Mm-hmm.
So the Voice probably, you could expect it to be sold for like $40, just throwing out a number, but somewhere in that range.
Oh, okay.
And then the 2 games are Atlantis, which is one of the 2 iMagic games, and Power Lords. So both of those...
Is Power Lords another one of the big box ones, or is that...
No, Power Lords I think comes up just because it's the most spendy one.
Okay.
So, I was looking here, and recently for loose, Power Lords might go down as low as $50.
Wow.
But they're, if it's complete in box, you can expect it to be well over 100. And even
that is pretty spendy for Odyssey.
Yeah.
3 digits, yeah.
So, and even loose,
Not including the change column.
So, yeah, even loose, like I mean, the low end would be 50, but I mean, like 70 or 80 or even 90 wouldn't be out of the question. So, yeah, so I had these three items left, the 2 games and the voice, and
Right.
I had been kind of casually looking here on eBay for one to kind of come up, and an auction came up, and it had the voice, and it had a bunch of games, and it had a bunch of manuals, and it had actually a couple of those the detachable controllers.
Oh, okay.
And this was, like, I think if you were searching for Odyssey 2 stuff, this would come up, but it was kind of like an oddly listed, oddly named auction.
Those are the
best kind, yeah.
Yep.
But it clearly had the voice in it, and it even had that in the title. And so these regularly sell, and like if you just put one up, you could easily expect $30 and maybe more. Like here just recently, I saw one that was currently being bid at for $40. So, but the starting bid on this auction I saw was $20 and $9 shipping and handling. I'm like, well, I guess I'll throw my bid out there and hope. There was like 3 days on it, and I guess kind of like the same way that I ended up getting on this podcast, I accidentally won this eBay auction.
So did you just bid like the 20 and that's it? Let it ride?
I think I bid like up to 25 or something. But I guess what really caught my eye in this auction was not only did it have the voice, but it had a bunch of manuals I didn't have. And I mean like a bunch, like there's more than 20.
Wow.
And one of the manuals it had was the Power Lords manual. So
Really?
the manual for the most expensive game was in this auction. And it wasn't listed anywhere in the body of the auction or in the title, but it was in the picture. They also had like a...
Yep, that's how I grabbed Little Samson.
So you caught the other 2 collectors napping. Is that...
Yeah, I think so. And there was like another manual I really wanted. One of the games called Computer Intro actually has like a spiral bound book for its manual.
Oh, okay.
And that's a little bit harder to come across. So it had a bunch of manuals and a bunch of paperwork that came with some of the games, and paperwork that came with the voice. And so I bid on it and won it. And it arrives at my house, and I start going through it and pulling stuff out and seeing what's there. And the guy used like a ton of that packaging bubble stuff. So I'm gonna have fun pushing those here later. But
you obviously don't resell much, or you'd be guarding that like gold.
So I'm going through it, and I'm pulling stuff out and showing my wife, and I show her the voice, and I don't think she realized how many games there were in it. So there's like 22 games in this auction.
Oh, wow.
So I won this auction for $20 or so, plus $9 shipping and handling.
Yeah.
So now you've got like 1.5 Odyssey collections?
Yes. So I'm starting to pull stuff out, and I'm like digging through the manuals because I want to make sure that the Computer Intro manual is there, and then that Power Lords manual.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm digging through, and I'm like, hey, this was, like the neatest thing. And I show my wife the Power Lords manual, and she goes, yeah, it'd be funny if like he actually, accidentally didn't list it and threw in the game Power Lords. So I'm like, yeah, that would be funny. So I start going through the games.
Foreshadowing.
Yeah.
The theme. So
I'm going through the games, and Power Lords is in there. So
wow.
So for $29, I get a game that's a game and the manual that is going for
3 times that.
Yeah, 3 times what I bought the auction, and 20 something other games and manuals and controllers and all this stuff for. So
well, that's a crazy score then.
Yeah. He had pictures of all the games except for Power Lords in there.
Wow.
Yeah. So
that probably saved you a lot of money.
Yeah. A lot of money.
So does that mean you've only got 1 game left to complete your collection then?
That means I only have 1 game left, to complete my U.S. Odyssey 2 collection.
Impressive.
So what is it?
Atlantis. It's one of the 2 My Magic games.
Cool. So, but now you got to track down the box to Power Lords, right?
Yeah. So yeah, I don't have not all my other games are complete. So yeah, I'm slowly collecting the manuals and boxes for that. I've kind of had good luck on eBay. People actually do list people actually do list boxes and manuals from time to time. So I've picked up a few that way.
So once you're done with the Odyssey, what's next?
I guess two things. I really like getting new consoles or new used consoles. So I'll probably try to add more hardware, and then I might try to work more on Vectrex stuff.
Nice.
Really?
That's a cool one.
Yeah.
Still looking for one of those myself.
Yeah. There's one at my house.
So do you have a Vec? What's that?
Yeah. I have one at my house. So yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think actually when I was looking at your collection, I think I saw a picture of it.
Yeah. I need to change those pictures. They're old, but yeah, it's in there. Yeah, that was a good one too. I came across that at a pawn shop of sorts, and I just, it wasn't out, and I asked the guy, do you have any other old video game stuff that you don't have out? And he thinks about it for a while, and he's like, yeah, I have some weird thing, and he goes and pulls it out. And it's a Vectrex with a bunch of games and the original box and everything.
Nice.
So yeah, it wasn't super cheap, but it was much less expensive than what they otherwise go for.
Yeah, sounds like well worth it, right?
Yeah.
Bill, you got a question? You're like
So I'm just
dead
looking
over
at his, I'm looking at his Vectrex picture over here. I noticed in his little cabinet he's also got a NHL Stanley Cup for the Super Nintendo.
Uh-oh.
I know.
Yeah.
that's a good one.
Yeah.
Don't get him started on the hockey.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Yeah, Crabmaster is at a loss for words on that. I have so much to say about it.
Yeah, hockey usually takes the words right out of my mouth.
Literally. So, excuse me. So, we were wondering, a bunch of us, we were talking about this earlier, two-part question. What attracts you to the RF Generation podcast, besides Krabby?
Well, he's an attractive man.
Yeah. And who would you say is your favorite RF Generation podcast host?
As long as it's not Bill.
Wow. We already know it's not Bill. So
Why do I even stay around?
You guys realize that Crabmaster pays me to listen to the podcast.
Does he pay you when I'll just see games?
I pay him in pennies. We don't use pennies up here anymore, so they come down there now.
Yeah. So, yeah, for my job, I get to listen to podcasts a lot, like well over 20 hours worth a week. And
whoa.
Yeah. So I drive for a living, and
so can you lie to us and tell us we're your favorite?
Yeah, I can lie about that all you want. Yeah, you guys are actually pretty good. I mean, I listened to quite a few, and you guys, you don't necessarily sound like you have a $1 million studio like maybe some of the other ones do, but
because we don't.
Nope.
Other than that, you guys are, yeah.
I got to upgrade from a Guitar Hero 4 to a Guitar Hero 5, Mike, you're saying?
We're slowly, but you have to understand, we operate on a negative budget. So
Yes.
Yeah, I imagine. Yeah,
this is a labor of love, that's for sure.
Not a lot of ad revenue coming in.
Zero.
Yeah.
That's a zero.
Maybe Magnavox will start sponsoring us now after this episode.
Yeah.
Maybe. So I'm kind of curious, how large is your collection itself? I mean, altogether.
So, I guess one of the problems you have if you're a PC collector is that's an area where, I guess for good reasons, not all of the stuff is available to put in RF Generation. I mean, if there was ever a system with variations to titles, it was the PC. But I think
you're making Isrit really happy right now.
I would guess that I have somewhere around 1,000 items, maybe.
Okay.
So it's not, gigantic, but bigger than some.
So do you keep your RF Gen list up to date pretty well?
Yeah, pretty much everything other than PC stuff just because I haven't gotten around to entering it in. And some of it's actually pretty hard to enter in, searching out exactly what variation it was. But yeah, other than that, all the console stuff is all updated.
That's right. PC gaming doesn't really count.
So with 1,000 games, and like you mentioned, big box PC games and big O2 boxes and stuff, do you have your collection displayed, like access to, or do you have some of it stored away, or how do you keep things?
So I wish that we lived in a house where I had a room for all of it.
I feel you.
I think that we all wish that.
Not all of us.
Some have
giant basements.
Some were lucky enough to have a Toys R Us in our basement. but yeah, I think we all would love to have that room.
Yeah. But yeah, some of my stuff is out. Not a lot of it. I try to keep it somewhat visually low key. We have like a little converted room in our attic, and I've kind of been adding like, I guess I shouldn't say like secondary tier stuff, but just the stuff that was otherwise put away is more out and displayed up there. But I have a good chunk of stuff that's, in boxes or behind this or out in the garage or that sort of thing. So
yeah, there was someone posted a thread recently on RF. It was about like their controller box of shame or something.
Hungry
and then like a whole slew of pictures followed with everyone's like garage and closet and just like random stack boxes. So what you're saying is you took some of the stuff that was kind of boxed up and now it's at least slightly visible in that secondary room.
Yeah. My wife had been using it as a craft room, and I said it was enough with crafts, and
yeah,
we needed
I
more.
don't want macaroni and cheese anymore. Make something else.
Yeah. So no, we decided to try it with the game room sort of thing. So yeah, it's been working out kind of good. So
is it just like a display type room, or you actually have some electronics hooked up in there?
No, yeah, I've got stuff hooked up. I've got a second TV up there, and I've got other consoles, and if you only have half a dozen consoles or so, you can find ways to hook them up to your TV. But once you start getting beyond that, you sometimes need more than one TV. So
yep.
Yeah, I've got a
display is nice, but functional is great if you can get it working.
Yeah, and having the stuff out and ready to go is a big bonus rather than, there's a controller in this drawer over there and the games are over here. And yeah, it's nice to have it all right there and out and ready to go.
So what consoles actually get good playtime at your house?
After all of this talk about the Odyssey 2, I'm sure people would be expecting that, but I would say probably the NES and the Xbox 360 are, definite.
Right answers. Correct answers.
Those are Duke's 2 consoles.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Good
and
job.
The Famicom.
Yeah.
Add a Famicom in there and we're golden.
Yeah. I have a Famicom.
I was gonna guess from your picture. I know you said it was an old picture, but it looks like the setup that you had with the sword right above the television has the NES, the original Xbox, Dreamcast, Super Nintendo, N64. They all look like they get play.
Yeah, they're all. I try to keep them all hooked up and ready to play. So yeah, I guess you asked which ones got played the most. So NES and 360, but yeah, the other ones
Nice.
I try to play and exercise as much as I can, which hasn't been a whole lot lately, but yeah, I play them. So and then there's the various handhelds. They're a little bit easier to hook up. You just put them in your hand.
So do you have any like long-term or short-term collecting goals, or do you just kind of grab what's available in your area?
Yeah, I end up doing a lot of that, grabbing what's available. I kind of keep my eye out for certain things, but we were talking earlier, and I a long time ago figured out that fun games are fun games, and somehow I got fortunate back in like the 90s and later I ended up with a bunch of the games that I still think are the most fun games to me. So I'm pretty content with, my list of 10 or 20 games that I really enjoy, and there's not like a pressing need to search out this or that. So, I kind of got on the Odyssey 2 kick, and that was fun, is fun. Yeah, so I just sort of pick up what's around and what I can get.
So you don't feel that you don't feel that need to go out and try to conquer and complete other sets or anything.
No, well, I mean, I guess I kind of did with the Odyssey 2 thing, but yeah, I figure I have time, and I'll just...
Let me ask a hypothetical if I can.
Okay.
So being that the Odyssey 2 is something that, was around when you were, playing games like back in like when it came out, and the library is fairly small, do you think the small library is something that drew you to trying to get a complete set? Like, for instance, if you picked up like a Virtual Boy and 10 games, you're pretty close to a complete set. So is that something you think you would try to complete if you came across something like that? Or would you need to have a little bit of that nostalgia that you actually want to complete that set?
No, actually with the Odyssey 2, I don't even think I was aware of the system more than a name until much later after it was around.
Oh, really? So yeah, similar to me.
Yeah. So, the Virtual Boys is a little different because I think a few of the games are worth a lot of money. So,
a few.
Yeah, I think, there's, like a couple really spendy US ones, but I think there's some Japanese ones that are way up there.
Japanese ones, yeah. There's a couple of 4-digit games, I think, in there.
Like Space Invaders and some expensive stuff.
So, but yeah, the size of the Odyssey 2 collection was definitely part of it. But I mean, there's really not super expensive games. Even the most spendy ones are, not, they barely are getting into the 3-digit range. So that was something to keep in mind too.
So actually playing the Odyssey, because I mean, obviously we're going to ask you a lot of questions about this because not a lot of the people, touch this thing.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that in a bad way. I'm just saying it's just not popular. What would you say? I mean, what's your favorite game to actually play on the system?
So, they have a few ports of other games that you might see on other consoles. So, like, there's I can't remember which one goes with which, but there's like Casey's Crazy Chase, and there's another Casey game, and they're
right.
obviously clones of Pac-Man. Yeah. So there's some of that sort of thing, and they're kind of fun. And then there's like Killer Bees is a really interesting looking fun game. So there's that one.
What's Killer Bees about?
Killer Bees is you actually fly around as a little swarm of killer bees, and you go after these. They're just I don't even know what to call the graphic.
Some squares.
Yeah, so some squares and circles and upside down letter U's and that sort of thing.
So you're trying to attack them?
Yeah, so you fly over them and the bees in your swarm sting these oddly shaped objects and slow them down and yeah. So
sounds pretty interesting.
Yeah, a lot of the games are kind of like sort of twitchy-based games, single screen stuff you remember seeing on like the Atari. But then there's some that are like there's like a Hangman game, and there's one that's where you just simply type things out, and the voice module will attempt to say what you typed out.
Oh, that's got to be awesome.
Yeah.
Because the very first thing every kid's going to be typing into that.
Boobs.
Exactly what I was thinking. But...
So, do you know why every game seems to have an exclamation mark at the end of its packaging?
Well, why wouldn't a game have an exclamation point? Yeah, I don't know that. I think the story is of other than those two games made by iMagic, I think all the other games were actually made by the same guy. So
really?
I don't know if he just really liked that, or
someone told him it was a good idea, you figure, and he stuck with it.
Yeah.
Just some poor guy locked in a basement somewhere.
Yeah.
He puts the lotion on its skin and makes Odyssey games.
Is that a Joe Dirt reference?
No, that's a Silence of the Lambs reference.
I just watched Joe Dirt the other day, and they parody that in that movie.
Oh yeah,
so, yeah.
I forget. Yeah, I remember that. It's all right. I put the lotion on. Dang.
So beyond the Odyssey, what are some of your other favorite games for any system?
So, yeah, that's always a weird question to ask. or a common one of those two.
What's weird? What's weird about it?
So,
Don't ask me about my games. They're mine.
So, somehow going into a podcast where they're, going to interview you about games, I had to make out a list of games. So I guess I'll run through that list.
More prepared than we are.
Show
So,
prep?
yeah,
What's that?
Yeah, so this was like the one thing I prepared. And I don't have these in any particular order, but the very first Halo game, spent a lot of time playing that. I had a roommate at the time, and I guess if you don't get the Halo thing, I kind of wonder if you had someone that you played it with multiplayer in the same room a lot with. I think that's where the fun of the game really comes out.
Maybe that's it. Yeah, Halo was never my thing.
Yeah,
I know Krabby wasn't into it.
Are you guys still there?
Yeah,
I'm here.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, it sounded like you cut out there.
Eagerly awaiting your response.
Talk about Halo some more.
So, yeah, Halo. I had a friend and we were roommates, and we played it a ton. And actually, we played multiplayer the whole time, and it wasn't until like months and months into it that we were like, maybe we should try this campaign thing. And it was kind of funny because when we started the campaign, we're like, oh, well, what level should we play it on? And we're like, oh, let's play it on the hardest level, which is called Legendary. And we stuck it on that, and we played through the game, like, easily. Because we had played so much multiplayer, it was just, it was a breeze to play through. And I've always...
The computer was no match.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear you say, because I always really want to play the campaign before I play multiplayer, and so many people don't touch the campaign on so many new releases these days. I'll see people bring a game home straight into multiplayer, and they'll ask me to join a game, and I'm like, no, I want to finish the campaign first. Like, to me, that's like training for the multiplayer.
Yeah, I generally agree with you. I think it was just kind of like the time and place for me to fall into that, where we were just playing multiplayer. I haven't done that with any other game, so it's really the only one.
Cool.
Yeah. So
Halo, your number one game of all time.
No, it's just kind of in the list. I don't know where I would put it. It's the first one I said. Number one. So there's like a couple PC games I really liked. Freelancer, it's a game came out in the mid-2000s, whatever we call the last decade.
The aughts. That's what I like to call it, the aughts.
I don't like that. Let's not use that.
Yeah, I like the mid-2000s.
How about the O's?
Yeah,
the O's.
The mid-O's. There was a PC game, I think it must have came out in like the mid-90s because it's on CD, so called Ascendancy, which is sort of like a turn-based space game.
I'm seeing a theme here.
Space.
We get 3 games in space.
I was going to mention the Wing Commander series next, but I get
and TIE Fighter and
also in space. Yes.
I'll change it up, like the Forza and Gran Turismo games. I've always liked those.
Not in space at all.
Do they have space mods?
Those
are like this, but those are like basically the simulator kind of driving games, right? Like the sim type.
Yeah, I've always liked driving anything I could get my hands on, and I kind of went over into video games too. So like, there's another driving game that I don't think too many people have heard of called Indianapolis 500: The Simulation, and it was made by a little company. I think you pronounce her name Papyrus, maybe.
Papyrus?
Maybe.
If they're who I'm thinking of, I think you're probably thinking of Papyrus.
Yeah. They came out with a little, and I say little because it fits on one floppy disk, but a little Indianapolis 500 simulation game, and it's kind of a weird game because it's a game I spent almost all my playing time in the practice mode. And it's just trying to tweak your car to get the fastest lap time around the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. There's no other track. There's only 3 cars to choose from, but you get to adjust all these settings on your car and just go at it.
Well, I hate to ruin this for you, but I live very close to Indianapolis, and I looked at the footage of the game, and I hate to break your heart, but Indianapolis really, the real speedway looks a little bit better than that. So.
Yeah,
I don't want to dash your hopes, but...
So you're saying all those hours I spent playing the game won't really translate to like if I actually got into an IndyCar?
I think if you actually sit down in the car, you might have problems. Most of the trees don't look like lollipops flying by.
Well, the first problem being someone say, "Hey, what are you doing in there? Get out of that car."
But I think in the game, I was looking at the footage. It almost looks like there's like bushes and trees kind of at parts of the track, and I'm like, it's not. No, that's not happening.
It's kind of interesting you bring that up because I like the Forza and Gran Turismo games all feature a track called Laguna Seca, which is sort of near San Francisco, kind of. It's in the Monterey area. I actually went, and there's that track is owned by the county, and the county has a campground there, so you can actually go and stay at the track. And I actually made a point of going down there. We were going to go visit a friend, and I took the opportunity to have my wife and I stay at that campground, and we stayed at the track, and there weren't any races going on, so we actually got to go walk around, not actually on the track, but all around the facilities, and we camped right up near the top of the corkscrew, which is a famous turn on the track. And
is that one where like the track like dips and it turns really sharply?
Yeah, it kind of makes you climb up to the top of the hill and you make a sharp left. And as it starts to go downhill, and then a right,
Yep,
so,
I remember that from Gran Turismo.
Yeah. So
if you were going too fast and you hit that turn wrong, you lost that race.
I think it's like that in real life too.
Yeah, I think if you were walking on that track too quickly, that turn makes you trip and fall.
The interesting thing was like I kind of like I was talking to the park ranger guy that was there, and I was talking, and I sort of like embarrassingly brought up that I had played on this track in video games, and he's like, oh yeah, I actually do that every night after work. And he said, so like there's a part in some of the games where on one of the straightaways there's a dip in the track, and he told me that later that year they were coming along to repair that dip. So like I play those games now, and I know that the dip is no longer there in real life, and it's sort of like this weird thing to have that happen, where you've actually been to somewhere in real life, and this tiny little part that's actually different, but the old version was portrayed accurately in the game. Yeah,
interesting.
Cool. So, so moving beyond driving sims, kind of anything else?
Yeah. Real-time strategy stuff, Command & Conquer, Red Alert, Ages of Empires, all on the PC, of course.
Of course.
Sure. Played some Command & Conquer and Red Alert back in the day, yeah.
You don't love Red Alert on the N64? Come on.
To this day, I can't figure out how you play real-time strategy games on console. It just is like, it seems like mouse and keyboard, even more so than first-person shooters.
It's pretty rare that they make a decent one on a console.
Yeah.
I mean, I've talked to a couple people who dig Halo Wars, and a couple people who say Supreme Commander's not bad. And then what was the other? Lord of the Rings: Battle for Middle-earth 2, right? But they really don't happen very often where the controls any good.
Yeah.
Let's see, who doesn't like Super Mario Brothers 1, 2, and 3?
I don't know anybody. I don't know any human.
Are we talking real Super Mario 2 or fake Super Mario 2?
Either one.
The one that the general population calls Super Mario Brothers 2.
On this side of the ocean, sure, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I'm forgetting the audience here, but yeah.
Duke thinks he's Japanese sometimes.
What is it?
So they just got it right. That's okay. They just got it right.
The American version of, is it Doki Doki Panic?
Yes.
Yeah. I've liked those games ever since they came out. We bought Super Mario Brothers 3 like right away after it was available at Toys R Us, where you go up to the big wall and pull the card out of the little sleeve and take it up to the counter. Yeah,
that's how I got mine. I remember that was the only thing I was allowed to buy with my communion money.
Now, what is communion money?
Oh, for Catholic people, you have like your first Holy Communion when you're in like, I don't know, like 5th grade, something like that. It's so like you have this big party and like everyone gives you like bonds and money and stuff. So like
it's
my
kind of
parents
like a bar mitzvah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think you're a little bit younger when it happens, unless I'm misremembering. But yeah, so it's like a similar to a bar mitzvah, and
Okay.
I had all this like savings bonds and stuff, and I could get one thing, and I got Mario 3, and I remember
Good choice.
I remember when you went to the Toys R Us and they kind of had that separate room where all the video game stock was, and everything on the wall was like just pieces of paper where you could flip this paper back and then it had the back of the box on it, and then you just took that card to that like big Fort Knox room of video games.
That was so cool. Yeah, and you always like dreamed to be the guy that got to go in that room.
Yeah, you're like, can you imagine he's in there with all that stuff?
Yeah.
And the guy really behind the counter just thinking, I'm going to shoot myself when I go home.
Yeah, when can I go home and drink more?
So what other NES goodies do you like? So Super Mario 1, 2, 3.
Try to bait him into picking the games you want to talk about, eh?
Yeah. So what are the good ones?
Yeah, notice. Yeah, he didn't say. So what else is on your list? He said, "What other NES games are on your list?"
He said, moving past the driving sims.
So let's talk about the good stuff.
No, I mean, these are honestly some of my favorite games. So yeah.
Okay, see?
We talk about them. Yeah, Metroid. That was one of the early games we got, but I haven't played it in a while. But I could go back to playing that anytime.
So you would say that Metroid itself is a very good series. Is that what you would say?
I'm meaning the first game. I actually went and tried playing Metroid Prime again here just recently, and I don't know how you can play that sort of game without two analog sticks.
So what system did you play? The Wii remake or the GameCube one?
GameCube.
Well,
okay, yeah.
two sticks.
I only played it on the Wii.
So, I just found it really difficult to play that style of game with that control scheme. So
yeah.
But if you had to classify Super Metroid, what would you call that one? Really good, or maybe not as good?
Embarrassingly enough, I haven't spent much time playing that, but
it's not embarrassing at all.
That is an embarrassment. I will agree with you.
If you guys want, I can hum the music behind the rest of the interview.
I'm just, we're trying to get the message through to Krabby, but,
I think I'll go try his indie racer sim instead.
Yeah, you get your PC up and running there, buddy. Maybe you can play some 10, 12-year-old PC games. All right, and then, so what else? So you like Metroid, you like Mario?
Yeah, there's, Legend of Zelda. I'm kind of hitting all of the ones that are commonly on these lists, but they're commonly on lists because, they're good games.
Speaking of Legend of Zelda, you like to classify that one a little differently than some people, don't you?
Well, I don't think so. I mean, Legend of Zelda, that's really what started RPGs, right? I mean, that's just like the definition of RPG, right?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Do what?
It's an RPG.
What?
It's the RPG that all other
It's not
RPGs
an
are
RPG.
judged against.
It's not an RPG. This is very clear. Right?
Yeah, I mean,
Nintendo themselves said it was an adventure game.
Well, I don't know if Nintendo did. I think someone in the marketing department just made a mistake.
No.
I mean, it's.
I'm just saying, like, yeah, the sword you start with, like, you can level that sword up.
No,
right?
you do not level that sword up. You get different swords.
So yeah,
no leveling.
You can level up some weapons, like you throw your bow
leveling.
into the fountain, and the fairy brings you the bow back and makes it leveled up.
Not in the
Your
original
H-
Legend of Zelda. You do not
your
do that.
your HP increases, right? Like over time.
If you
like the more experience you get in the game, the stronger you get.
Things just like in Super Mario Brothers 2 US, right? You get the mushrooms, more life things. Not an
Exactly.
RPG.
Of course, it's an RPG.
Resets every level though, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, that's. I mean, leave it to a game like that to go to the grinding mechanic. God, I put so many hours grinding Mario 2 just to level up once.
Yeah, like, in the first Super Mario Brothers game, we're in World 3 something, where you can, upgrade all your lives, by jumping on the turtle and ramming it up against the block. Yeah.
If that isn't grinding, I don't know what is.
Yeah.
Make sure you get off when you have like around like crown block number of lives.
You don't want to go too far.
Yeah.
Okay, well that's interesting. But no, it's not an RPG. And so very good. Would you add anything else then to your favorite games list, or is that pretty?
Yeah, I'll just throw out one more here, because it's similar to Legend of Zelda. So there was a group of guys who made a PC game called Dink Smallwood. That obviously these guys played a lot of.
What's
Legend
it
of
called?
Zelda. Dink Smallwood.
Dink Smallwood.
Yeah.
And is that a Monkey Island reference?
I think this.
I
came
think it's
out.
a penis joke. I think is what it is.
If you haven't played this game, this is a really fun game to play. It plays a lot like Legend of Zelda. It was made a little.
And it was free, right?
Yeah. So I think it was a shareware game of sorts, wasn't it? Wasn't it that you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember it was a freeware game. Came out in the late 90s.
Yeah, and actually, it was pointed out by one of the other fellow RF Generation members, Vic Man. He pointed out that was available on Android now, so I have the Android version of Dink Smallwood.
So Did not know that.
So it's basically just a Zelda clone?
It is, but the guys who wrote it had a really good sense of humor. So like
obviously by the title.
So like almost anything any object in the game, if you interact with it somehow, some sort of dialogue or phrase comes up on the screen. So like if you like in the Legend of Zelda, if you went around and you started swinging at rocks or whatnot, nothing would happen. But in Dink Smallwood, like you start out in a house, and if you go up to the bed and start swinging your sword at the bed, Dink Smallwood will shout out things like "Die, bed! I hate you! I hate you! I hate you!" and this goes on through the whole game, and the interactions you can just so funny sometimes, the stuff that they came up with for that game.
Interesting.
It's interesting. I've never heard of that before.
Yeah, I think if you like that, I don't know if you've played them, but you'd probably like the Rain Slick Precipice games if you like that one.
No,
that's the Penny Arcade games.
Yeah, the Rain Slick Precipice of Doom, especially the third one, which is literally a 16-bit RPG with hilarious writing.
But it is an RPG, right? You actually have stats, and things, right?
Yes.
Not just people giving you random swords.
No, exactly. It's also an RPG.
Oh my! All right, fine. Then moving on. So I'm kind of curious. Do you have any other hobbies besides gaming and collecting?
Yeah, that's a good question to ask me. I don't know if I'm blessed or cursed with the ability to get interested in all sorts of things. So
ADD, I think is what they call that. They make Ritalin for it.
So, I've spent time flying, like actually flying airplanes.
Really? You're a pilot?
Yeah, of sorts.
Of sorts?
I
hope you're
not
good
legally.
Obviously, you need to land.
So, yeah, I've spent time flying. I don't full on have the pilot's license yet, but hopefully soon.
So wait a minute. How do you get to fly a plane when you don't have a pilot's license?
Well, so there's different levels of license, but you get to be a student pilot.
So you get like your beginners,
right?
Like when you're driving cars,
and you can go fly by yourself and that sort of thing. But like I can't fly.
Oh, so you can only kill yourself, is the?
Yeah. No, yeah, that's actually kind of like I guess we're getting off on a tangent here, but
We always get off on tangents here.
We are?
Have you ever listened to the show?
Fits right in.
So,
hey, you guys, it's snowing over here.
Snow is white.
if you ever get the chance to fly I guess the beginner planes I learned to fly on are like a Cessna 152 or 172. They're very common planes to learn to fly on. The plane wants to fly. Like, it's actually hard to get it to go to the ground and make good landings because the plane just wants to stay in the air, and it really gives you a sense of confidence in that. Other planes don't have that, but yeah.
So they're a lot like the One Ring because it wants to be found.
Yeah, it's a lot like the One Ring.
That's what it says right in the manual.
Yeah.
It's a lot like the One Ring.
Yeah, it waxes poetic for a bit, goes off on the Lord of the Rings
flying.
tangent. Fly.
Another great
flying.
RPG film.
I guess this is sort of related, but I've always liked to go drive anything I can get my hands on. People will let me borrow, so I mean,
okay.
I mean that's just anything from other people's cars and trucks to motorcycles and tractors and boats and whatever.
Really?
You've been four-wheeling?
Oh yeah. If you knew the town I grew up in, you wouldn't have to ask me that question.
Oh, that was like the pastime where you grew up?
Yeah, it was the only one. Yeah.
Now, have you been on a snowmobile?
No, I haven't. You can't go snowmobiling around where I'm at, but I've never gotten the opportunity. So
Krabby has one up on you.
All right, well, I haven't been in a plane, so he's probably up on me.
Yeah.
You've never been in a plane, Krabby?
Sorry, I've been on a plane once. I've never flown a plane, is what I meant to say.
Oh, well, yeah, I've never flown a plane either. Unless you count like Ace Combat or something, but...
We don't.
Yeah, that counts.
We count Rogue Squadron, not Ace Combat here.
Oh, okay. Forgot, had to be in space.
Let's see. Yeah, what else? My wife and I like to read, and we have quite a few books. I think we have more books than we have video game things in our house. We apparently like it so much.
So, can I just ask you what you're reading now, just for reference, so you know what your taste is?
Oh, well, I was reading your book, Phil.
Mine?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering who bought
his
it.
autobiography book, Life of a Sleeper.
I'm trying to make my way through. Man, I'm going to pronounce it wrong. It's It's not Man, what's the name? Neuromancer. Neuromancer.
Neuromancer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that Philip K. Dick or is that
Isn't it Gibson?
Stevenson?
What?
Neil Stevenson?
Is it Stevenson or is it Gibson?
Oh yeah, no, that's
yeah.
Gibson, right?
Yeah. So, yeah, I guess that's what I've been reading lately.
Okay.
So some sci-fi is your thing?
Yeah, I don't want to get too boring, but I read sci-fi and I read books on investing and whatever strikes my fantasy for the moment. I have this really interesting book on how to make power, which is
how to make like electricity.
Yeah. So, but really, once you start flipping through the book, you realize that it's really just tables on how much energy you get from converting the gas from animal droppings into power.
You're going off the grid. Is that what you're trying to tell us?
Well, that's what the book's about. Yeah. So that was kind of an interesting one to go through.
So are you stockpiling canned foods and water and ammo?
And video games.
And droppings.
That's the important things.
Yeah. So.
Very good. Well, if you'd like to share a message with your fellow RF Jenners, is there anything you'd like to say to everybody? Well, now that you got your chance on the show?
Retro Rage told me that I had to say hi to him on the podcast.
You had to.
Yeah, so I'm saying hi. Hi.
Okay. Twist your arm, right?
Yeah.
Well, hopefully he's doing good with the snow up here. I think he's in Jersey. I don't know how hard they're getting hit.
Isn't he in the Seattle area? I thinking of the right
Oh
person?
no, you know what? Yeah, I'm mixing him up with Grey Ghost. I have so many RF Gen buddies.
Yeah, yeah. We tried to. So I've been to a couple. There's some local retro game shows, and we tried to meet up at one of them. And I think we're gonna. And it didn't work out. It was such a big place, but I think we're gonna try to do that again here. So that'll be kind of
cool.
Fun. So yeah, he's kind of in my area.
So have you met up with any of the other RF Geners at all?
No, I haven't. I know that there was a couple people who claimed to be in the same state I am, but they don't seem to be active on the forums here recently. And then there's some guys up in the Seattle area, sort of, but I haven't met any of them.
Well, hopefully one of these days you guys will get to get to all meet up. It's kind of fun sometimes.
Yeah, I bet.
You get to share your love for the hobby.
Find out if they have
good.
Odyssey 2 games I don't have.
Raid their collection. There you go.
I think I actually do have a couple of Odyssey 2 games. I got them last Secret Santa, I want to say.
Interesting.
So are you just going to be buying like random Odyssey lots on eBay now, hoping that Atlantis is magically in the box?
Well, hey, I know a guy that happened to him.
All right, now, well, that's a good question. Like, Bill's got one game left, obviously, for 32X. But with one game left, I mean, do you just go, forget it, man, whatever it costs me, I'm just going to get this done? Or you just say, nah, but, I'll just wait around. It'll happen eventually.
When I had 2 games left to go, I was, thinking, well, if they come up cheap, I'll buy them, but I'm not really going to go spend, the extra money. I'm not going to go from buying games at $1 to $5 a piece to, spending like $80 on a game. But then this Power Lords kind of shows up, effectively for free or just as a bonus. So now I really only have one game left, and I guess where does that leave me now? It's not even the most expensive game. Atlantis is number 2 on the list behind Power Lords. So I might end up having to buy that here at some point.
Well, that's awesome. You can join PWP Cody in having complete collections. He seems like he's a monster here lately with that.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll get jealous and start his own Odyssey 2.
Somehow I don't think that having a complete Odyssey 2 collection is like
doesn't inspire jealousy.
You're going to start a trend. Everybody's going to be into it.
Yeah, well, after buying this lot of, where I really just wanted the voice and these manuals and apparently the Power Lords, I'm going to have a whole ton of extra Odyssey 2 games, so I might be able to help start someone out.
Sell a good starter kit, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Somebody's listening there. He's your man to talk to.
Yeah.
Well, good. So I'm curious, before we do a little wrap up, Doug, is there anything else that you'd like to talk about?
I guess I'm just glad that everyone participated in the donation drive. I like RF Generation, both using it as a tool and chatting on the forums and whatnot. I'm glad that people stepped up this time and the last times to contribute and spend a few bucks and keep it going.
Thanks for your generosity. We didn't really know if anyone was gonna consider bidding even on the podcast. So it was nice to see some interest in it. It was good.
Yeah.
And we just want to take a minute to say, thank you very much for your time and coming on the show. We appreciate having you. And we'll talk to everybody next time. All right, well, we want to thank everybody for taking the time to listen to the show, especially this one. I mean, really, this has just been kind of our big thank you in general for everybody that contributed to keeping RF Gen going for another year. And we're glad that we could have Doug on to talk about that. We're really glad for everybody else that took the time to contribute and give us a chance to talk about your scores. starting on the next show, we'll kind of go back to the old traditional format again. But a couple things, guys. Number one, Krabby, where can people find us?
Collectorcast.com.
We have our own website that's almost cool. If you were like in 1995.
When Prodigy.
Hey,
what's the AOL keyword for that?
AOL keyword Duke.
And Bill, where else can people find us?
Oh, lots of places. YouTube. There's Krabby's channel where you can continue to watch him destroy Nintendo game after Nintendo game. What's the latest game to go up, Crab?
Oh, I think that might be Fisher-Price Perfect Fit. A classic.
I had a feeling. I didn't know if he did anything new since then.
Awesome.
Actually, I think
maybe Mickey's Adventures in Numberland, if you're lucky.
Oh, I didn't see that one. They're very good if you haven't watched them. So also Krabby's videos there. Podomatic.
But we are currently on Podomatic.com.
Stitcher Smart Radio.
Stitcher, yes.
You get that Stitcher app.
You can get
put
the
it right
app
on your phone.
Yes, we are there. And just Stitcher.com/RF Generation. So check us out there.
Yep. And then also Facebook and Twitter, Collectorcast at both. And we're starting to see a little bit more activity on both of those. So we're trying to stay on top of those. So just hit us up on there, and we'll get a conversation going.
Yeah, join us. And if you're one of those people that listen to the show and are talking to us on Twitter, and you're not on RF Generation, come over there too. Come over and talk to us. So, Krabby, one last place. Where can people come and talk about this show?
At our favorite website ever, rfgeneration.com. We've got our own little sub-forum. You can discuss the show, or just check out the database and the rest of the forum, too.
Yeah, and don't be like Doug. Don't be a lurker, right? Just pipe up. We're not scary people. We're barely competent.
That should be the next T-shirt at the RF Gen shop is, don't be a Doug.
We're barely competent. All right. Well, Krabby, thank you very much for being on another show. I appreciate that.
Always fun, especially with a guest.
Absolutely. And I took your line. Bill, thank you very much for showing up.
You're welcome.
We haven't got a way to get rid of you yet, so.
Not yet. Just start telling me a different time than you're actually going to be on Skype, and then
I've been working
solved.
on it. I keep getting confused with our time zone differences, though.
We kid. We love you, Bill. And thanks to everyone for listening to the show, and we'll see you next time.